辉方挑选英。海圣天辉方挑选夜美猴王。
天涯莫客。
还剩10秒。还剩5秒。请天辉方禁用英雄。
Yep.
暗夜魔王。
请夜眼方禁用英雄。
It's going to be an interesting one, right? Because when they did that, Aster.Aries also did it without White Album, you know, the premier mid player who is just incredible, right? Everybody knows him. And he's still out right now as it stands. So it does tell us that the team is really strong despite not having him fully in the roster just yet. And YBB going down is kind of a surprise the way that they went down, and it looked like they kind of got rolled. And given how strong they looked when they took on SHENZHEN and how strong SHENZHEN has looked so far here in the lower division of Chinese DPC, I kind of expect that this probably goes down to the wire. I'm thinking 3 games, but I think it all really depends on what the drafts look like. But from what we've seen from SHENZHEN, I really think that they have a very good handle on the current meta, and they'll be very much able to play aggressively enough to ensure that they get the victory over Aster.Aries. And I'm already happy with the opening picks that they've got for themselves. Super versatile heroes, and we've seen some good success out of them before for the side of SHENZHEN. Hmm.
还剩10秒。请夜眼方禁用英雄。
Yeah.
还剩10秒。
Terrifying, honestly.
还剩5秒。
Yeah. He becomes the bully, right? And that's going to be the intent of this. Of late, we've seen a lot of these Night Stalker games feel like they sort of fold. There's a lot of items that this hero requires if the lane goes poorly. So I really like this idea from Aster.Aries to just ensure that the lane doesn't go poorly. This is going to likely be the combination, but obviously IO is not going to keep the whole game sticking just to the Night Stalker. But that does lead to some terrifying implications. We don't know what the IO is going to be paired with for the mid game, but that does mean that anywhere that the Night Stalker initiates is not going to be that situation where he goes in and lacks the damage to get the kill. He'll always have the additional advantage, whether it be +1 or +2 with the relocate. And that also means that any given time that Aster.Aries decide to pop the darkness, SHENZHEN are going to be in a really bad position. I am also now thinking that they might be a bit more incentivized to play this Monkey King pos 4 just to be able to keep up with the vision game, because one thing we've seen of late is every time a team has Night Stalker, they always prioritize making sure they're winning the vision war on the map. And it's a lot easier to contest that vision with pos 4 Monkey King than pos 1. Because, you know, you get stuck farming, you have other responsibilities. And of course, Grimstroke, not always the best hero in that regard to fight that war with you. And looking at these bans, we still have space for the old school crazy combination of Night Stalker with Disruptor. Hasn't been picked up just yet, but I think it has to be in the back of SHENZHEN's mind to be aware that that hero could easily emerge to buttress this Night Stalker's aggression.
请天辉方挑选英雄，请夜眼方挑选英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。 请夜眼方挑选英
盛唐刺客。
Yep. Multi-cost is one of these hilarious spells, honestly. One other thing as well that's cool about this is you eventually do get the Aghanim Scepter and or Aghanim Shot, and either the Crazy Fire Blast or the Fire Shield, both of them are surprisingly strong in this current meta. And ooh, look at this. Speaking of surprising strength, right? This is a hero that I've felt has been a bit underpicked. The Treant Protector coming out right now for Aster.Aries. Gives you so much in terms of just protecting your lanes, keeping heroes alive, setting up for big plays with overgrowth. Now we can easily imagine the relocate plays coming in from anywhere on the map. It helps them again with the vision advantage that they need to be able to play this Nightstalker very well. And of course, this is just a hero. When you see that the enemy team has a hard time sieging and pushing down towers, you pick the Treant Protector, frustrate them the entire game, make it practically impossible. You know, it sort of takes me back to that TI, was it TI 8? Yeah, TI 8 game 1. With Treant Protector for Seb, which was still hurts my soul to this day, but it's the kind of thing you can just delay the early game for so long that even these heroes that need that early advantage can pretty much just have such a small area of the map to play around, and you can just abuse them from there with your superior vision control, superior map control, and you have like lockdown to set up for these relocate plays.
And I've just noticed that my mic has been muted this whole time, so welcome guys, sorry about that. But I didn't say anything useful anyway, so you still heard Snare's wonderful insights. It is early in the morning, I do apologize. But hey, here we are. Aster.Aries versus SHENZHEN. Yeah, that Treant Protector, I do like that pick as well. It's in general, I've seen Hellraisers run it a couple of times. As you said, it just slows down the entire push attempts from the other team tremendously, and it just buys you so much more time and maintains so much more map control. And yeah, if you look at this entire draft that they have, map control, vision control, that's what Aster.Aries is going to use to make sure that they can protect the stacks for the Temple Assassin, make sure she gets an early Blink Deso perhaps, or depending on what kind of build she wants to go, either Blink Deso or the Dragonlance build for the attack range. Either way, they're gonna have that power, they're gonna have the Bloodseeker as well, and then they're gonna look for a strong mid-game or late mid-game timing with that.
As you were talking, I was actually thinking about the way we often see these TAs play the map, especially when they get ahead in the laning phase. They tend to want to be able to soak up the entirety of their jungle, but as they play aggressively, start to encroach slowly but surely onto the opponent's camps as well, in particular the triangle. And Tree just helps you keep the map control long enough that it's a lot easier to make that happen. And I like this last pick, Bloodseeker, into Timbersaw. Like, we didn't really talk about the Timber pick right now for SHENZHEN that we're going to be having here in the off lane. So Timber, in this situation, there are of course great things to have. Very difficult target for Nightstalker to get on top of. Even with the silence, it's very hard to kill this hero without TA helping you out. TA might have issues if she gets ever tagged by the Chakram. Very difficult to escape afterwards from that situation. And of course, you'll have the siege potential to just stand in front of the tower. You tank all the hits. The rest of your team still doesn't have the right clicks to easily tank the towers, but if you stand there with the Timbersaw, Kaikyo being nearby enough to potentially trigger Wukong's command, it's kind of the only way they can get buildings at this point. And of course, Timbersaw is one of the heroes that's tanky enough that he doesn't mind just sitting there waiting for the opponent to approach and tanking the damage from them and waiting for his team to help him out after that. Although this last pick, it's okay. Tell me nice things about it, Dragon Drop. I'm not really convinced personally. I kind of feel like in the way that the game is looking right now against Bloodseeker, against TA, against this Treant Protector, the pace that's going to be set right now from the side of Aster.Aries is kind of incredible. It's really, 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 really fast the entire game. And it doesn't feel like the way that they've rounded out those drafts for SHENZHEN is going to help them to really accelerate their own pace to match that on the side of Aster.Aries.
Yeah, it's going to be rough no matter what you pick there, I think, just based on the way the draft went earlier. Even with the Monkey King, right? It's a very flexible pick, but Aster.Aries has a strategy that works really well against it in both capacities, right? It's almost better to run him as a core now with Kaiko than it is as a support, because he's if he's running that support Monkey King just roaming around trees between a Treant Protector and a Night Stalker, he's just gonna get found out every single time and he's not gonna be able to accomplish his goal. So Yeah, that was always going to be rough to draft your way out of. But, yeah, that Sand King, I mean, it does offer a lot of extra control. And, does Burst Strike still work with the Grimstroke ults? I think it's still single target, right?
I think it is still single target, yeah, it should still work.
Get multiple stuns, so I guess they're trying to match this aggression with some very good team fight of their own, just to try and punish any sort of push attempts from Aries, rather than being active themselves. And I can see it working. It's also a hero that can just set in front of a tower and press Sandstorm, and then it cannot be pushed either. Same, and yeah, Timbersaw is also gonna have a timing with that, where you can just sit him alone in the lane, and they have to bring at least 4 heroes to bring him down. So I think they're trying to head off this this power spike from Aster.Aries, try and survive through that with some strong team.
On the bright side, as you're talking about the team fight, they do have access to severally really great Inkswell targets from the Grimstroke. You have, on top of the Inkswell as well, double Fire Blast, which is surprisingly potent in a lot of these engagements, especially if you're getting off a very sick multicast. And look at this, though. Look at what they're doing. This I did not anticipate. I did not expect. Ash is playing mid on the Sand King right now. Okay. All right, this changes things a little bit because I was concerned that this Sand King was going to be played as a support. And if that was going to be the case, I was feeling that, you know, sometimes you see that this hero sort of needs items to really be effective and he's going to get slowed down getting to that point. But if he's playing this mid, that changes things a lot, right? He is going to be able to play a lot faster, but crucially, amazing matchup with Caustic Finale versus the CA. And of course, he's going to be able to get out on the map a lot faster than he would have been otherwise if he was going to be playing support. So, all right, maybe I'll rescind a bit of my skepticism. I actually like this decision.
All right, all right. We started with Caustic Finale, of course, to try and... It's a bit awkward sometimes to secure creeps with it, but if you're used to playing it, then it shouldn't be much of an issue. Yeah, it gets 2 for 1 with that explosion. Also secured the range creep deny a little bit earlier, so it's always nice to see. Yeah, gotta be a bit careful as TA. I mean, between all of these extra instances from the explosions and, of course, the Sandstorm once that comes out, refraction is not something that you can necessarily rely on to keep yourself safe, so you gotta watch your positioning.
Absolutely. And speaking of positioning, it's that lane that you mentioned down bottom, the Night Stalker IO. They picked it opening 2 for a reason, so they're anticipating that this has to go well down bottom. And thus far, it's okay. It's very difficult for Ogre Monkey King to completely zone out this Night Stalker IO. There is quite a lot of beef in this lane between the Ogre and, of course, Kaikyo eventually having access to the Jingle Mastery Boundless Strike. Under those conditions, we don't really expect that Aster.Aries will be able to put that much aggression out themselves, but does guarantee that we will have a decent lane for that Night Stalker. So we're not going to have one of those games where 25 minutes in, he's just chilling with an Echo Saber and nothing else to his name.
Right. Also good. He's also able to secure his own last hits, so... do crazy happening here in mid if you just overlook the matchup itself.
He's doing what you said, playing carefully with the positioning, utilizing primarily side blades. I think he's probably going to go for 2 points into that by level 3, not really concerning himself with the refraction all that much. So making sure that he's safe, rather safe than sorry, right? And we play according to the matchup, and that's an important thing that a lot of players don't do sometimes, is play just according to what the matchup is and not just according to what the comfort is supposed to be in the mid lane situation. So far, so good. And they definitely do need this TA to get off to a very good start to be able to accelerate this game and this timing. Because it does really feel like one of the drawbacks of having this Bloodseeker, Night Stalker kind of duo is sometimes you might find yourself a little bit damage limited in the early mid game. Like my Bloodseeker does eventually get there and helps out a lot, but you definitely need a hero who's always going to be a big threat, especially when the Timbersaw is starting to post up, feel very strong, and daring the rest of Aster.Aries to challenge him.
Too good right now, just level 3 immediately start skipping creep waves. I mean, you can farm them quickly, only 1 point into the Whirling Death, but you can hold them there pretty much indefinitely. And that's something that Aries is gonna have to deal with. Bloodseeker, not the worst hero to last it on the tower with though, so don't think it's too much of an issue. The only one that's probably being the most annoyed by that is the Grimstroke, as he's not getting a lot of experience here.
Yep. It feels like this Grimstroke might be food this game. feels like it's going to be a difficult situation. Like, Phoenix wants to find that Grimstroke every single fight. It's the only one that you can easily burst, right? The rest of the heroes are not very easy to kill. So Grimstroke is just going to be that priority target. And if you kill him, you remove these Inkswell plays. And there's a lot of amazing combos from Inkswell. And speaking of Grimstroke, does show up just to help Ash secure this water rune. So Phoenix is going to be falling behind right now. Might need, and nobody's going back to base. Fortunately for him, or fortunately rather for the side of SHENZHEN, there's also no bounty runes around. So Phoenix is going to be stuck a little bit off the pace here with regen. But he hasn't tanked that much in damage from Ash. And indeed, he's actually gone for 3 points into refraction anyway. Felt confident enough in this thanks to the placement of the Sentry Ward. He knew that he was going to be able to defend this pretty much indefinitely, so hasn't actually taken any hits. And bottom, oh, we get a first blood here coming out onto Shenji as they get it for Kaikyo. That turnaround and that rotation from the Grimstroke proving to be clutch in that situation. He shows up middle to help the TA or to assist the Sand King. Then he comes bottom to ensure the first blood. Drink already off to a magnificent start here on the Grimstroke.
Yeah, I mean, if your offlaner doesn't need your help, and Timbersaw does not anymore at this point here after he's getting his initial levels, you just find other ways to be useful, you know, just secure rune and get that kill down bottom, the first blood being drawn after about 5 minutes. So always very nice if you can find those opportunities. Yeah, Green Protector also gonna try and find a place to be here.
Young Tree doing his thing, roaming around, becoming one with the jungle, trying to get as much vision on the map as possible. And they still haven't had a situation where he's really been called upon to utilize the living armor all that much, but it will start to become an issue for SHENZHEN as time goes on. We definitely need them to keep up the pressure that they've just shown down bottom. Like that one kill that they got for Kaikyo, I think they need another one at least to make sure that Kaikyo gets the requisite farm that he can be a tower threat. But now, on the side of Aster.Aries, Ulu, the one nice thing about this matchup with the Bloodseeker against Timber is not just great for later on using Rupture against this hero to just lock him in position, but it's also amazing in the laning phase. Timber so used to being able to bully out these melee, agi safe laners, but Bloodseeker, a different kind of safe laner in that regard, can stay in that lane indefinitely. And as he also has the advantage of they can leave him 1v1 in that matchup. So as Drink rotates off the lane, they don't necessarily have to keep the Treant Protector around for additional protection. It gives them extra options around the map, and it doesn't consign them into having to play the 2v1 matchup up top just to protect the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's what's that concept of a dead lane where just nothing can happen? Maybe I'm misusing that, but either way, it's both those heroes will just be happy to click creeps in front of each other. Like, no one can really threaten the other, at least for a while, and outside of any sort of rotations. I mean, Ash picked himself up a haste rune, so you can always think that, hey, maybe he wants to use that aggressively. Perhaps bottom would be the better lane to go into, even though it is nighttime. Already seen what a rotation can do in that lane. If you have some control to work with, right?
Yeah, you definitely do. They are tools that you have at your disposal if you do make that rotation happen. But I think he just wants to finish this Blink Dagger. He's so close. He might be able to clock it from this one camp. And then if he does that, then you can do that beautiful thing of chaining your rotation to reveal the Blink Dagger with a power rune. And who's nearby? Who's probably carrying a smoke? You see that there is support nearby on the top part of the map, so potentially we do have Grimstroke sift back in to give him a smoke, but not just yet. I feel like it's going to be quite explosive when they make it happen. Io probably is the most viable target at this point in time. She can't really get protected by Night Stalker, and taking the Io out means Night Stalker has to leave that area as well. So we'll see, but now Seed and them are starting to do Timbersaw things. Strong enough to just post up behind the tower, and this is where the value of this Treant Protector comes in. That living armor prevents that move from being as successful as it is. Normally, in 2-3 minutes, the tower goes down, no option, nothing you can do. But with Treant Protector, it can take a little bit longer, and or even encourage a rotation from the rest of Aster.Aries to try and help them out on that side of the map. We will see if they... But for now, just having a little bit of a technical issue, but we're still inside.
Is gone.
While we're getting it back, though, I think that something that everyone who's watching should also keep in mind about how this game is going is consider what's been happening down in this bottom lane in particular, and what SHENZHEN have been doing to try and ensure that they have as much farm onto Kaikyo as possible. But as these levels have been getting higher and higher, they're recognizing that they can't actually play that area. So Kaikyo's already vacating that part of the map, heading top to join up with his team. So we're hoping to find a kill here, but area's already been vacated by the Treant Protector, and Kaikyo, I think this signals the intent that they're playing with this game. Despite going for this Battle Fury build, he's certainly going to be playing a lot more aggressive of a style, ready and able to contest the big rotations that Aster.Aries will come in with whenever they start feeling ready to come in with the IO relocates.
Certainly an interesting position for the Monkey King core to be in, but yeah, he's now getting that lane. Timbersaw is leaving, and now Epicenter, Blink, Burst Strike with the follow-up. Goodbye, Night Stalker. Nahara taking enough to just shrug off the Rupture, just stands there. Yeah, come and fight me if you dare. They did dare, and they paid the price for it, so SHENZHEN completely ready for that movement.
Oh, it's magnificent, honestly. Beautiful movement, beautiful retaliation, and great reveal on the Blink Dagger. He didn't use it with the earlier Haste Rune proc, but prepares himself and waits for the right opportunity. And that's sometimes things players don't do, right? Play with the patience necessary to get the correct kill, not just any kill on the map. They bring down this Night Stalker. This slows down the NS timing, means that the first Darkness rotation is going to come a bit later. They deny experience away from IO because that IO has to retreat from the area, so we still don't have relocate up. They get to take the tier 1 tower while they're at it as well, because Seed happy to just go post up. And of course, while all that was happening, the Treant Protector felt it was incumbent to try and get the protection down, but we see now a fight happening middle. TA underneath the Chakram. Is she gonna die? Not just yet. The zone back will come in from the Night Stalker. Shenji tells them to get out of dodge, and they will oblige. Drink very low on HP, and here comes Ulu as well. The Blood Right will trigger. They take out the Grimstroke, getting out the damage with the Blood Rage. Who's he gonna try and target now? They get deeper in the fight, looking for Ash. The mid laner of SHENZHEN is gonna get taken down, and Ulu ends up being the hero in tandem with the Night Stalker. They protect the TA in middle. They make sure that SHENZHEN get punished for going a little bit too far forward, feeding themselves a bit too much at this early stage of the game.
That was a bit too deep after they tried to burst down Phoenix, using all of their, basically all of their big spells. TK able to keep the TA alive, and yeah, at that point they were just too far behind, too far into the lane. You know, Bloodseeker able to backstab, Night Stalker able to provide vision with that ultimate of his, getting. Just basically means that there's no escaping.
Very little they could do in that situation, and you gotta love to see it, right? That Aster.Aries are also prepared to make these early moves, and this is part of the reason why they wanted to have this Bloodseeker. So it's not a hero that just sits back farming, can easily get active early. And Aster.Aries, if they can keep up the tempo and keep getting faster at this while buying time for the TA, the fact that she stays alive in that situation does give her leeway to continue the farm towards her key items. But Ash shows up bottom, wants another kill, and the Inkswell combination, we spoke about how strong it can be, but man, they were not expecting it to be that strong. Already getting the kill onto Bloodseeker. Erstwhile in the top lane, the big Boundless Strike will come in, but Kaikyo didn't have the Jingu procs, so no heal will emerge from him. Just a straight up kill, but Seed now coming in to look for revenge. Whirling Death with Chakram out everywhere, but Phoenix will first easily take out this Ogre Magi. At the same time, Seed does find revenge on the backside of the fight, eliminating Red Panda. The former Elephant Man cannot stand against this Timbersaw. Ends up being a 2-for-2 trade up on that side of the map. A global 3-for-2 trade though with the Bloodseeker dying. So overall, Aster.Aries happy they got something back onto Kaikyo, but will not be happy about the fact that they're still bleeding heroes in every engagement.
Yeah, also was all of a sudden a lot of action everywhere on the map, and I also went down. Drink apparently. Yeah, I'm not really sure who came out ahead, but it's overall I think SHENZHEN cannot be too unhappy. But Monkey King not really getting that.
Definitely not. Definitely not. They'll be feeling that, you know what, that engagement wasn't perfect, but it was still worked out for us at the end. We're still happy with what took place. So now we see Ash continue to farm towards having these BTs. As soon as these are available, we'll see him getting extremely active on the map, even more so than we've already seen at this point. And we already had the D-Lance. Deso's coming soon here for Phoenix, very close to the item arriving. And then we get obviously into the Blink for the BKB. And he's rotating down bottom with the rest of his team. They want to try and make something happen here, utilizing the double damage rune on the TA at this moment. It's either you get a kill and take the tower, or you just siege the tower itself, but they definitely want to make sure that they get some kind of tower advantage going for themselves, which is frustrating that they don't have it, given that they're playing with the Treant Protector.
Yeah, they tried a couple of times on his bottom lane, but every single time Ash was there with the Blink Epicenter combination, with the Burst Strike, with the follow from the Inkswell. Yeah, that's what we've talked about in the draft. You can just sit him in front of, or like at the start of the game, you can just sit him in front of a tower, and press Sandstorm, it's going to be very hard to push into it. Especially with all of this backup. But now the smoke rotation from both sides. Seed leading the charge. Could just YOLO up the high ground here. They're actually going to do that. Ash trying to find somebody, but smoke will not even break just yet, but will now. Jig is up for both teams.
Yep. It's over. Party's done.
Could have been explosive, but it ended up being nothing at all. But yeah, overall, I'm saying that SHENZHEN can't be too unhappy with the way the game's been going, apart from Kaiko perhaps, who is still trying to work on his farming item. But on the other side, Aster.Aries, if you look at the net worth, this is very farm TA. That's always something that you have to be concerned about.
Yep. It is terrifying just how much farm that she's getting. And of course, the fact that Kaikyo isn't anywhere near being able to pick up the same degree of acceleration. The Battle Fury is still not complete on this Monkey King. A little bit later than you would have liked it to arrive at this point in time. But TA not having any such issues with farm herself. She's just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And speaking of bigger and bigger, I want to try going the big man here. The first relocate gank of the game incoming. Hunter in the Night with the crippling fear out onto the Timber Saw. No option. As TK also brought in the TA. Easy kill for them. They're now going to put damage out onto the tower, and surprisingly, from a very far away place on the map, Seed is the one that ends up losing his life to Red Panda. That's kind of hilarious, but still, it's fine. They got the kill, they got the tower. This is exactly what they wanted, and now they can start to abuse this extra space in the jungle, which honestly, at this point, they should be feeling that a little bit hard done by, that they haven't had that extra jungle control, given that they did pick the Red Panda Treant. But something finally has to give, and it goes positively for them down bottom. Life's good. Life is good.
Yeah. Leveraging that strength of the TA. Actually, Night Stalker runs into the stun. Aya's still alive. Linked together now. Need a bit of extra damage, and Sandstorm will do it. And Night Stalker himself almost energy drop dropping as well. And actually does die here with the backstab from Seed. He finds a couple of spells. Red Panda next on the list. Cut down like a tree. Very fitting here. So gets that particular kill. This time amazing. It's Aster.Aries being caught with their pants down a little bit.
Yeah, it really did feel like it shouldn't have happened exactly like that, but they do get caught out. And the huge thing about this fight is they got to do it without it involving Kaikyo. So the Monkey King just got to finish his Battle Fury elsewhere on the map, doing his own thing. And Aster.Aries, this is their kind of draft right now. You never want to be playing from behind. They always need to be on the front foot. Always need to be playing aggressively. We're going to try now onto Hara. And alright, Phoenix. Hello. Three-shotting an ogre casually seems balanced.
I mean, there's not a lot of armor on that hero, right? And the same, like if he ever gets his hands on Ash like that, that'll also look the same. Though Sand King, of course, very tanky. He also does not have a lot of armor, did not build into any just yet either. As Rupture comes through, Ash just trying to leave here. Teleport interrupted though, he got bursts down. Monkey King stuck on the high ground there. Can't even ult because he's silenced. Bursts down onto the next one. That's Seed. Try and make his way out. What the hell? Random Courier also dies. Wrong place at the wrong time, but then let's see it go. And that was a buyback from the Ogre. They were trying to set up for this Roshan fight, but Aster.Aries just one step ahead of them. Just go out aggressively, find the initiation on the initiator. You know, getting that rupture up on the Sand King means that he could not engage into that fight the way he wanted to. No impact from him, no impact from Kaiko either, as he got stuck in the wrong place. Alright, my internet just keeps being weird.
See that they take out this Ogre again, and you mentioned just now that he bought back. This is a dieback straight up for this Ogre Magi. Oof, that is a terrifying and terrible situation. Everything just went to hell in a handbasket there, Dragon Drop. In a very short span of time. Not only did they get the initiation on the initiators like you mentioned, but how do you get two heroes cliffed on the same cliff in the same fight? Like, the odds of that actually happening are kind of absurd, but we saw it in that fight. Monkey King and Sand King, both the heroes that are absolutely required to have the mobility, caught in one area. And also, something I didn't even know could happen. We saw when the TA killed the Timber Saw Courier, it splashed off the Psyblade hit, and I didn't know that even the new couriers do that too, so... Yeah, if it was a weaker hero, it would have been hilarious if somebody died of a Psyblade to creep, lol.
Yeah. I don't think it works the other way around, but I'm not sure on that. I don't think you can cleave off a hero and kill the courier, but... Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I think that might be possible as well, but... Either way, with extra damage, always nice.
Getting reload back middle though. Here, Kaikyo's gonna set it up with the Wukong's command. They wanna try to get some revenge here, but Phoenix activates BKB and just stands the ground.
Okay.
The Templar Assassin way too strong, and now here comes Shang-Chi as well. Showing up with the crippling fear. They've silenced up Seed. Overgrowth to prevent the Timber Saw. Getting away with the Timber Chain. Will still try for it, but unfortunately the damage is too much. Ash gets some revenge, showing up with the Epicenter. However, Ulu also now involved in the fight. They've already gotten the dust out onto Ash. But maybe they don't want to get the smoke, even inside the Sandstorm. A 2-for-2 trade is good enough for them. No need to throw away heroes for nothing. You've lost 2, but you've gained 2 cores in the opposite direction. Aster.Aries will take it. But SHENZHEN's unsatisfied here, Dragon Drop. They smoke up immediately, even though they have the numerical disadvantage.
Kind of have to, right? I mean, game's slipping out of control. This TA is slipping out of control in the damage department. Monkey King needs some time. And the one strength that they have is this combination of spells. Drink. He gets a TP out, nothing left to cancel that at that moment. But they have the strength with the Burst Strike combination, with the Epicenter if that's available. But eventually, once more levels come out, more tankiness, more BKBs, that will not scale nearly as well as the TA damage will. So they feel the need to just go aggressive now, try and find what they can. Buy more time for the Monkey King to be able to man fight, because that was just not a situation that you're happy with when TA can just say, oh yeah, you want to fight me? Alright, I'll fight you inside your ultimate. I don't even give a damn.
You're right. That didn't even give you time to escape the ultimate. Just kills you inside of it, heads up. Ash though, coming bottom, don't wanna try to get Phoenix here. Still has an Aegis in tow. So the Inkswell Star not really gonna be a big threat. Seed also gonna show up to dissuade them from trying to take this tower, but Seed is pretty strong. Ulu now coming in on the backlines, drops a Blood Right. Won't connect onto anybody just yet. And both teams just posturing around this tier 2 tower, but Aster.Aries will be able to claim it. Now they're the ones that control the space, so SHENZHEN regrettably have to back away. And this is really bad. When you rotate down 3-4 heroes, some of them using TPs, and you not only don't get anything out of the trade, but you literally just watch them take your objectives in front of you, having no ability to counterplay. This does not make you feel good at all. And now Aster.Aries, they feel, look how strong they feel. Double BKBs, everybody's super high leveled. We're about to crack 18 on this TA, and she still has time left on the double damage. Of course you're gonna smoke and try and make something aggressive happen right now.
No blink to get in range, and she did go for that attack range build instead, so you can poke from surprisingly long range, especially if you also have the growth bow, so they got lucky there. Also means that there's no way to really blink on top of people, which is not particularly necessary in this game, I guess, because worst comes to worst, they're gonna come to you, or the IO is gonna bring you to them. So definitely the right choice.
Yep. I must say that just most of the decisions that they've been making from Phoenix on Aster.Aries have been really, really clutch here in this game. And, you know, obviously questions are always asked when a premier player such as White Album's caliber is being substituted out. You always ask, can the substitute live up to the hype? But in this particular situation, he's definitely carrying his team right now. And the crazy part is he's doing such a good job on this TA that the Bloodseeker is being effectively allowed to skirt under the radar. It's not like Bloodseeker is not actually really, really farmed as well, and not a major threat on the map. It just feels relatively so that, meh, he's just okay, you know. Ulu has BKB, Maelstrom, also leading into a Nullifier, so we're going to have double Nullies coming out of Aster.Aries. And at that point, how do you actually have a game for these heroes on SHENZHEN? We'll have kills onto Kaikyo every single time. Ash is already struggling now. Imagine how bad the struggles will become at that point. But at least the one lucky thing is that they haven't been lax in the vision department, and because they have such good vision on the map for SHENZHEN, Aster.Aries has actually found it difficult to make these ganks happen. But now, oh no, how unlucky, the Timber Chain connect on the short tree, not the long one, so Crippling Fear will come out onto Seed. They might be able to get this kill, still gets to the low ground, but ultimately it's not going to be fast enough. Too much damage. Aster.Aries get yet another kill onto this
夜
Timber
眼
Saw.
下塔
Yeah.
正受到攻击，
Long past the time where you can just be alone and expect to survive.
天辉中
Looking
塔
out
正
5
受
people
到
are
攻
running
击，
at him. Okay. Not wasting time with the top tier 1, instead going straight for this tier 2.
Grabbing the tower.
夜
No,
眼
they know for a
下
fact
塔
that
正
SHENZHEN
受
can't
到
challenge
攻
them.
击
They need Seed for any of their fights. Without Seed being able to stand and just tank up the damage, which at this point is now, they've demonstrated that the damage is too much even for this
夜
Timber
眼
Saw.
下塔
So,
已被摧
you know,
毁，
it's the worst of all possible worlds. The hero that you need to buy you space can't do so anymore. Everybody else on the team does not really strong enough to go in for fights, and they're still gonna be forced into trying, right? Because they know that if they just play this farm war, there's no way that you're gonna be able to catch up to this TA with how far ahead she's getting. And also, they've been kept out of being able to find good situations with their smoke ganks, and it's very frustrating because there's still the possibility of IO saving whichever target they go on. But maybe there's a shot down bottom. Nope. The game sense from Aster.Aries alerts
Yeah.
them that something is awry. We should probably get out of here.
Good read from them. But SHENZHEN, they also try to just take advantage of the 5-man group up from Aries for the tier 2 tower. You saw it on the main map, right? The other 2 lanes being pushed out, being farmed up. So they're trying to get what they can. They're trying to make these kind of moves to, as you said, buy more time, to try and slow Aries down, because it's the only thing they can do right now to have momentum from getting the next Roche and then going high ground with it. Try and roll up the map and make them think twice about it, you know, just be enough of an annoyance, make them consider. And then eventually you're gonna have a farm monkey king that can
天
stand
辉
toe
上
to toe,
塔
at least
正
inside
受
his
到
ultimate.
攻击，
It's gonna have to be
I would have
fast,
actually-
but yeah, that reckoning is gonna have to come at one point or another.
The scary thing is that Aster.Aries can just choose when that happens for themselves. And we just saw C's item build now. And earlier on, he was building in towards a Heaven's Halberd. And it seems that he's changed his mind from that item. But I actually wonder if that might not have been really the play. Given how rarely that we've actually seen Aster.Aries utilize their BKBs, they're far enough ahead that they've just been showing up and hitting people. But if you had the Heaven's Halberd, then you can guarantee... Oh yeah, he's still building it. Okay, never mind, never mind. I saw the rest of the queue now. It's cool, it's cool. Yeah, I really think that Halberd is going to be absolutely essential. But it's still concerning because now they do have the triple BKBs here, drag and drop. So provided they activate these BKBs before they arrive to the fight, Heaven's Halberd does nothing, Ash does nothing completely. This Grimstroke is completely useless. Ogre is really only going to be a bloodlust machine at that point. Really does feel like the rest of this game it's already been difficult enough, and frankly, we've only seen one BKB usage out of Aster.Aries when Phoenix just stood his ground. And Seed, sadly, you don't have BKB, my friend, so Crippling Fear is really gonna do a number on you. At the very least, did manage to finish the Halberd using it onto Ulu, and now Wukong's, though, they want to try and fight this. Seed will die very early on, and Kaikyo might recognize that this is maybe not where I want to be, jumping away with the tree dance. So they lose the Timber Saw. At the very least, I guess they got 2 BKB charges out of that, but
All
it
three,
still
actually.
feels so sad.
Lightstalker
They pop
got
all
a first
3,
BKB,
okay.
Yeah, so... yeah, they had to use them to prevent the Sanking counter initiation. But yeah, at least they got them. But how much does it really matter in the grand scheme of things? Not sure yet. Because the thing with this amount of bursts, if you do get these BKBs out before the Halberd, then you're gonna get kills very quickly in a hero like TA. So it's gonna be a bit tough for SHENZHEN to play this game. Alright, spade out the BKBs, because how do you do that if not with an epicenter and a burst strike committal, right? So if you can't force out these BKBs without committing, then can't play this game of like, oh yeah, let's get them out and then we retreat and then we go in again.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a very tough situation for SHENZHEN.
天辉军团正在扫描。
See, though, they're gonna try go in with a smoke play to change their fates. They are hoping to try and catch some of these heroes off guard. They know that Roshan is the next area of play, and they can't really afford to give it up. Aster.Aries also smoke back, but they have the high ground here, SHENZHEN. Will they have the positioning? Where's the fight gonna break first? Who's going in? Kaikyo up on the tree, getting some good vision, sees where everybody is. And both teams, this is like one of those submarine wars. There's some shots across the bow. No one really wants to hard commit onto this one. Seed But now that they have at least TA inside the Roshan pit, Aster.Aries have the advantage here because SHENZHEN will have to come to deal with this. And indeed, they do throw in some illusions. But now everybody knows that everyone's around. And it's not like Aster.Aries feel very around the Roshan pit. There is still fear of a big Wukong's command catching you right as the Burrow Strike epi hits before you get off your BKB. And under those conditions, under those circumstances, you can still die despite this massive lead they have. SHENZHEN know it, so they're gonna make the jump. Red Panda found out first, and he's already gone. Buys back instantly to try and return and help his team. And we see now Shenji finding out Seed. At the same time, we see the right-click damage from Phoenix taking out the Ogre. Ogre also buys back.
Yeah, and
trying to get as much damage out onto the Night Stalker as well.
I don't know if that's my problem or if Snare's just disappearing. Either way. Monkey King drops, so does the Sand King. Eventually, SHENZHEN will get run down. As Brink next on the list. Yeah, I mean, up against Night Stalker, it's just a matter of time. He drops as well. Roshan does end up dropping. Snare, I don't know if it was my problem or yours or the internet at large, but you're dropping out.
I think it might be both. Both.
Try to jump in the middle of that team fight there. But I was not in team fight mode at that point, so it was a bit tough, unfortunately. But yeah, hopefully things seem to be a little bit weird. I mean, the stream stops a couple of times, or like the clean feed stops a couple of times. My own internet is a bit wonky.
It's a Sunday.
Yeah, it's...
Listen. Even the global telecommunications network is allowed to have a lazy Sunday, you know?
Just gonna have to try to make the best of it, right? But yeah, bottom line is Roshan falls, Aster.Aries won a huge team fight, and the timing was strong before. It is even stronger now for the next couple of minutes, and it is relocate back towards bottom lane, and that's a Timbersaw who's, I believe, TPing out. Yep.
It's fine. Everything's cool. I mean, look how farmed this TA is. She just picked up an Aghanim Scepter as well. So now we have
mobility, you know.
Right? So we've already been having her getting tethered up for the relocate from TK, but now that's not going to be necessary really. So she can move around herself. Potentially TK is going to start moving with Ulu instead. And indeed, that's exactly what we see happening. They're like, TA, just get traps out. You'll be fine. We don't really need you to be tethered anymore. Kaikyo does get a pretty decent item now. The Eye of Skadi emerges for the Monkey King. This will, at the very least, allow him not just to stand his ground a little bit better, but at the very least, ensure that inside the Wukong's command, if you don't have BKB, you can no longer really access and stand in that area. And these BKB charges are getting lower and lower and lower. But, oh god, you know, I was saying that before I saw Ulu's itemization, the Abyssal Blade has just emerged now for this Bloodseeker. That is just so rough at this point in time for this Monkey King. Just makes life a lot more difficult than it would be otherwise.
Skadi, definitely a necessary item in this game, just for the heal reduction as well. I mean, you have Yayo, you have the Treant, you even have the lifesteal from the Bloodseeker, or like the health gain, whatever you want to call it. So, and yeah, he's also got the Paladin Sword, which is very nice. So you need a Skadi, you probably need a Shiva's Guard at some point as well on Timbersaw or Sand King. You still need to work on the BKBs too. Like, you need something against the Night Stalker Silence, against the Bloodseeker Bloodrite Silence, the Overgrowth, trying to get out of that. So there's just so many things that they want and need. And fuck. Okay, we're back.
There we go. Phoenix. Oh my gosh. Nothing crazy up until this point in time. I haven't realized that there's been no crit damage that we've seen from TA. Oh, big jump. Kaikyo in trouble. Getting ran down by the crippling fear. No way he's going to be able to survive this one.
Not enough buybacks there.
Oh gosh, no buyback. And they're already by the tier 3 tower with a Phoenix TA who's super farmed. Ulu who's happy to throw in right click damage. Red Panda who can give you living armor so you can tank away the shots from the tower, and now they just jump in onto the Ogre as well. Dead 70 seconds, no buyback for Hara either. This might just be it here, Drag and Drop. I don't think they have any options to defend this lane of Rax. In fact, they want to still go for more kills. Phoenix dropping a Psionic Trap. just to zone them back. They still haven't taken the tower just yet. Ulu trying to focus on it, or the racks rather, just yet. Ulu focusing, and with the Desolator hits, they've got this. Seed might have bitten off more than you can chew. The Abyssal Blade will be there immediately, but Ash finds an amazing Burrow Strike with the Epicenter, but the BKBs emerge. They will give the protection they need. Ulu's gonna keep living. Bashes up Seed, prevents the Timber Chain away, turning his attention towards Ash to just get the quick kill. Follow that up with the Timber Saw. With 2 down, no defenders left. The lane of racks is gonna get taken, and Dragon Drop is gonna lead into 2 lanes of racks. In fact, it's gonna lead into the game. SHENZHEN, call GG, and Aster.Aries get to claim the game 1 victory.
The moment Monkey King got caught out there, I figured that this might very well happen, and this is just how the game ends. Carry gets caught out with a buyback at a crucial time when they were right there in front of the tier 3. With the creeps coming in, it's just a little bit too much. Even with that big, and yeah, that's that big combo that we were talking about, the Blink Burst Strike Epicenter. Even with the double stun from the from Grimstroke ulti, it was there. But it was not enough to even get a single kill. I mean, TA, she was too strong. Even if she died there, she still had that that Aegis to fall back on.
Yep.
And then Bloodseeker just immediately healed up again as he wasn't even that low, sitting at like what, 20% HP.
Yep.
Got a kill and then you back up the full in an instant. Or maybe it was some IO burst. Either way. Areas too far ahead at that point. You needed absolutely everybody to have a shot. You needed to do that combo inside of Wukong's command. But with Monkey King not being there, not having buyback available, that was obviously not an option. And yeah, Ares be very strong even up against SHENZHEN.
Yeah, I mean, even if the Monkey King was there in that situation, given the farm that he had, and we've already seen in this game, he would drop Wukongs and they just wouldn't care. They'd be happy to just fight around him and say whatever, fam. And I think all of this started here. This dive, they went so deep, and things were not looking too negative for them, but here 2 crucial things happened. They failed to kill TA, so she stays alive, stays around this fight, but Ulu, the first big rotation from him, shows up to not just kill Drink, but Ash. This is a mid Sand King. They can't really afford to lose the Sand King ever. They require this hero to make their initiations possible. So when you keep losing SK, and the thing is, Sand King just had to go in every single fight, and that's kind of the risk of playing this hero in this core role. There were some amazing rotations like this though, and they could keep this bottom tower pushed back for so long thanks to this Burrow Strike Inkswell combination. But as soon as BKBs came out, just too difficult. And sadly, Kaikyo, it felt like what happened now on this highlight was just his whole game. Yep. Every single time he just gets caught by TA with Night Stalker, he has to run but can never run away from these heroes and just gets right-clicked down.
Or you also can see in the highlight where he was stuck up on the high ground. I think this one's it. Was ahead of Roche. Seed gets... Oh, actually... No, I think this is a different one.
Yeah, this one they ran away. I think Kaikyo throws in... this is the BKB. Yeah. But look at this. Like, you drop Wukongs, Ash shows up, and literally nothing. No damage effectively taken by Aster.Aries. So then you start to question how much possibility do we have to win out these fights when this is the situation we're fighting under. And all they were ever able to do was get like a quick kill onto Treant Protector, maybe 1 kill here onto Io, but sustained fight, they just felt impossible. Look how strong Phoenix is. When you're 3-shotting heroes with practically no effort, even this Night Stalker just flaps around with BKB, says, okay, you have Wukongs out, but what do we care about this? We're gonna walk into the Wukongs, fight you inside it, and Ulu's gonna get back HP from killing you. Not concerned about losing any health before that.
Yeah, the problem here was that timing that SHENZHEN needed to hit with when they're strong with the Burst Strike. Internet is on again. Stream is dropping. Okay. Every time I try and talk about something, we're back on OBS. Get the stream back.
It's
all right.
This is the Great Firewall.
Something is amiss right now, but at least we're still here, Snare. We can still talk about the game, and I can still try and get together the point that I want to make. So SHENZHEN, when they were strong with the Burst Strike combination with the mid Sand King, right? That's what it comes down to. It is not your classic mid hero that can scale well into the later parts of the game. You're very much reliant on your spells and your ability to burst people down, which they did a couple of times in this game. often successfully as well, but not always, like we saw in that mid fight against TA. But the moment these BKBs come out, that's just not something that you can rely on anymore. And they were not able to extend this kind of window because Kaiko never really got into a position where he could fight. Like they never had the ability to bring in that Monkey King in a good position. Good Wukong's commands on top of that Blink Burst, Strike Epicenter on a couple of heroes. So Kaiko it felt like he was always behind, like he was never able to contribute anything because these fights were just too fragmented.
Yep. It's way too difficult for Kaiko to be able to contribute in that way. So, end of the day, this is what happens when you have a carry hero that relies on being ahead of his opponents, and you have 3 opponents who are not just either keeping parity or ahead of you, but are also happy to run into your signature spell, kill you inside it, and then move on in the fight. Under those conditions, when you haven't actually drafted damage elsewhere in the map, everything else was primarily set up and a little bit of magical damage doesn't really help you out. And Timbersaw didn't have a good enough game to have those crazy Timbersaw kills everybody by himself kind of performances. So now SHENZHEN definitely have a lot to think about when we go into the second game. And I think that they should really focus on ensuring that they have the capability of fighting, not just early, but when the itemization emerges from Aster.Aries, because it doesn't really bode well for your draft if all the enemy has to do is buy 3 BKBs and suddenly your entire draft is useless.
All right, we're gonna take a break. I'll try and get this the clean feed working again. Otherwise, we might be in trouble.
We'll figure it out.
Hopefully, we're gonna get into game 2 soon. Stay tuned.
请天辉方挑选英雄，请夜眼方挑选英雄。还剩10秒。还剩夜眼方挑选，请魅猴王，请夜眼方禁用英雄。
天涯莫客。
请夜眼方禁用英雄。请天
Alright guys, hello, the breaks are not very long apparently. I'm gonna skip straight to the draft, as the draft's also very fast. Snare's currently still making coffee. So he'll be back soon. But here we are already. Game number 2. Aster.Aries up 1-0 after hitting this. Very strong timing. TA just completely out of control. Yeah. But very far ahead. Very hard for SHENZHEN to deal with. They kind of missed their own timing. Couldn't really bring Kaiko and the Monkey King into the fold, into the game the way that they wanted to. They're gonna try again though with the same opening picks. So don't have to talk too much about that. Apart from pointing out that once again, Monkey King can still be a 4 position, even though SHENZHEN, of course, they are favoring that 1 position. But it is what it is. You can be flexible with that. And this time around, they also straight up banned the Templar Assassin. So that's the first thing that they identify as being the huge problem. They also banned out the IO, of course, in first phase. So Aster.Aries could not go for the same kind of opener. Instead, they go for the Mars, which is a very strong offlaner in its own right. So, no IO Night Stalker, but Mars Snapfire, that is just as deadly. You know, Mars can just walk up with the W, can be like, hey, yeah, I'm here, you're gonna take damage. And, welcome back, Snare. Already started, we're already live, because they're super fast with the games, with the drafts.
All right. I mean, you love to see it, right? When teams don't have any second to waste, they're like, go, GG, go next.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's make this happen
Pretty
again.
much.
Let's not waste any time here.
Here we are. What I might do is restart the stream after this game. That helps a little bit. Because I don't think my Discord is breaking while my stream is breaking for a second.
So we're going to be isolating variables. And what do you make of this? SHENZHEN going back directly into the Monkey King with the Grimstroke, despite losing out with it, not feeling like they got the W. They still feel confident enough in the combo. And I think, now that I think about it, isn't this, at this point in time, I think Drink's most played hero here in the lower division of the DPC. This Grimstroke he's just had day in, day out. We also played this in the qualifiers as well. So that might potentially be one of those situations where he's just so comfortable on the hero that even under circumstances that aren't perfect, you might as well give it to him every single time.
Yeah, and it's apparently I don't think that their heroes were the problems, just that they've been counted out with the kind of pace that Aries had. So and they did it because just so many of them, you know.
It also plays quite well with the Monkey King too. We get a good bushwhack, it can really set you up for a very nice boundless strike to come in thereafter. And you know, we spent some time talking about the SHENZHEN draft, but Aster.Aries, they've changed it up despite being the ones to win the matchup. They've still been the ones who decide to switch it up a little bit, getting more team fight rather than the immediate skirmishing that we saw in game number 1. Swapping out the Night Stalker for Mars, getting themselves a Snapfire, so you already have that OP combination, not just of Morty's kisses into the arena, but the crazy amounts of damage that can come in the laning phase. Scatter Blast, God's Rebuke, Lil Shredder, it hurts. It's very painful, so aggressive lane they're setting up for themselves. And also, they're doing the thing that we've been seeing all across the world right now. Ogre, Shadow Fiend, with Shadow Fiend in the safe lane as the carry player here. Skipping the raises, going all into the right-click damage. You know, that's certainly going to be the option here. And I've seen it have a lot of mixed results, but one of the good results it does have, I've seen it do really well against Monkey Kings. Yes, you hit him so damn hard, and we already saw in the previous game what can happen when you have that much physical damage against this hero. Force him out of his own Wukongs, and you have this presence of the Dark Lord, which negates a little bit of the advantage gained from the bonus armor of Wukongs in the arena itself.
Well, I'm still not sure whether we're gonna see that one. Let's be rooting for the classic Shadow Fiend mid. But the world is changing, so if this is another safe lane Shadow Fiend, then I'm just gonna have to accept it and move on. Of course, I can still have the option of picking up a proper carry instead.
You know, I actually think that SHENZHEN think that this hero is going safe lane as well by picking this Timbersaw. Like, it's a hero that they went in last game already, but Timbersaw is a lot better against safe lane SF than he is against mid SF. Because mid SF goes in for the Shadow Razors, it destroys Timber. It's so much damage, so annoying to deal with, not much you can do about it. But if it's just going to be raw right click you're dealing with, not like you're going to be invulnerable to that, but you're a lot better capable of dealing with it, especially in the laning phase itself. You're not worried and concerned about a couple of Razors emerging to force you out of the lane. But of course, like you mentioned, Aster.Aries could also decide at this point that, well, alright, we see the Timbersaw matchup, we'll just put SF back mid, get some magic damage going for ourselves, and then just pick like what? Oh, Ursa just got banned. I was gonna say Ursa would be amazing. You just pick that in the safe lane, and then Bob's your uncle. Amazing hero against both Timber and the Monkey King. So good ban from SHENZHEN to make sure that they don't have to deal with that matchup. So they're preparing for both circumstances here to make sure that they don't get caught by surprise either way.
Yeah, still a number of options that you can go for, but you're gonna have to suffer through Timbersaw lane no matter what, so see what they prioritize. Bloodseeker, I could have gone for that for sure, so that's being banned. Yeah, you could double down on the physical damage, maybe get something like a PA, or can go a bit safer with Luna, still in the pool. And then you would have this aura strat, right? You'd have the minus armor aura from the Shadow Fiend, the extra damage aura from the Luna. There we go. Queen of Pain. Oh no, is it actually gonna be the SF save?
It is, I'm telling you, fam. This,
my god.
Specifically with Ogre, giving it Bloodlust. It's actually insane. It's actually kind of crazy. So I'm actually happy that we're going to get to see it here. I've seen it thus far in every other region. So we're going to be getting an emergence here in the Chinese side of the DPC. And they come back here for Ashe with the last pick Ember Spirit. We haven't seen as many spirits as I would have liked to see so far in a lot of these games, but now they have some way to be able to get to TK at the back of the fight, a hero that buys BKB early on, so he's able to challenge against the Queen of Pain, able to get in on the face of the Shadow Fiend as well. And because he knows it is going to be playing up against this raw right-clicking Shadow Fiend, you need Burst, first and foremost, to be able to deal with that guy. Ember Spirit can help you do that. However, if Shadow Fiend does start to pull ahead, it poses problems for the Ember Spirit, because then Flame Guard doesn't really protect you against this style of play. They don't have that much lockdown on their side, but I'm certain that Queen of Pain is going to end up building Orchid for Phoenix. We'll of course have some good plays that can come in from the Mars, Fire Snap Quickie. There's ways to be able to actually lock down this Ember Spirit, and if he ever gets locked down, even for a second in this game, they have obscene amounts of both physical damage burst and magical damage burst with that last pick on the Queen of Pain.
It's certainly going to be an interesting match to watch. I think that's the one thing that we can say already, but I've yet to be convinced. I've not seen the Shadow Fiend safe lane. If it's as strong as you say it is, then might very well see another one of those games just like game 1, where Aster.Aries just gets that very quickly, finds the strong mid-game timing, and just snowballs out from there. And then yeah, SHENZHEN's gonna really have to make sure to not make any of the mistakes like they did at the end of the last game. You know, Aiko being called out really is what ended the game right there. And not saying that they would have won if they could have delayed it a little bit more, but they would have certainly had a much better chance.
Certainly they would have, but one of the things that SHENZHEN also need to do a lot better in this game is create that space for Kaikyo. Ashe is better able to do that now on this Ember than the Sand King, but it really did pose a problem how much they needed Kaikyo to show up to these fights. And Aster.Aries they could just play 4v5 the whole game. So when you force them to play 5v5, things might be different. And on the bright side here, a positive change. The draft is remarkably similar from SHENZHEN to game 1, but I do think there's some good aspects here. They have this hoodwink to apply the break mechanic. Normally, it's not that when you look at this draft that Aster.Aries has, you're like, oh, break, whatever. But against Ulu, who's actually going to be playing with Razors? What? Are they really just going to put this in the mid lane? Honestly, like, of all the Shadow Fiends I've seen playing in the safe lane, I have not a single time seen them go for Razors before level 9. So this is remarkable from Ulu. We'll see how it pans out, but I think it's to do with what we were talking about in the draft, right? That if he's playing safe lane against Timber, that lane is not actually playable if you just play the right-click build. So you kind of have to adapt it, go into this magic, and if you go into the magic build, suddenly you present threat against the Timber Saw instead.
Yeah, I don't even know what's going on anymore. Yes, raises, but he's not going mid. Still Phoenix, of course. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait and see. You know, it's like my first time watching Dota. Like, I have no idea what's going on, but let's see where this one goes.
Lol.
More classic mid matchup here. It's gonna be a matter of nice deny though from Ash, so already with a slight advantage. It's gonna be a matter of trying to outplay each other for a little bit, I think.
Yep, that matchup really does suck for the Queen of Pain, unfortunately. Flame God, quite a good spell, even before, once it starts getting leveled with the Slide of Fist, it poses their big problems. This is so sad, dude. He loses his courier, and we already see why Ulu went for these raises, right? 2 raises against Seed, and suddenly he drops down to half HP. And it's not like this gets any easier as time goes on. So they gambled on being able to take the Seed Timber Saw again to try and deal with Ulu. But Ulu got the correct read, understood what to do. And he's going to be able to win this lane out, despite not going for what's become the new meta build on the hero. So Dota's a game of adaptation and top lane. Oof, look at the damage. Kaikyo. Alright, they combo up with Horror. They're able to bring down TK. Bushwhack into the Boundless Strike. We spoke about it a little bit in the draft. It is phenomenal, and we see it get applied very well to this top lane.
Try and watch out for that. Alright. We're back now. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Alright.
It's fine.
You talk a little bit why I figured this. Alright, apparently it does not. It adds some extra delay with all these issues that I'm getting. But yeah. But it does mean that we're not losing all of the footage that we've gathered already. So
thank goodness. Thank goodness. We're still good. So while we were busy dealing with this, we did see that Ulu down bottom getting some dividends out of going for this build here. The level 2 raises. Oh, middle Ash might be getting brought down here. Phoenix, will he find this kill? No! The Slide of Fist dodge on the last right click with Drink coming in to throw in some extra damage, and the bottle refresh, the heal through the Shadow Strike. Oh my gosh, SHENZHEN getting the outplays here in the mid lane. Ash, incredible stuff. He fell so low, was thinking that he was about to die, definitely didn't want to lose his life in that situation, and what a turnaround play. And top lane, TK almost getting brought down here, getting chased a little bit by Horror, but the interruption there from Shang-Chi should be good enough to zone them back. Man, that was incredible in the mid lane. That's going to hurt Queen of Pain so much. Losing her life when she's the one that was the aggressor in that situation. There's extra levels now available for Ember. This is so great. Yeah. What a way to start the game.
Those beyond close and mid. But huge boon for them. Down bottom also seems to be going quite well. 23 and 7 for the Shadow Fiend. 11 and 0 for the Timber Saw. I mean, that's... Yeah, he's even putting these extra points into the raise, so it's... as long as he has mana, and he will, as he's also got that Soul Ring to work with, Seed is gonna have to watch out.
Yep.
He's not gonna be the carefree Timber Saw with just 3 levels like he was last game.
It is a very, very difficult matchup, if indeed the Shadow Fiend does go for this raise build, and the more and more he scales into it, he can still transition back into the right clicks that his team needs. And there is still going to be magic damage. Oh, speaking of these raises, down bottom, Drink gets eviscerated. He did manage to throw out the Inkswell onto Seed first, but Seed, even though he got the stun out onto the heroes, realizes that there's no home for me here. I need to retreat away from this area. And Ulu is just getting a little bit monstrous right now. Level 5, building into this super early, the treads into this MOM. Make sure you can farm as fast as possible, and they might find Seed here. Red Panda.
I'm on a kill.
One more!
Oh, he's running.
Not just yet. Red Panda, does he get him? Oh, TK shows up. TK shows up. Alright, wonderful. Beautifully done.
It's coming out from the side of the screen, you know. Nope. You don't get to leave. It was perfect.
Oh, that's so sad to see. That's yet another time he gets forced out of this bottom lane. Look how little farm he has here, Dragon Drop. Almost as much farm as the Ogre Magi. That's where he is. And speaking of Ogre, gets bailed out of trouble. Inkswell does still connect. Very big damage coming in from the Stroke of Fate as well. And Drink does help find that kill, but will end up losing his life to a Sonic Wave. However, Phoenix might have bitten off more than he can chew. Blink on cooldown for another 2 seconds. Caught in by the Searing Chains. Managing to blink away in the opposite direction. And Hara, no angle for a good bushwhack. Will be able to escape on Phoenix, and they can't find the revenge kill. 1-1 trade. I suppose you take it if you are on the side of Aster.Aries, especially because Phoenix finally gets to be involved in a kill of his own instead of being the target of a kill in the opposite direction.
Yep. Alright. Yeah, I will definitely try and restart the stream after this game. I believe that makes things better.
We will, you know what we are right now, right? In the same way that SHENZHEN are like, you know what, we had some problems in game 1. We're gonna fix this in the draft before the next game. We'll do the same stuff. It's fine. Problems getting dealt with. Problem solving is what Dota 2 is all about, and it applies both in and out of the game. We out here.
Yeah.
See Shang-Chi in the top lane on the Smars. I hope that he is gonna build a little bit of damage. Because as it stands right now, it looks like he might be angling towards like Hood of Defiance with phase boots as Ash just zips away middle. I'm always worried when I see these Marzers going for this build when they lack some damage. But I suppose this game he might want to rush BKB because of how good it seems against these SHENZHEN heroes. What do you think? Is he going BKB or is it like a Blink Omelet game here? I'm not sure for the Smars. I think the next 5 minutes might determine that for him if they can manage to defend this tier 1 bottom.
Well, casting with Wingblade a little bit, and he's always a big fan of the Armlet build on Mars, or on most heroes really, and can't really disagree with him. Armlet is just such a strong item for the lane, and also for the game going forward. You just end up doing a lot more burst damage with the W as Phoenix. In a lot of trouble right now, actually gets caught by Hara. Plenty of follow-up as 4U show up mid, and they wanted to try and get something more. Ash, another remnant up to safety. Aries TPing in some support, but Red Panda being very far forward here. The Bushwhack actually missing. Try to be a bit greedy, but they're still jumping right on top of Red Panda. Stun to try and slow them down, but Ash is still burning away at them. Red Panda, though, pretty damn tanky. Tanky enough to withstand this damage.
Sadly, Phoenix, though, on the Queen of Pain, not nearly tanky enough to do the same, and dies again. Second time around, we've seen that the Queen of Pain and takes a tumble. And it is a little bit problematic to lose your life on this hero. You're definitely very, very, very finicky. Always need to be on the map, getting things done for yourself. For me, the big thing about that fight as well is being able to involve Ash and Kaikyo in that way. Kaikyo, though, I am a bit concerned about the fact that he still feels he needs to be as involved early on as he is right now. We're already seeing him start to fall quite far behind the Shadow Fiend's farm right now. And SF is certainly no slouch at farming quickly, with or without big items like a Battle Fury. So Kaikyo is going to need that item to be able to match this pace. He's so far off from it. And somehow this Battle Fury might come even later than the Battle Fury we saw in Game 1.
Not bode well necessarily. He's already behind. Late Battle Fury, of course, also means that you're not going to have the ability to catch up quickly. And despite that great start that Ember Spirit had, he's also behind all 3 cores on the other team. This tower will offset that somewhat. They also still have the possibility to defend their own tier 1 to try and preempt that classic trade that we often see. Tier 1 for tier 1 as Drink trying to TP out, and the cookie will stop that. Very nicely done indeed. The Sonic Wave just to ensure the kill, but also do a bit of damage to a couple of other heroes in the pack, but ultimately too many. SHENZHEN with the response, 1-for-1 trade on the supports. Now, into mid, put a tier 1 there. I mean, it's also great if you can get the tier 1 bot and mid in exchange for a tier 1 top.
Would be a fairly substantial advantage. Fortunately for the side of Aster.Aries, this mid tower is very, very healthy and will require Seed to sit around this area. This is the one thing they didn't really fix in their draft for SHENZHEN, that they still have major difficulties taking down these buildings unless Seed is there sieging it and Kaikyo is hitting behind it. And oh, Shenji, okay. Little bit unlucky there. Timber Chain proc came just before the walls were fully emerged from the arena.
I think you got hit by it once. I don't know. That seemed really weird.
Alright, we need a replay. Somebody hook us up. Clip
Don't
that
have it
for
set up
us.
at
We're
the
gonna...
moment, unfortunately, but it's like
Somebody clip it. It's fine. We'll rely on the community to cut out Max here. Oh my goodness. Kind of sad situation that we've seen take place here. And the one thing that we do not have and that we haven't seen happen just yet for Aster.Aries is them really finding that they suffer major consequences despite them not really being able to find the fights that are super favorable for them. They, for the most part, been moving about this map, still getting the farm on all their heroes, so they probably don't mind that much that they haven't gotten all those kills.
Well, this quick break as my internet just being screwy again. Down bottom, Seed. It's still a Timber Saw, right? And there's no Shadow Fiend in there. They're still gonna try with the kisses and with the follow-up control. Nice multicast from Red Panda. It's almost enough. Phoenix has definitely needed his help a little bit earlier. As it stands, Seed ought to be able to walk away and maybe turn things around. Bushwhack off the mark though. And trying to get that kill. Nice snipe there from Hara to set up for the kill on Ash.
Nice.
Yeah, very nice. Timbersaw gets a lift because there was only 2 heroes trying to fight him. Then they get that kill.
His own foul. Musket Madness finished. D-Lance coming soon. Getting problematically large, honestly, at this point in time. And because he's gone for the more unorthodox style of build, given that he was laning against this Timber, the raises mean that he's always going to be able to accelerate this farm ever further. Kaikyo is still very far from having the Battle Fury. My goodness, when is he going to get this item, dude? It's so far behind. Only going to get you at like 16, 17 minutes at this rate. They definitely do need help. In SHENZHEN, the frustrating thing for them right now is they really want to be able to make plays, but it feels like they can only really make good plays when they're responding to aggression from Aster.Aries rather than when trying to conduct it themselves, at least of late. I wonder if that'll change once some of these items emerge on the side of SHENZHEN, but Aster.Aries is also getting better items for themselves. Looks like we have an answer as to the direction of the Mars's build. We're going straight blink into BKB. So initiation into protection during the jump. And at the same time, Ash finally has Maelstrom, so we're going to have some acceleration for this Ember Spirit, who's been struggling somewhat because he's been called upon to rotate and help his team all the time. Hasn't really been able to just sit back and farm. And that hasn't affected his farm rate, but now it's going to become a lot easier for him to be able to get up there. And he's already going up over and above the Queen of Pain, so definitely is happy about the situation as it stands right now.
Smoke up here. Blink Tag on Mars, that is. Blink Arena straight onto 2 people, and both supports just annihilated. Certainly the better ones to give up if you have the choice, but still, okay. Ash looking for the skill onto Phoenix, but that's a bit tough. Could have potentially died to a Sonic Wave there, but he could have also just randomed it out. Potentially. That was a bit weird. Ramping across a couple of times, you know, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to the camp or want to go to lane? Ah, well, why not both, you know? The TP's home. So yeah, tier 1 in mid finally goes down though, so Aries can actually get that map control advantage. So we're able to hold on to their own in mid for now. Shadow Fiend is just getting started. For that BKB play.
BKB is so terrifying in this game. When these heroes from Aster.Aries get BKBs, life just becomes so difficult for SHENZHEN. Kaikyo is not going to be the damage threat that they need him to be. Of course, that means that there's over-reliance on making sure Timbersaw gets to the backlines quickly and Ember Spirit is able to burst these supports as well. But with BKBs afield for everybody else, they can just stand their ground and force them away from the fight. With no BKBs nearby for SHENZHEN, they're still susceptible to being Requiem, still susceptible to the salvo of spells from the Queen of Pain. A lot of things can go wrong in these fights for them. But I do think that SHENZHEN, at the very least... Oh, we just see a quick jump. SHENZHEN will find Hara getting caught out. It was on a bit of a warding mission, and the mission is failed. Just get killed. That was
this mission was
a bit unfortunate.
Yeah, his mission was to create space, and that certainly happened. So he was successful in that. Aries more and more establishing control, establishing dominance. counteract what SHENZHEN have been trying to do. And yeah, that harkens back to game number 1. SHENZHEN also tried to be aggressive, tried to connect with more and more of these smoke gangs.
And you can sort of understand the pressure that they felt though, right? Some of the situations in the lanes weren't really favorable, and now top with the arena active. Oh gosh. Oh gosh.
Yeah,
my
feed lagged again and we missed the team fight. Oops. Sorry about that.
Oops. Oops. Well, okay, at least they got SF. But it cost everything. But at least they got SF. It's fine. It's okay. It's fine. Oh gosh, this is such a terrifying situation.
This is, I would love to be able to fix it, but I have no idea on how to fix it right now without messing everything else up, you know?
Well, we're still in it though.
Just try and suffer through it until the game is over.
We persevere in Dota 2. We deal with the situations as they come. And we still have a lot of game to watch and a lot of game to still witness here at Dragon Drop, so that's one of the only team fights that's been missed over this period of time, so not much despair in this regard. The action is still being caught as SHENZHEN going for this quick smoke gank now. They just lost 4 heroes in a fight. Let's see if they can gain some back as they're going to come across the 2 big targets here. It's SF, who doesn't yet have his BKB. He might be susceptible to dying. Ulu eats a sharpshooter shot. The BKB gets delivered in the middle of the fight, but it's not going to be good enough. The 9-second charge gets wasted as he gets brought down by a Slido Fist. And now Red Panda taking a lot of damage. Big jump in from the Mars. 3 heroes caught inside the arena. Ash held in position. He gets taken out by Phoenix. Phoenix now needs to run away because he realizes that the damage from Seed might be too much. They turn their attention towards TK first, as Kaikyo also in the fray right now. Hasn't needed to use the Wukong's command as of yet. Still has it in his back pocket, but they don't need it. They've gotten 3. Phoenix won't be able to do much more in this situation as the Timber Chain away will be on from Shang-Chi. So finally we do get a good fight here, and they're going back in. Bushwhack out with the sharpshooter hit. It's coming for Phoenix. There's going to be the Boundless Strike with the Primal Spring. Do they have this damage? She jumped away, brings back a Sonic Wave. Seed almost died and almost killed her as well. Both heroes fleeing the fight with less than 200 HP, but neither of them fall. How close was that? SHENZHEN almost brought down the pesky Phoenix once more.
What the hell is happening here?
Dota 2!
Damn,
that's what's happening.
That's Dota 2 indeed. Ulu just being caught out just before the BKB gets delivered. Ended up taking too much damage. The still gets cut down. And the fight just keeps going on with... I mean, Timbersaw, yeah, he was also almost dead to the Sonic Wave and then healed through afterwards. This is the kind of game that we expected from these 2 teams, though, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I
Delivering.
mean, we've been following the SHENZHEN journey since their qualifiers, and both of us have been like, this team is very exciting to watch, especially. Yeah. And Aster.Aries, on paper, one would say that Aster.Aries has the best shot of qualification into the upper division. They have White Album from Team Aster. They have Red Panda from Elephant. Might not have been able to fulfill his full potential on that team, but definitely belongs in the upper division. However, we also know that this is the most competitive region for a reason. Yeah. And every single time these teams get put together, name recognition doesn't really matter all that much. It's all about what you understand in the current meta, what you're able to do in the current games.
You cannot sleep on any team in this bracket, and certainly not SHENZHEN.
Absolutely not.
Woke up as a bit of initiation mid with the Yules onto Drink, so that'll be a kill. Some extra plus 10 gold here as he also kill his wife. Now straight into Roche. Gold raises, plenty of minus armor between the aura as well as that solar crest. And the little shredder in a couple of seconds again. This cannot be contested here. SHENZHEN not anywhere near in position for it.
Yeah. And sadly, their take around their fighting potential around the Roshan plate is somewhat mediocre, but they have Wukongs, that's pretty much it. But Aster.Aries has the Requiem of Souls from Ulu, they have Mars Arena, they have Morty's Kisses. It's really difficult to fight in this tight, contested space. Also have Sonic Wave to be able to apply over everything, so...
Yeah, Gonna try and fix it in the break. And if not, then Neff will be ready to stream or snare perhaps. We'll get it. We'll get it more stable, no matter what, for the next series. As we do see another smoke right here. Us leading the charge. Arena is always a big possibility. They're also fighting around their own vision here. They've got a high ground ward, and there it is. They cut the Monkey King trees outside of the arena, though, with the extra monomers. This is not enough as Kaiko with the BKB turns around. Mars in a lot of trouble inside the Wukong's command. This initiation did not go the way that they wanted. Could not have enough follow-up in there in time. Red Panda caught in the high ground, but there's the Shadow Vein. There's the right-click damage, and that's the Sonic Wave. Goodbye to the Ember Spirit as Ash turned to Ash.
Oof. What a fight. What a fight. And that was crazy. SHENZHEN unfortunately ended up having to pay the price. Things did not go for them as planned in that situation. Unfortunately for them, now with this damage, Ulu and them are trying to bound forward. I feel like losing Ash is, at this point in time, one of the biggest things. Kaikyo is still trying to get as much farm as possible on this Monkey King, but Ash is so needed. They don't have any dynamic ways to approach the fight without him. So things absolutely have to be going better for him than they are right now, but it's just not the case here, Dragon Drop. In each of these fights that happen, it feels like a crapshoot as to which of these mid-heroes is going to end up randomly losing their lives for no reason.
Yeah. It's just a matter of who can pump in the actual damage, not just control, like we saw. The mass initiation was a little bit too far. It's cut the Monkey King tree, but Shadowfiend could not cross that kind of gap in time. But the moment he came in, it was just over for SHENZHEN at this point. Similar to last game, where Phoenix was the one on TA that just provided this insane amount of damage up, but this time it is Ulu on the Shadowfiend out of the 1 position.
Yep.
Crazy as that sounds.
Okay.
Alright, annoying him a little bit. Does have the Aegis to fall back on still though for 2 minutes.
Still a scary situation. We'll see what he's going to be able to achieve here. Teams playing around this area. They still want to... It's a bit sad for them that they can't utilize this Aegis to go high ground, but good enough to be able to buy them time to get the next stage of items for themselves. Ulu getting that Silver Edge. Phoenix wants to close the gap towards having Sanj and Kaya. Tired of its meager amounts of disable, but it's still disable that can get you killed and doesn't want to have to buy BKB. So this will be the option. I'm actually kind of surprised though that in this game he chose not to go for Orchid, but now with the Yule setup, mid lane, Mars shows up at the perfect moment. Blink Spear catches the Ember Spirit, and there's nothing he can do about that. We often see that combination of spells used to deal with Ember, and that's certainly the situation at hand today. Very quick kill, very quick burst. That was so terrifying. And SHENZHEN now, yet again without Ash. And now they might be incentivized to keep going for a push and get a tier 2 into an outpost at this point.
Yeah, Arena once again a little bit off the mark here. Seed, as a result, unable to kill him off. But hey, it was zoning Arena, still able to secure the tower, as well as the outpost that you were talking about. Really getting a lot out of this Aegis. Couple of good pickoffs. Got the mid tower deny as well, so denying some extra gold towards SHENZHEN. Yeah, just like last game, Aster.Aries finding this really powerful mid-game timing. They'll probably have to simmer it down a little bit until the next stages, you would imagine. So SHENZHEN... Dude, is there gonna be enough time though for them to farm up?
Oof. That is the question, right? Will they be given that time? They have the ability to do so in this game, but Aster.Aries might not allow them. The one bright spot is that Aster.Aries are a little bit vulnerable to getting jumped and bursted, so they're probably not going to try anything super aggressive when they're BKB timings and or lacking Aegis, and right now they lack the Aegis, so... Well, unless they get a free kill here with Siege showing up right in front of their faces, he's going to eat some damage. Will he be able to get out in time? Yes, he will. The BKB ends up being clutch in that situation. Definitely a worthwhile purchase. But now they know that there's no BKB, so there's no reason not to just smoke immediately and try to force a fight, knowing full well that SHENZHEN can do nothing if they do get jumped on. But SHENZHEN also realized this, and they're all running away from the jungle right now. They do not want to stay in this area. Although Ash might show a bit, Dragon Drop. If he shows and they kill him, it honestly, it'll be so demoralizing for SHENZHEN. I don't think they'll call GG, but it would be the beginning of the end. But it does seem like they managed to avoid the smoke gag entirely.
Now, timeout, but at the very least they will lose this tier 2 tower for it, I suppose. Every move that Aries makes, they get something out of it, be it a kill, be it an objective. They're just not letting up steam.
Yeah, not at all.
Trying to move forward. What the hell was that? I think he was trying to push. Doesn't it work? Can you push push a monkey king off the tree if it's next to that?
I think that's what he was definitely attempting, and I think it does work. So if it hit Kai, I'm not sure if he jumps down normally though, or if it like sort of cuts a tree. Like, I actually wish it had worked so we could see the interaction and see exactly what takes place. And Kaikyo, just glad to have gotten out when he did, because that was a terrifying situation. Could easily have gotten killed by Ulu.
Was a Sonic Wave, but Phoenix does have that Enagam Scepter to work with, so biggest of deals.
Right.
And without Roshan, still 45 seconds on a minimum respawn. They are grouping up in mid. SHENZHEN is doing the same thing though. They're sending in Seed forward.
They're gonna smoke actually. SHENZHEN definitely wanna go try and take a fight. Seed not finished fully with the Shivas as of yet, but feeling strong enough that they can try and make some kind of play forward. But yet again, we've seen this be a constant problem for SHENZHEN across the series, that they don't have good control of the vision. So whenever they try to make these excursions on the map, they have a hard time connecting onto the targets they want. In fact, right now, the only wards they have are very, very defensive wards deep on their side of the map. So it's quite hard for this particular rotation to pay off unless they are able to... Oh, there we go. They bait out some spells and bait out the usage of the God's Rebuke, so they have some idea of where they're playing around. And with Roshan being up in 55 seconds, this is an important play for both teams. Whoever's able to secure this area before the respawn of the big man should also be able to claim it quite quickly, especially if it's the Aster.Aries lineup. And they're smoked up on the high ground. They find Seed, toss him back with the Spear of Mars. He gets out the BKB, but look at the right-click damage from Ulu. Kaikyo goes into the fight, props Wukong's command, but they can't keep any of the heroes around here. They've already fled this area. An Arena of Blood does come right next to the Wukong's Ash though. With the BKB Remnants, gets himself completely away from it. And a lot of spells used, a lot of BKBs, charges expended, but neither team gets anything here, Drag and Drop. It's just back to the neutral.
Yeah, you know, just poking each other, saying hello, and then backing off. So the quick Roshan respawn now, and a couple of seconds left, so the next fight will still happen around that. Both teams probably wanting to wait for the spells and the BKBs, more importantly, come back on cooldown though, so... Right now, running out a little bit. And the question becomes, which team is moving towards the Roshan pit quicker? Aries have got the bulk of the forces still sitting around in mid, whereas SHENZHEN is a little bit more spread out.
I mean, they just have to play this way, right? They realize that they need to get as much advantage as possible. They can't really afford to keep Kaikyo in that area, not farming up. But it's getting interesting now, because Kaikyo has effectively caught up to the farm of the Shadow Fiend. And we see at the same time that both Timbersaw and Ember Spirits are coming not too far behind the Queen of Pain. Slowly but surely, SHENZHEN are going to start getting themselves a gold advantage if nothing changes with the current status quo. Yep. And given that Aster.Aries is so intent on playing as 5, in fact, they go again for a smoke.
Like smokes in half, I mean.
So as soon as the feed returns,
yeah,
we'll see where this particular smoke took them on the map. And apparently it took them nowhere.
It lose the Ogre, so at least we didn't miss the biggest of team fights. Which I was worried about, and yeah, it's just it's just getting worse and worse. I have no idea why.
No. Oh no.
Alright. Ulu, okay, there it is. There's a fear spear into the back. Ash has disappeared. That's maybe the opening that they wanted. Seed could be next as well. Used up, but finds a Timber Chain back. Blink forward. To have that silence play with it. Another jump onto Hara, trying to scatter on out of there, but it's just too much spam. Too many spells being thrown out time and time again. Kaiko has to jump away as one by one his teammates just bleed away.
Oh my goodness. Kaikyo sadly cannot do anything in that situation. And the damage output is just absurd at this point in time. Ulu on the Shadow Fiend. This is... Now they really are starting to feel like SHENZHEN, that this game is going to end before they really have any real tools to challenge him. And despite the farm that they're getting on other sides of the map, despite the fact that they're picking up this gold on Kaikyo, despite the fact that he's net worth leader, it still feels like Ulu is the big bad boss of everybody. And they gave the Aegis over to the Shadow Fiend again. Who did they give the shard to? Alright, you see, did Mars buy that shard or did he get it? I think he got it because his net worth also just leapt up a bit. So we now have the kind of hilarious Blazing Spear. However, the way that he's been landing a lot of these arenas, he's actually been able to find 2 or more heroes in a line. So we might actually see that one shard be useful.
Oh, yeah.
It's very rare that it happens, but the way he's been playing this game, Shang-Chi is going to show us that he believes in himself with this pickup.
It's not always, like, not every arena was leading to kills necessarily, but the majority of them were. And just a sign of a good Mars player, just a strength of the hero as well, having that ability to not just be a strong laner, but also a very strong initiator and teamfight controller throughout the rest of the game. Really showing that here.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of initiation and teamfight control, Ash, who needed to do a lot of this for SHENZHEN, is at this point about to finish a Kaya. I wonder where this is going. Is this just going to be Sanjin Kaya? Is this a value Kaya? The way the game is looking right now, it's unlikely he gets to another item soon before they feel ready to fight, because Aster.Aries are coming in. They want to end this game. They're looking for this 2-0 here, Dragon Drop. They're starting the siege. Ulu, BKB, Silver Edge, Mask of Madness, Chrysalis, Hurricane Pike, and an Aegis with a Pally Sword to boot. I think this is going to be a difficult time bringing him down.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like an easy target.
Big old siege engine that they have to deal with. I mean, as I mentioned before, though, this time around Kaiko at least has the possibility, has the farm, so able to do that. It's got that BKB on top of the sky and a couple of extra items, but they need to get in position. They need to not bleed any of the other heroes before they can take a proper team fight. And it always gets a bit tough if you don't have that same type of initiation like a Mars. You know, kind of have to wait for them. Then you have to get a bushwhack, Monkey King stun. Somehow have to be able to keep them inside the Wukong's command, which is just incredibly tough.
Yeah.
All these BKBs with the Aegis, like Ulu, they can just send him forward. He's clicking away. Baits out a few spells, 4-staffed out, and there it is. That's the arena initiation. Goodbye, Hara. Sonic Wave committed, because why the hell not? Might be able to get this first life here now, and that's a big Wukong's command, catching everybody inside of it. Quick hop out as Ash trying to clean up these supports. Meanwhile, Ulu comes back with the BKB, with the ultimate. That's okay. Goodbye, my friend. But he starts it up, and he is too slow to escape.
Oh my gosh.
Those are a few more kills than Aries were really expecting here. It's probably because the supports ended up being run down by Ash in the backline, so they could not help out their carries.
That was actually the perfect team fight for SHENZHEN. Ash getting into the backlines, interrupting the 2 supports, not only killing them quickly, but preventing them throwing in spells like the Morty's Kisses in the fight. But the really big thing, we saw the item pickup right before the fight. Monkey King picked up an Arcane Blink. And you know, normally you'd say to yourself, Swift Blink should normally be better for an Agi hero. But the great thing, what Kaikyo did, he understands that Arcane Blink also gives you a cast point reduction, so the Wukong's comes out even faster. And in that situation, he'd also just cracked the level where he gets the additional command ring. And we see how effective it is. The Wukongs took up all the space in the fight. Very few ways for Aster.Aries to get away from it, because the 2 heroes that are supposed to allow them the space to retreat, the Ogre and the Snapfire, both of them are being dealt with by Ash. Suddenly, Phoenix and Ulu realize, wait a second, it's just us against 3 really strong heroes. Like 2 really strong heroes, so in the Monkey King and the Timbersaw, and both of them do have their support players behind them. Hara died early, but he brought back, so was able to throw in the sharpshooter hit, and that helped them to bring Phoenix super, super low. And before they knew it, Aster.Aries despite feeling very confident about the fight, they're like, well, all our HP is gone because Monkey King, Kaikyo, is finally showing why they keep giving him this hero, able to finally stand his ground. Shadow Fiend not strong enough anymore to fully overwhelm and eclipse Kaikyo. And with his own Paladin sword, Eye of Skadi especially, there's no lifesteal from the Mask of Madness, no possibility of being able to outright click him either, given how much help he has around him. And Ulu finally goes down. It feels like they've tried so hard for so long to make that happen. And the fact that he went for this much more aggressive build, we don't have like an AC yet from him. He's now going back for that item. We didn't have a Satanic. He only has BKB as a defensive tool. And suddenly realizes that with a 6-second BKB, it's not enough anymore at this stage of the game.
Yeah. Not if he has to man fight Monkey King inside the Wukong's command. Exactly what we were talking about just a moment earlier. Like, he has the ability to man fight when he's inside that ultimate. So that's something, that's a problem that Aries are going to have to address. Cannot sit in it and expect to be fine, even with all the advantages that they've been relying on so far in this game. Overall, the net worth is just flipping back and forth. It's right at around that 0 mark. Appearance even well in favor of SHENZHEN. So, yeah, this could come to a head the other way. Even though Aries has still been playing like they were the ones, like they're still playing like they're ahead, right? And that's, I think that's the way that you have to do it when you run a Shadow Fiend.
Yep. You have to play with that swag. There's a reason we call him the Swagger Fiend, right?
Yeah.
You have to play with chest out, always pushing the envelope, always trying to get forward as much as possible, always trying to ensure that you have the positive ability to win the fight with sheer confidence to run into everybody. But now SHENZHEN, they also just picked up a refresher on the Monkey King. Gonna have the double Wukong's command, double Arcane Blink Wukong's command, double BKB coming in from the Monkey King. And SHENZHEN, for the first time in a long time, I feel like they're fully justified in smoking outside of the base right now. Trying to find a fight here. Smoke gets popped by TK. Seed blinks forward. Not going to be able to find a viable target just yet, but now they're cutting across. They get into the Mars. An Arena will be dropped down, but so is the Wukongs. They force him away with BKB. BKB also used by Seed as well. Refresher up from the Mars. Secondary Arena, secondary ultimate. It's going to be there onto the Timber. And they push him into the wall, into the Morty's Kisses. Ulu allowed to right-click him down. And Seed got way too far forward. And Dragon Drop, he doesn't have buyback. It's 100 seconds in the grave without Timbersaw.
Is it happening again?
Oh my gosh.
I mean, this time around it's a bit different here. Yeah, okay, Ash cannot really go for more, can they? With the Sonic Wave, with the Hex. Trying to poke and prod a little bit. Bait out some more spells. 85 seconds to work with here. They did use the secondary Arena Fort. There's still the Wukong's command. Refresher has not been used on Monkey King, so bit of a different situation compared to game number 1 right here. There's certainly enough for Aries to reclaim map control. You want the triangle, they should probably push out bottom maybe a little bit. Pressure them in. I don't think they can overcommit for the high ground right here.
Yeah, not at all. You have to make sure that they stay as safe as possible, even with the Timber Sword being down. Unless you have this Aegis again for Ulu, you really can't take the risk of what happened the last time they made a high ground push. And this always frustrating, right? When you're the team that really wants to be sieging the high ground, winning the game, when you know you're so close that one of the key heroes to defend against that high ground siege is dead, but you just can't make the jump because you don't have the necessary tools of defense. And I think also, like you mentioned, because they had the double Arena down, and more so it's the double BKB with that not being available, it's too risky for the Mars as well. They've demonstrated that this magic damage is a real risk and a real threat for him. So now you gotta wait, but look at Kaikyo. Kaikyo feeling that I have enough defensive items, I have enough ways to hold y'all down. Now all I need is damage, baby. Divine Rapier getting built up now for the Monkey King. Okay, alright, this will be something. I mean, we saw Divine Rapiers the last time that SHENZHEN played a game, so it does seem like we're gonna get this every single time we have a series with this team.
Apparently, yeah. See if it works out this time around. Speaking of damage though, Ulu's got a double damage and he's also got the Daedalus in his inventory. So he's not gonna be lacking for it either in that next fight around Roche. Gonna be back in 30 seconds or so. Still have the DD available for it. But if SHENZHEN can fight before that. Ooh, this could be big. Both teams smoked up right now. On each other's high grounds. Not the first time we've seen this sort of play either.
Oh, this is hilarious, actually. They just come through. Yeah, you're right. They've been playing Ring Around the Rosies with each other practically the entire game. And it's why things are still resting on a knife's edge right now. The game, we were talking about how close the series should be, and it certainly lived up, especially here in Game 2. Very, very close. And despite this early lead from Aster.Aries, they've just been unable to really put this one to bed. What might change things, though, is the very late item pickup of a BKB for Quap. Oh god, no way. No way. They're gonna kill the courier that has the BKB on it. No. No. Are they gonna get it? Are they? No, they don't get it. They don't get it. Okay, this is big. The BKB is actually gonna arrive now, so now they also know where these heroes are positioned. But Mars, first one up, BKB from him, Arena onto 4, followed by the Morty's Kisses. Drink is gonna get eviscerated. Already down on the Grimstroke, but they're trying to challenge back with this Wukong's command, forcing everybody away from this area. Kaikyo jumping in, 3-hero Boundless Strike with Ember Spirit from Ash directly on top of them. They've already been able to melt down both support to buy back instantly. Ulu, though, tries to man fight against Kaikyo. Is going to be able to bring down the Monkey King, but Ash is too much of a target, and he's able to kill the Shadow Fiend. Ulu stood his ground for as long as he could, but even he's not able to do everything. But with these buybacks in from the support, they want to flee, but Seed goes back in. They get the Yule Scepter out. Phoenix able to jump away. Defensive Yules did the right thing, did the job. And the fight has gone 3 versus 2 at the end of the day. No, 3 for 3, because Drink also bought back.
Yeah.
But
that was crazy, dude. That was crazy in a number of different levels. I mean, smoke from the Ninja Gear broke on Mars, so you know. Alright, someone's up this high ground. Blinks right into the middle of them. Pops BKB, gets the arenas, gets the second one out. But SHENZHEN also get their BKBs out. So it's not as decisive as would have expected, perhaps. And then the triple Boundless Strike, 3 people inside the Wong's command. Monkey King just straight up man fighting up against Shadow Fiend with the Skadi too. So his lifesteal wasn't even bringing back up to full. I was expecting Shadow Fiend to lose that fight. But he didn't. He just straight up man fought the Monkey King inside the Wukongs without any help. But, well, none of that might end up mattering if they still get this Aegis here. And they will probably get the Simmersaw here with the Sonic Wave. BKB to try and say, what? Oh, he actually gets to live.
Oh my gosh. You know, that was all Grimstroke. Grimstroke has Aghanim Shot, so the Dispel on the Inkswell gave him the time to activate BKB and survive. It ends up not mattering. They still walk away with the Aegis, with the cheese, with the Aghanims. A lot of... Oh, with the Refresher. That's even better. Ooh. So now we have the option for Ulu to have double BKB, double Satanic, double Silver Edge in the middle of these fights. Or who's actually going to put it on? They're leaving it on the Ogre for now. I think they're just running out of slots. Somebody needs to carry this around. Oh, no, and they now pass it to Quab. Oof. Okay. Oof. Alright, so we learned a lot in that last fight, right? We learned that Kaikyo still doesn't have enough damage. We sort of learned that unless they are able to find the initiation themselves from SHENZHEN, then the fight tends to go somewhat poorly for them, even though they have great counterplay potential. Just the immediate burst that comes in from Aries is just overwhelming through the Morty's Kisses, the Sonic Wave, the Requiem, the Arena, and not all those spells even land at flush, so imagine what happens if they do. But SHENZHEN also will feel very good about the fact that if they get this Divine Rapier, Kaikyo will finally be able to stand his ground and deal with Ulu, because Ulu did come really close to dying, and Ulu didn't get the Aegis. So the fact that he's the one that's sitting with the cheese, they will have the capability, if they can lock him down for a little bit of time, to bring him from 100 to 0, provided they get that Divine Rapier before the game is out, and before Aster.Aries mount their next push.
It's gonna get crazier than it even is right now, Phoenix. This team was in mid. Still is right now, so SHENZHEN.
，DOTA 2开启全新篇章，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，
值得信任的伙伴。
你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西。
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友，挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更有 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你的归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
眼方挑选英雄。
马斯，
还剩10秒，还剩5秒。
All right, welcome back, and once again, huge apologies for not cooperating for some reason. I should be fine. The problem is that what do we cut again? Wait, the problem is what? All right. There, you go ahead, I guess.
Alright, so we are in it right now. Unfortunately, our main man Dragon Rob are having some slight internet woes. However, we are still back in this. We are still in the series, Aster.Aries versus SHENZHEN. No matter what, we're gonna get the conclusion of this series here, and we're gonna find out which of these two teams will claim some of these all-important points on the road to the upper division of the DPC. erstwhile for the side of SHENZHEN, we've had a situation where they've really come a long way in from the qualifiers, and they're trying to establish themselves here proper in the Chinese DPC. However, Aster.Aries looked very good in game 1. If you looked at the rosters, just the people on the card, you think, wow, they should certainly have the series, but hasn't necessarily been easy going for them up until this point, so they need to really show us why they deserve to get themselves into upper division. I'm Snare, this is Drag and Drop. We might have had a little bit of drops, but we still out here, we're still doing the thing. And somehow, Drag and Drop, we still have a 3rd game in a row of Monkey King Grimstroke from SHENZHEN.
We do indeed. Hopefully my internet will hold. I did restart the router, but it also means that I don't have access to the clean feed, so this is why Neff is now producing. And if worse comes to worse, you can always just join in and say smart things on my behalf anyway. The 3rd, exactly what we expected. As we said, yeah, SHENZHEN's pretty good, but Aster.Aries is also pretty. And beat YEP, the open qualifier team, which in turn beat SHENZHEN. So it's power levels on that. Just big of the players that are playing, Aster.Aries would have come in as the favorites on paper, but we've both seen SHENZHEN, and we've seen them demolish teams left, right. Yep. So yeah, this is a very even match. So it was just natural that it goes to a game 3, and I would also expect this one to come down to the wire, just like game 2, honestly. I mean, once again, we have very similar openers, you know, Monkey King and Grimstroke, and now the Hoodwink, so never change the running system, I guess. SHENZHEN sticking to their guns, also very similar bands, I believe, apart from the Viper. So don't really have to say too much about that. But on the other side, got the Mars, but then a couple of different heroes. Ogre Magi on their own, the Windrunner in the first phase, which I'm very excited about. I mean, point is the 4 position with the OD in mid. Yeah.
It would be very, unless they're gonna do something wonky and decide to put OD safe lane.
Yeah, I mean, run Shadow Fiend safe lane. Why not OD, right?
I mean, SF safe lane. I'm telling you, this is the new meta. Everybody's gonna do it. You're gonna see it every other game, especially with Ogre, Shadow Fiend. It's strong, man. It's strong. It's pretty good. Unfortunately, it wasn't good enough for Ulu, but it did take Kaikyo going for Divine Rapier to deal with it. Also, I love the fact that you were talking about how similar SHENZHEN's draft is. Literally the same heroes that they've had throughout the series. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And sometimes you see teams get stuck in this rut where they're picking the exact same order, the exact same style of drafting and style of Dota, and it works out for them because they just develop the ability to execute it better. And we definitely saw that in game 2 from SHENZHEN. Although in this game, it's going to be interesting to see how the OD is going to factor into this. Another hero that can be quite decent against the Monkey King. You pop Wukongs on this guy, it allows you to much more easily escape the arena itself with the Astral Imprisonment. And you can also have access throughout the game, of course, to massive amounts of burst damage. Interesting to see the CK coming out here. It gives them a lot of damage from this position in the offlane. It can be somewhat susceptible to the OD if OD gets ahead, but it can also make life very difficult and complicated by just creating chaos, tons of additional physical damage for themselves. And another hero that, without knowing what the offlane matchup is going to be, you've already set yourself up that if it's going to be a melee hero again that we've seen from Aster.Aries, like in game 1, it's a lot easier to play that trading matchup with the CK than with another style of hero that we've seen from them in the series so far.
It's very much in your face. It can scale quite, especially deal with illusions and really through them, but eventually that's
Bat gets taken out by Aster.Aries. So what do we still need to round out these drafts at this point? Aster.Aries still need a hero to go into the safe lane to soak up the damage potential for them on that side. And for SHENZHEN, they need somebody from the mid to open up tempo. We haven't had the Ash hero just yet, the hero that's really going to be able to turn everything around, ensure that all the fights that start on SHENZHEN's terms and not on Aster.Aries's. You also need to make sure that it's a hero that can lane well against the OD. We have seen one of the reasons this hero is being picked a lot more is sometimes these matchups can run away from you. So what's available in the pool now? There is still the Ember Spirit. Queen of Pain just got banned. Puck is still potentially available, but I think they'd like a bit more damage than a hero like Puck. So on the other side for Aster.Aries, I like the carries that they've banned from SHENZHEN, Medusa and the Troll Warlord. They're denying them the ability to be able to scale into the late game and have a hero that can challenge the Monkey King like directly. We already saw them earlier on banning out the Ursa and banning out the TA. So all of these heroes that normally, if you scale well enough into the game, you can always run into the arena and fight Kaikyo no matter what items he builds. They make sure to remove them in this situation. Aster.Aries could potentially still come back for the SF that we've seen. I mean, we didn't really get to see it much in the last game, which is surprising, but the SF Mars combo, Requiem into the arena walls, can be quite devastating, and they would have a lot of magical burst between SF and the OD. But well, after losing a game like that, where you saw that it just took one item from Kaikyo to really turn the whole game, maybe they're dissuaded away from it, and they want a hero that might be able to access the map a little bit faster so they can fight more often. And indeed, that is the case. Lifestealer, we're fighting more often, we're fighting faster, we're going to try and come directly into your face, Monkey King, well before you're ready to really turn this game around.
I was going to say maybe some Blade is this classic late game carry that can contribute relatively early on as well if he has enough protection, and that turns into this absolute hard to deal with. Certainly the possible. Did play Lina against Neptune Gaming the other day, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. He did have Lina, and I think it was what? Oh, okay. That's unexpected. Mid Snapfire? Is this mid Snapfire? Yeah, it's mid Snapfire. Oh, wow. All right. Right. Okay, Ash is pulling through here and giving us something very interesting to round out the draft, right? Making sure that they have the Snapfire from middle. We used to see this hero quite a lot in China in this particular position here in the mid lane, and one of the reasons it was picked up a lot is that if you get a lot of experience and farm on this hero, he can turn into an absolute terror, given how quickly you can get out on the map, how quickly you can force the opponent to be playing at your tempo. You get your levels super fast. I'm not sure if he's still going to go for that old Aghanim Scepter build to just toss heroes forward, but having a ZK in your team, if you do get Ags, you throw him forward, he phantasms. Suddenly, the usual issue you have with that hero of trying to gap close to dish out the damage, not really a problem anymore. Or you just throw forth the Monkey King and Wukong's command emerges quickly. That would be hilarious. So I really want to see what he does. And of course, he has a decent matchup in the mid lane. Sure, OD has Banish. Sure, OD has the Arcane Orb. But what he doesn't have is a spell like Scatterblast, which is always going to be able to confirm the range creep for the Snapfire. And of course, you have the Fire Snap Cookie to ensure that ganks are very difficult to bring against you because you have a little bit of a mobility tool. So Ash, something interesting again. Like 2 games in the series, he's done something a bit peculiar in the mid lane, but I'm always happy to get something a bit off kilter from these players on the come up, especially.
Yeah, it does throw us back. Used to be a thing, the core Snapfire with that Aghanim.
Yeah.
Might see him pull up these.
Well, here we go. We're going to see if they're going to be able to deal with this, if they're going to be able to find something interesting here. We're into game 3. Aster.Aries taking on the side of SHENZHEN. One winner. That's all that somebody needs to be. Just one winner. The Grode, the Graft. I mean, right now, let's just quickly take a little bit of stock, right? Both of these teams have already won out their initial games. SHENZHEN won 2. So SHENZHEN win the series. Suddenly, they're at a point where they're not just sitting with 3 wins to themselves, but they're undisputedly at the top of the group, at least for now. Slowly but surely grinding their way towards getting into the upper division. But Aster.Aries need to make sure that they fulfill the promise of this roster. To be fair, they are playing with Phoenix in the mid lane. We do not have White Album available today. Once he returns, of course, this team's strength level will be drastically increased, but Phoenix has certainly done a good job. And if they get this dub, they'll be feeling a lot stronger about the rest of this tournament, this rest of the DPC, because definitely SHENZHEN has proven to be one of the strongest teams in this field. Now here we go. The horn has sounded, And we haven't actually done any predictions today. Dragon Drop, who do you think is going to win this game 3?
I believe in SHENZHEN. They have this quirky mid Snapfire, and you gotta root for that. You gotta root for the cute heroes. You've got the Mortimer, you've even got the Hoodwink, who's also kind of cute. So gotta go with them.
SHENZHEN. I mean, I just love how SHENZHEN play and their attitude towards the game. They're always in a constant state of being prepared to pressure, being prepared to fight, do cool stuff. And we see this matchup middle. Ash, I am expecting Ash to win this matchup against the OD. And the place where I really think life becomes difficult though for the side of SHENZHEN is going to be on this bottom lane. At least it would be, if not for the fact that they already make sure to play in such a way as to keep the CK not too close to the lifestealer. Just make sure that the CS battles take place far apart from each other. And SHENZHEN, if they come away with a good lane here, does feel like Aster.Aries will be getting into this mid game not unhappy, you know, knowing for a fact that they need to press the envelope to make sure that they don't get to this late game stage where Kaikyo again becomes this massive beast.
Right. Phoenix in mid, yeah, this is one of these weird matchups where we don't necessarily know who actually has the better edge. Normally, go D, very strong laner, you can do this, you can just walk up and be annoying. That's it, so a little bit ahead with these extra. Yeah, so we'll see how that one develops.
Definitely see how it all pans out. Yet again, we see Red Panda with Hara just fighting against each other. A reprisal on the Ogre Magi. Not as much impact onto the Bloodlust on Lifestealer as it can be on the Shadow Fiend, but nonetheless will still make him a lot stronger. I also really like the top lane for the side of Aster.Aries. Here having the Mars being backed up by this Wind Ranger. In fact, they're going to go in for a kill, looking for a way to bring down Drink, but hilariously enough, Shang-Chi actually gives him a way out. The Spear of Mars tosses him away from the tree that had locked them down, and now there's going to be a little bit of revenge coming in. Kaikyo, whoo! Pushed away by the God's Rebuke. So good presence of mind there to avoid the Inkswell stun coming in from Aster.Aries. They still keep that top lane going for themselves, but it came close to a situation where they were going to be able to get first blood. They mess it up, but they don't end up giving up the first blood themselves, which is a very big boon. You never want to be giving up first blood to a hero like Mars, who can utilize that early advantage better than a lot of offlaners in the meta can right now.
That's right. It's crazy to me that that hero does not get banned out more often. We keep seeing it being picked, we keep seeing it being strong in that offlane.
Yeah. It's I think it's one of those regrettable one of those regrettable situations, right, where there's too many heroes that you have to ban, too many heroes that are good, and you gotta sort of pick your poison at some point and say, what are we going to allow? What are we going to play into? What's going to happen to us? And in that situation, they are prepared to allow that to happen, to play against Mars, but good impact has come in from him. Mars has definitely been quite viable and useful today. And bottom lane, right now, unfortunately, Dragon Drop, the internet woes will continue. Ash, just putting some pressure onto Phoenix middle. And he's going to get astraled away. But as he gets astraled away, you know, Dragon Drop getting taken into a different dimension. And we're bringing back a very familiar name, a very familiar face, a familiar voice. Nef Sensei, welcome, good sir. And you've already had some good games this morning. What are you expecting here for the third one between SHENZHEN and Aster.Aries?
I wasn't expecting to ruin it as First Blood came in as I did to replace Dragon Drop, but unfortunately he's got internet issues, so I gotta jump in for him as any good friend would do.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah, but I am awful at play-by-play snare, so you're gonna have to take it away, my friend.
I got you. Don't even worry about it, friend. Don't even worry about it. I mean, we tagged you in, so we're gonna set the stage for you, get the space going. But from what you've seen over the course of these couple of games, and what do you make of these drops? Who do you favor? Of course, I got Dragon Drop to tell us about his favorability towards SHENZHEN. Do you share his sentiments, or do you think that Aster.Aries are the ones that claim Game 3 here?
Aster.Aries 100%. They were robbed last season. They should have came in second place in the DPC and moved into the upper division, but unfortunately, we almost had a tiebreaker Tuesday scenario where three teams were tied for second, and then the teams went 1-1-1 against each other twice with inconclusive results. And even though my opinion was Aster.Aries is the superior team, they took longer to finish their matches, so they didn't get promoted into the upper division in the previous season. But they've got a new lineup. Unfortunately, White Album isn't able to play. It is going to be Phoenix replacing him, but he was playing with Aster.Aries in the last season, so who better to replace White Album than somebody who's already familiar with the team?
Absolutely. Already knows what he's doing in the situation. Oh, TK. Will this be a kill? Drink has gotten quite lucky in this game, not getting brought down, and won't be lucky this time. Will outskill the Phantom's Embrace into an Inkswell. TK gets forced away. Will not be able to keep that aggression up. At the same time, though, the same is not true of his offlaner. Shang-Chi gets taken down on the Mars. It's kind of a sad situation, and bottom, Ulu's going to take a lot of harass here, but there's not enough to kill a Lifestealer. He's fine.
He's just going to be able to rage walk away. He's also gone for early armor in this lane. You have Blightstone on the Hoodwink. You've got Reality Rift on the Chaos Knight. Like, it's straight... this punishes a lot of melee heroes. A Lifestealer has a little bit more armor than he used to, so he's a bit better off. But just the straight Helm of Iron Will, Armlet, and then Phase Boots is what's going to allow him to sit inside this lane.
Speaking of lanes, middle, there's some setup potential onto Ash, but Ash gets the turnaround here. Fire Snap Cookie goes forward onto TK. Scatter Blast will slow down this Wind Ranger, and Inkswell will finish her off. They really did try to make this happen, even rotating in Red Panda, but Ash should be able to get away from this. Fire Snap Cookie will be up in a few seconds. In fact, they turn Phantom's Embrace back out onto Red Panda. No Inkswell just yet, because Kaikyo also shows up to help out the carry hero of Kaikyo. Man, this guy always does this. Available for these fights, pre-10 minutes, shows up to help them bring down Phoenix. And this all started, Neff, when they came in to kill Ash, but the turnaround from SHENZHEN, emphatic, and gets them some 2 signature kills here. Ash involved in both of them.
And they actually saw this one coming. This is the weakness of Odin going the Meteor Hammer first. Ash walked away from him and then let him catch him with that Astral. And waited until the Monkey King was in range to interrupt it as it was coming down when he was almost out of that Astral imprisonment. They baited him forward there and got him to waste his Meteor Hammer. And they actually talked about this in the, I think it was the NA streams earlier today. If you can interrupt it and bait that thing out, then you've essentially just wasted like all of your starting like 2,000 gold. Your Meteor Hammer's got no use if you got someone who can interrupt it.
Well, they won't need the Meme Hammer on Hara. That's just going to be straight right click to take out this Hoodwink. But it's always great when you can interrupt the opposing mid laner from using their first item, and it doesn't go well for them. Great times from Aster.Aries. Or from SHENZHEN. So Aster.Aries will try to figure something out to make sure that they can get the advantage they need. But TK, oof, just gonna take so much damage. And this is kind of obscene, right? Stroke of Fate, Scatter Blast, Boundless Strike. It's, individually, each of these spells might not seem like they're that critical, but they add up very, very quickly. And suddenly, even a hero like Wind Ranger down for the count, and they're going back in middle. They've got the level 6 now available. Morty's Kisses are floating across the river. It's already been enough to bring down Red Panda. The rotation in from this Mars. Oh my goodness. What a time to be alive. The Fire Snap Cookie from Ash at the crucial moment. They keep the Monkey King alive. The arena gets wasted and Neff. This was a rotation wasted. They still get the kill on Red Panda. Sure, they keep Phoenix alive, but SHENZHEN, it feels like, are still overall happy with what just happened here.
Yeah, they rotate those heroes and they commit the arena. That's the only skill that's going to find them kills in this early game, so they feel like they're able to play aggressive for the next little bit. So he pops Phantasm down the bottom lane, but Phoenix is trying to punish that already.
Yeah.
This time
in, Meme Hammer. I don't think it misses this time, right? Yep. Will land clutch. They on him. Right clicks will be out here, but he's still trying to fight back and challenge here. If that Bushwhack had arrived a second sooner, maybe we have a little bit of a different fight, but Hara unfortunately couldn't make that happen. They lose Seed, and Ash is here nearby looking for revenge here on the Snapfire.
Yeah. He dropped his ultimate there. It actually was impactful, because just like you mentioned, if that Bushwhack came half a second sooner, the Chaos Knight would have been able to whack away you a couple seconds. He would have been able to toggle his armlet, heal back up. So you really did need to drop that OD ultimate, and they had no idea that that Hoodwink was coming either. He just happened to drop it to get that kill faster, and ended up paying off there. Otherwise, they would have been able to turn that around on both those heroes.
Turnaround doesn't happen. So they just get away with the kill. And that's going to allow Ulu to finish off this omelet. Largely unimpeded. Has the item that he needs at this point. Speaking of omelet, oh, we actually might see another meme hammer drop here onto Seed. This time there is no access to the Sanity's Eclipse. So they are deciding that this might not be the best fight for us to take. They might have actually been able to kill him, but they don't want to take any risks as Hara showing up. Didn't get off the bushwhack in time. He's fine. Do you think, I was actually going to ask you, right? So with Omelet already being available on this Lifestealer, well, actually Shang-Chi answers my question. They're going double Omelet. Is this the way to go when there is already one out, or is with one Omelet being available for Lifestealer, can you justify just going straight Blink into BKB for the Mars instead?
I don't know. I like the Armlet when it feels like your mid or your safe lane don't do enough damage. If you've got like more utility. We saw Armlet on Mars earlier today, but that was when there was like a Leshrac in the safe lane. In the mid lane, I believe it was a Dragon Knight. And then they went to Armlet Mars because they need to pump out damage faster. But I don't think you can justify it here if your mid is OD and does tons of damage and has setup, and your safe lane carry is Lifestealer, who's going to be farming for the next little while. You need to get on top of these heroes, and I mentioned that before. Like, Arena is going to be their main tool for jumping people and taking fights. So Blink Dagger to help enable that, I feel like is really important. So Armlet delaying that, I think is going to bite them in the ass.
Let's see if SHENZHEN will push the envelope in this period of time where it's much more difficult for Aster.Aries to make initiations happen. Obviously, they're still content to farm up on their heroes. Seed is the net worth leader at this point in time, and CK is one of these heroes that you never want to really leave to be completely free farm. We'll see his impact in the game, especially if he doesn't have to worry that much about jump. And right now, SHENZHEN do decide to smoke. Feels like they want to get something going, and Kaikyo, oh, here they go. They come across this Mars. Gonna be an easy kill. The attempted TP out will never succeed under those circumstances. Morty's kisses drop down as well. Hashtag worth. Shang-Chi is down.
Fair enough, but you did bring down one of the most farmed hero on the enemy team there. You got rid of that Mars now. One more interesting point that I wanted to bring up was this Wind Ranger actually has a Maelstrom queued up. Everybody on the side of Aster.Aries is playing incredibly greedy. I mean, you're not going straight up greed on the lifesteal of going like Midas and Maelstrom on your own hero, but OD's kind of a greedy mid. You've got your offlane, instead of going setup or utility, he's just going straight damage. Your Wind Ranger is trying to go damage as well, and you're currently at a pace for SHENZHEN to run you over. I think they're going to get punished pretty hard for thinking they can find all this farm. Bushwhack slightly off the mark there, though.
But Neff, I thought greed is good. 99999. What's the issue?
If I'm more farmed than the enemies, then they're simply going to lose to me in the end. I don't know.
Exactly. That's literally how Dota works, you know?
Just buy Midas on 5 heroes. Who cares?
Yeah. Who's ever lost a game buying Midas, you know? Yeah. You're never unhappy with that item, but... Yeah, oh, speaking of Midas, Phoenix is actually going for one next.
I've cursed this game. We need to bring Dragon Drop back.
Dragon Drop needs to return. Bring back the internet and some sanity as bottom. Quick jump onto this Ogre. Red Panda. Woo! Sharpshooter hit. The first one from Hara. Set things up quite easily, and they will be able to find that kill. Not much easy setup to push out the lane, though. That is one of the weaknesses of their draft. They either have to have Seed, Popping Phantasm, or Monkey King nearby. Otherwise, their push fairly mediocre, but... Same thing is true of Aster.Aries, right? How do they take down towers without Lifestealer being nearby, honestly?
Well, Meteor Hammer. But, you know, Fortify does make them... Oh, no!
So sad. The Astral coming at the same time as the Arena, so Drink gets protected. Oh my gosh. Kaikyo is also there to drop down the Wukong, so they probably don't get that kill anyway, but still, it doesn't bode well that they had that miscommunication. Given that, like you mentioned, the only spell they have for these team fights is that Arena.
Yeah. I mean, the enemies are able to just back up, walk away from them, and they might just do that. They do have the Lifestealer here who's in front of the tower at this point, and a lot of their skills are on cooldown as well. Without Wukong's command, without the Phantasm, they're not super keen on taking a fight against Aster.Aries when they're already set up underneath their tower. But they're not going to be able to find any kills without this Arena, not for the next little while. Ulu feels... Not great that they're both farming in the same zone here on your mid and your position 1, but it just doesn't feel safe inside your jungle.
Yeah. There's way too much vision right now. They already know that Hara's been spending a lot of time in that part of the map, ensuring that he's able to get the vision out and is just scouting out these heroes wherever they go, making life a little bit scary for them. Aster.Aries, similar to what we saw at the end of game 1, they are starting to play much closer together, and SHENZHEN very happy to spread themselves apart on the map, soak up all that farm. You see that the Snapfire is getting more and more for herself, and you have to remember that whenever you play this mid Snapfire, not only do you find yourself in a very good position farm-wise, but these talents of Snapfire, they do a lot of damage. I can imagine the closer that she gets to hitting the 15, the more and more attractive Aghanim shot becomes. And then you effectively have like a shotgun Snapfire instead of having to pick Morphling in this situation. Becomes really crazy with the amount of damage output that SHENZHEN can have, especially if they are allowed to farm completely uncontested. Given how greedy Aster.Aries is going right now, they don't really have the opportunity to play aggressively on the map unless they have Arena. Although they do have it now, and they just picked up the Blink Dagger, so we might see them decide to do something on the map.
We'll see. OD working in a Blink Dagger of his own now, so they realize, okay, we don't have great jump. We need to fix these problems. You know, if we can build all these farming and these greedy items on our way there, and SHENZHEN allow us, okay, great. But I think SHENZHEN are about to bring the hurt here onto Aster.Aries. Yeah, Smoke just bought on the Hoodwink. As soon as that flies out, I think they're going to look to set up something here. Your BKBs are still a long way off.
But Aster.Aries will finally have a little ride into the Smalls. Shang-Chi, who can he find? Nobody's really in their field of vision right now. They will come across Drink. You know, if I'm Drink and I'm playing Pulse 5 Grimstroke, I'm like, do that to me more often, my friends. Cool, awesome. This was good times. Kill me.
My entire team was farming while you were doing that. What were you doing? Killing the position 5? Who cares?
Yeah, it's all good. It's okay.
If nothing else, you write Worth in all chat. It makes you feel a little bit better about going down, for sure.
I think the best time you do that, if you break a 5-hero smoke rotation, then you actually just tip them. Yeah, like, hashtag Worth.
Yeah. Nice job, you idiots. So he's got Battlefield on the Monkey King, but he's not farming up. He's a little bit worried about them rotating onto him. They did clear out to the Dire wards inside the Radiant jungle, and they reestablished vision over there. So playing on their side of the map, where they have their own vision, and with this Blink Dagger recently picked up Mars after that was reveal with the jump onto the Grimstroke, they feel a little bit less confident about fighting into the enemies here. Yeah. Instead, they're going to play further back and work on their item timings. I think BKB is coming out on both the Monkey King and the Chaos Knight before they're able to fight into them. Then it becomes pretty easy to play around this arena and play around the OD. If he Astros you, if he tries to drop the Meteor Hammer, you can just fight straight into them without being concerned. And this Wind Ranger will actually do a surprising amount of damage with the Focus Fire thanks to the Maelstrom. I am a little bit surprised. I want to hear your thoughts, man. I'm a little bit surprised SHENZHEN's not putting more pressure on to punish these extremely greedy items from Aster.Aries.
I think that the main reason they're not doing this, whereas we see Wukong's top, Ulu, will he die here? Will he be able to get off the rage? Not just yet. Finally does come out. Oh, and he finds an Infest as well. Literally at the very last second, this will keep him alive. Potentially setting up for a turnaround here. Shang-Chi comes in, finds the Spear of Mars onto Ash. The Snapfire couldn't TP out in time. And Ulu, the target of the gank, ends up being the one that gets the kill with the help of the Smars. Beautiful turnaround. And I think SHENZHEN, the main reason they're not really playing this aggressively on the map, and I think I agree with you that they should be, is we've seen this across all 3 games, but also in their previous series. They sometimes get locked into this phase of the game where they literally will not make big moves until they get BKBs or their next round of items. Unless it's very, very expedient for them, they will always play on their side of the map. But sadly, it does get punished in situations like this. And now it's an easy road for Aster.Aries. They know that without the Morty's Kisses being available, there's very little that they really have to be afraid of around this pit right now.
So the grab of the agent's going to make this OD much harder to kill. So even if they manage to jump him on the backline, he'll be able to stay alive. Lifestealer, he's opted to play even more greedy. He's picked up a Maelstrom. I mentioned that he wasn't... the fact that he wasn't going for a Maelstrom was the fact that, a sign that he wanted to play a little bit more aggressive, but they've decided to ignore that. I guess they see this Battle Fury on the Monkey King as a sign, okay, SHENZHEN want to draw this into the late game, but if we go Maelstrom on our Wind Ranger, if we go Midas on our OD, Maelstrom on Lifestealer, damage items on our Mars, then we can keep up with them. And they are now.
Definitely are. As they come across Horror, Should be an easy kill onto this little squirrel here. Gonna try and waste their time, but it's a quick kill. Something else I think about playing against SHENZHEN, this started from the qualifiers already, but they have one of the highest average game times, especially when they win here in the lower division DPC. So definitely a team that favors the late game, and they're playing like that. So, you know, if you're going to be playing against a team that is going to be playing for late anyway, might as well play greedy yourselves, because you know that they are very unlikely to punish that given their natural playstyle.
It is true. Another reason for you know, these maelstroms could be the fact they built an Aghanim Scepter on the Chaos Knight. There's going to be so many illusions, and oh god, there he goes.
Somebody has to die. Poor drink. Somebody's got to tank the L.
I mean, it gets funny at first. You go, haha, worth, until you end up like 1 in 15. Then you're not having fun. It's still worth it at that point. But
then you start all chatting, I'm going for the Milk Award, guys, don't worry.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, another reason they could be going for these maelstroms is the fact they're playing into the CK, who now has an Aghanim Scepter. So with all of these illusions, and they have no real crowd control, because, you know, your cores are Lifestealer and OD, who are all single target damage. They can get around that just by, you know, farming up a ton, going for the Mjolnir on the Lifestealer. I'm not sure what the OD is going to get. He's just going to go for a Hex, so he's kind of leaving it to the Mars and the Lifestealer in order to clean up these CK illusions.
Yeah.
If they can play around the fact that they have no, like, real AoE damage and beat the CK, you know, it looks greedy as hell, but, you know, power to them if it works. Can't argue with results.
If it works, it works. You know, there's no such thing as a bad idea if it works. I don't believe that, but in Dota 2 it's definitely true. Smoke up from both sides. They also have a CK Aghanim shot as well, so that's going to increase the amount of illusions available in these fights. Definitely all this clear might work out for them. Who's going to get caught out first? Phoenix gets revealed. Okay, they go directly onto the Mars first and foremost, though. He gets saved, but the Soulbind will be there holding OD in position for the Morty's Kisses. We've already lost the Aegis life. Will they be able to take him the second time? The blink will not be on, and the Reality Rift drags him right back into the Wukongs, and they kill him in the blink of an eye. Aster.Aries need to flee right now. Kaikyo jumping forward with the Inkswell. Fire Snap Cookie tosses him forward, and they still get the stun. 2 core heroes down. Will Ulu be able to escape? They see him. The Boundless Strike is on. Will they jump down? No! They cut down the tree directly onto the Monkey King. They're able to take away the life of Kaikyo. Infest in from the Lifestealer as the Scatter Blast takes out Red Panda. TK, will he be able to run away? No, the Bushwhack is on, but they don't have much stun after the Reality Rift. So they cannot keep TK in position. Will be able to escape with the super valuable cargo. And this Wind Ranger did everything in that fight. Helped them to get the kill on the Monkey King. Helped them to keep Ulu alive, but can't do it all, and they still end up losing 3.
Yeah, this Wind Ranger is doing a lot for a position 4. That OD went slightly too far forward, trying to get that initial save off on to the Mars when he was caught out. But, you know, unfortunately, you put yourself out of position, and you are not very tanky, not until you get a BKB. SHENZHEN, them playing it a little bit safe for a while, did end up paying off, and this Aghanim Scepter absolutely blasted this OD when he got back up from that eggs. The whole family was on him.
Yep.
It was absolutely insane to see. But sick initiation there by SHENZHEN. Aster.Aries definitely too far forward. Until they get these BKBs done, I think it's a sign from the OD that he's not able to stay far enough back.
Not even going for the BKB, though. He's opting.
He's going to Aghanim Scepter right now.
Axe first, and then he's going to come back for BKB, potentially.
I hope so.
I hope so, too. They do get the quick kill now into Hara. This is gold to finish the Ags. Get BKB. Without the BKBs, it really does feel like what just happened could happen every single fight. And the surprising thing about... Oh, no! Again! Last time, it's Fire Snap Cookie. This time, it's just pure reflexes from Kaikyo. Can the Smalls just catch a break here, Nev? Can he just be allowed to get an arena out onto this Monkey King?
Apparently not. I think he needs to try to throw the arena like where he's about to go and not where he is. I mean, that is rough. A nice try, but 90 seconds on cooldown now.
Yep. And we know how SHENZHEN plays. They're going to utilize those 90 seconds just to farm up, get more and more gold onto Kaikyo. Don't know what the next item is going to be just yet. We see Skadi being queued up. Obviously going to be a preferred option against a hero like Lifestealer. It's really the only option, right? Nobody else in this game is going to be building any kind of lifesteal. But Having it also to tank you up against OD. No longer as afraid of being Sanity's eclipsed. No longer as afraid of damage that might come from Mars. And in fact, they're no longer afraid of much on the map at all here, Neff, as they're going to smoke out and try to look for another promising fight for themselves.
They just got the BKB on Monkey King. They want to show off. They don't know the BKB is on Mars, though, and would allow them to separate, the rest of SHENZHEN from whoever they try to jump on one of their carries. So they got to be a little... Well, I'm not sure I worded that right. I was going to say they got to be a little bit careful, but if they have no idea, then they just have no idea. And they're going to go into an awful fight here, thinking they can play aggressive. Lifestealer's going for a BKB as well. I mean,
I've been seeing this more lately, like the Lifestealer BKB. Personally, I like it a lot. What do you think about it?
It fell off a little bit for a while when Satanic got changed around to give you a Dispel, but people used to get it to get out of the silence. It gives you damage. It gives you strength. It's whatever, but I don't know. I'm not a super big fan of it, but the amount of time that you have magic immune is pretty sick. But I'm not sure it's necessary now that Satanic gives you a soft Dispel. You just pop that and get your magic immunity.
Man, how annoyed when they watch this replay. Aster.Aries are just gonna hate Hara. It's not the first time that we've seen this little hoodwink in the trees, making sure that a potential move from Aster.Aries gets ruined, but can't do much to prevent the tower from being taken. So the tier 2 top is on, and they do manage now to claim that outpost for themselves. A little bit of an experience advantage will be coming in. And at the same time, SHENZHEN not yet poised to take the tier 2 down bottom, so not easy to make the counter press here. And also, heroes are streaming back in. They need to get out for SHENZHEN, but so far they've been quite good at knowing when to leave. And Seed, oh my gosh, in between the two heroes who can cancel the TP, somehow in front of their faces, he gets out. But TK, oh no, they've come across Kaikyo. BKB is on from this Monkey King. Can he fight back here, get back his HP? No, it does not seem like it's going to be the case. Ulu able to go mano a mano, chest out on the Lifestealer, taking the Monkey King down. That is truly tragic to find Kaikyo the one time that he's far away from his team and nobody can show up to support him. And they're not done. Arena out onto 2s. Here comes the CK with the illusions. Woo! Turning the attention back onto Mars. However, with the help of Ulu and Phoenix, they drop the Sanity's Eclipse. They drop the right clicks. More than enough to get themselves a kill onto Seed as well. The two most farmed heroes on the side of SHENZHEN taken out in less than 30 seconds. And somehow, in a very short span of time, the balance of this game has changed entirely now, Neff.
Yeah, I mean, the Monkey King ended up popping that BKB way too late. Tried to stand his ground, he threw out to the Boundless Strike, but it ended up coming out just before the Rage ended on the Lifestealer, so he couldn't stand his ground. Then they go, okay, if we took this right here, we're right beside the tower, Wave's pushed in, we'll go to the mid lane. They managed to catch out the CK as well there, so snowballing off those kills, and it gets even better for them. Roshan is in fact up, but the enemy team scouts it out. If they were very quick going into there, I think they would have been able to do it, but they're a little bit hesitant with the BKB still on cooldown for another 20 seconds on Mars, but Lifestealer's just finished his, so now they're going in. They gotta make a movement to defend this. They gotta.
Doesn't seem like they are, though. They're marooned on the other side of the map. In fact, we see that Kaikyo is still just jumping bottom to farm out those camps and the waves in the lane itself, so they're not going to come back. They're going to just lose out this Aegis for free. Alright, Phoenix now with Aegis. So more immortality once more for this OD. And who did they give the shard to this time around? As we see them, Phoenix actually gets the 2 Sanity or the 2 Astrals out with the Aghanim Scepter. They lead onto Hara first. Yet again, another kill onto the Squirrel. And they still want to chase for more. TK in with Red Panda, trying to see if they can find anybody on the backline of the fight. Nobody will emerge for them, but it doesn't matter. They've now taken complete control of this part of the map as well. They can't really play against them from SHENZHEN. And this OD, because of how well the game's been going, Neff, he's been allowed to just skip BKB entirely. He's going to buy 4-star. He's like, they're nowhere near actually being able to get on top of me with their spells. The one time it happened, I was too far forward, so if I just don't get that far forward again, why do I need BKB? I'll be fine.
That's the eternal envy way of looking at things, man. It's a dangerous line of thinking. You don't think like this, right, Snare? I've never had the opportunity to actually play a Dota game with you. That's how you really figure out a man.
I I'm one of those people that will yell at you, right, for not buying BKB. Like, I'll look at your item queue and I'll be like, listen, where is BKB? You'll tell me, nah, there's not that many. Yo, where is BKB? Buy BKB first. I would rather have you buy a BKB and buy it in a bad game where you shouldn't have bought BKB than avoid BKB in a game where you should have gotten it. And Ash, you see, not Ash did. Ash bought BKB, so Ash is fine now. That's all good. Get home.
He's okay in your book now. Fair enough. What about this Snapfire build? I mean, other than the BKB, he's got Chrysalis. He's probably going to go for a Daedalus next with that 20 talent to just absolutely melt heroes.
I mean, I would have preferred at least an Axe, but I suppose given that they've actually had damage problems for a little bit, right? Unless they get Seed directly on top of a target by himself, that hero not having BKB active, and we're going to see Seed getting involved now. We're going onto this Lifestealer Soulbind between him and Phoenix. The Astro will be there to save for now. Sharpshooter hit comes out, and Red Panda gets eviscerated by Seed. They take out a lot of the illusions with the Sanity's Eclipse, but with Wukong's being dropped down, they can't really progress further forward. Astro, though, coming back. There's no more Wukongs. Ash gonna jump in. Ash gets caught without the BKB with Shackle Shot. What a time to be alive. You literally jump into the disable. They will get the early kill. Aster.Aries now on a chase forward. They're looking for Seed, and they will have the damage to kill him. No way out for the CK. No options, no solutions, and no more life. That's 2 core heroes down for the count, and nothing they can do about it. And also here, Neff, there's a Siege Wagon in middle. There's a tier 3 tower open. I think we're looking at the first lane of Rax here.
They're going to do their best to take this one. I don't think anything's going to be able to stop them here. These pickoffs that they're getting onto the SHENZHEN heroes, one after another. I mean, that Monkey King caught out, followed by the CK at first. I mean, that gave them enough map control to take the Roshan, and they're just snowballing off of this. And Aster.Aries, you know, they're a team that's good enough to capitalize off of every single mistake that you make and know how far forward they're able to go. And it only gets worse. Now you have a Dispel, a BKB, and you know, another magic immunity just by popping your ability here on the Lifestealer. I'm not sure how they bring this guy down. It had to be with disables before, but you know, with all this magic immunity and Dispel, Ulu just feels like invincible. I'm not sure you even want to do this.
Well, they're gonna try for it anyway. Seed is able to, with the help of this Sharpshooter, they take out at least the 1 life. But look at Kaikyo caught inside of the arena, even with BKB active. Absolutely no way to even get off the Wukong's command. Seed now getting ran down by this Lifestealer. Ulu, with all this magic immunity you mentioned, is just indomitable in these fights. And with 3 down, nobody having buyback, they just turn their attention to the tier 4 towers. They turn their attention to the W. And SHENZHEN, at this point, they have nothing they can do. They have no options. They call GG. They give up the ghost. They cop their first loss here in the lower division of the China DPC. And Aster.Aries, ascendant with their 2nd win, looking clean as hell as they did it. And Neff not getting punished by going ultra greedy. But if you go ultra greedy and your opponent doesn't do anything about it, eventually, you'll be too hard to stop. And at some point, it really did feel like SHENZHEN just ran out of options and had no ways to deal, especially with the super overfarmed Lifestealer with like 14 seconds of magic immunity every single fight.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm impressed that they turned that one around to the Chaos Knight against the Lifestealer. It feels very Chaos Knight favored just because you have no AoE control, but they ran at them. They played greedy in their own right. I was questioning it. I love being proved wrong, especially by players way better than me. It looked way too greedy to work, man. Like, I thought, okay, they're going to go for the Midas on this OD. They're going to go for the Maelstrom on this Wind Ranger. Like, this other team is just going to run them over. But they managed to stand their ground in enough of these team fights, even with some of these whiffed arenas coming out. Like,
yeah,
sick gameplay coming out from Aster.Aries, showing why they were my favorite team in the last season, even though they came in 2nd place and, you know, didn't win the tiebreakers. But they're here to win it this time.
Yep, absolutely. And SHENZHEN, they tried something a bit funky, a bit quirky with the Ash handling the Snapfire in the mid lane. Regrettably, like, the build I don't think was the worst thing in the world, but I think how did they played this just really weirdly, unfortunately. Like, they didn't actually play this aggressively enough. And we saw a couple of really cool kills. This was quite cute, and this was sort of a harbinger of what the early mid game would look like, but they were able to itemize correctly against them, not really run into too many massive situations. And here was the really sick play, though. You were talking about it. Kaikyo waiting in the wings until the meme hammer's about to trigger, and then boom! Cancel. You're trapped in the middle of nowhere. And seeing plays like this, you would imagine that there's really hope, right? That they're going to come away with a big game eventually. Just didn't pan out for them that way.
No. And, Kaikyo trying to set up more behind the OD here already and buys himself a little bit of time, astros himself, but the rest of his team just melts and ends up being the follow-up. They're forced to get back, but this was the cookie, the coordination from these guys.
Oh,
absolutely insane.
there was so much hope.
Yeah, there was so much hope. That was such a sick cookie. I've seen some real bad ones so far, like at the beginning of the DPC. Not all the teams mesh together or know what their allies are thinking, but moments like that, very hard to execute. It's the cookie and I think the Ursa hop as well you can get over the wall with, but your timing needs to be just absolutely perfect.
Yeah. We saw that great timing. Lots of good timings, in fact, from SHENZHEN in this game, utilizing these Inkswell, Fire Snap cookie plays, getting forward with the Monkey King off the Boundless strikes. This was so impressive, though. TK, look at this. The power shot breaks the tree. Monkey King is now down on the floor. Quick kill. Really crazy play and giving the taxi ride out for this lifestealer. If TK doesn't do everything perfectly in the situation, we don't know how SHENZHEN responded to getting a full team wipe, because they ended up backing away from that top lane tower push. Maybe they take that tower, maybe they get the more map control, but instead they don't, and the game just keeps going for Ulu. Stuff like this, where him and TK yet again just running into the Monkey King, getting a quick kill. The game just started to slowly but surely feel like it was getting impossible for the SHENZHEN lineup to deal with this lifestealer. Do you think there's anything they could have done differently in the game itself, or do you think this really just came down to the draft and how they handled themselves in it?
I'm not sure there was much that they maybe just playing more aggressive, but I feel like Aster.Aries deal with that aggression in the early game super well, and I think this was just the end here. The BKB's off on everybody. Not able to stand their ground. Wind Ranger, Lifestealer. Go ahead.
Look at Ash. This thing, poor Ash. Just about to die in the worst possible place. The Fire Snap cookie took him in the wrong direction. And also, at the beginning of that fight, Ulu was around 4 heroes. I feel like if you can't get a kill in that situation, it's just never going to happen. The game's just 100% over. So Aster.Aries now, after a pretty amazing performance, especially here in this third game, they'll be feeling quite happy, feeling quite proud of themselves for how they took this victory. The idea about how to handle the game against SHENZHEN definitely came to fruition. So even this last play, like, this was so risky from SHENZHEN. They knew they still had an Aegis for Aster.Aries, so they're prepared to bait like that. And look how quickly Kaikyo dies. My god, that's supposed to be your carry hero, but literally can't do anything. Ulu just clicking on the ground. I'm not even sure he was watching the screen at this point. He's just like way too strong for them to deal with.
Yeah, not much they could do, and then they just GG out. So unfortunately, I did miss the beginning of this series, but to Aster.Aries, my personal favorite, did end up taking a 2-1, but that game number 2 ended up going on way too long. Was incredibly close. Ulu MVP on the Lifestealer. What do you think, man?
Absolutely, no deaths. Being able to survive a CK lane, being able to itemize, to be able to play into the CK Snapfire, who are heroes that's supposed to hit you with the physical damage that you can't resist. No, he held it down, definitely. Throughout the series, in fact, Ulu just did a fantastic job, so certainly glad that he gets the MVP vote from my side, and he definitely deserves it. Now, with this victory, Aster.Aries, very, very happy with the 2-0 lead in the group stage. Unfortunately for them, it's still not over. There's still a lot of DPC Dota to play, but fortunately for you, there's still DPC Dota for the day. The lower division hasn't concluded just yet, and we have a very interesting matchup coming next. This is a matchup who, if you'd asked me before the season starts, who are the top 2 teams going to be, I would have said to you it looks like Sparking Arrow Gaming and Team Magma, and those 2 teams now have to play against each other. There's only 2 slots available to get into the upper division, and we'll have 4 teams, SHENZHEN, Aster.Aries, the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming, and Team Magma, all making very strong cases for themselves. To see where that's going to go, we're going to follow this journey very, very closely. For now, we're going to take a small break while we prepare that matchup for you all. And make sure, in the meantime, that you go drink some water, stand up, shake around, and keep it locked to the channel. Make sure you're following it as well. And before we sign out here, Neff, any parting words for our wonderful viewers?
Well, thank you everybody for tuning in, bearing with us while we had some technical difficulties. I'm going to need to get up and get myself some water as well, a little bit later than I wanted, but excited that I get to cover even more games. So thank you, Snare. You did a wonderful job. I'll make sure Ricky isn't too jealous.
Shout out Neff, not just for pulling through at the last second, but for doing a stellar job himself. Make sure that you are following him on Twitter at NeffSensei, and we will see you soon for the next series of games. This is the China Lower Division DPC. I'm Snare, and this is Neff, and we'll be right back.
有啊，基本什么比赛其实都会看一下，然后学一点新东西是一点。然后羽毛就是从别的国外队学过来。啊是，然后今天就是
手机呢？
是。
然后打架抓节奏，他们也不是一波大节奏没有。这盘我觉得他们敢主动出击，我觉得他们都在死，因为他们打架打不过，不然这个时候还要确认是打关系。后续还是有一点啊。
最近看了一下OG的那几个比赛，然后可以学一点东西啊。应该是就是那种什么不过还是常规的比较多吧。然后其实额外的比较少。
这个他妈的解说可是在说什么？上一个2中也是单防1号也是就是单人说。
是的。
不切实际的事，完全不切实际，不残酷的。我他妈跟他笑死。
对。就是那个，其实上高之前都是我们的优势，高地那波可能是那个先手有点问题，然后。队友都涌上来了，然后没有沟通好，不然那波应该是能拿下的。
前期很多，肯定很多，然后在胡子里被深深的刚死。
是的。
之前好像没有打对，大鱼竿太多打。
好，谢谢，拜拜。
就1点点。
DOTA 2开启全新篇章 ，DOTA Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西。
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友，挑战极限。信任与配合是 DOTA 2不变的主题，更有 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许曾离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你的归来。DOTA Plus，DOTA 2的新时代。
我沿着地上的一个大洞跑到了地下，这东西是座铁链，铁链上还有很大的钩子。最后，死亡之神以为被偷走了，嘿嘿嘿，要我说是无为而走。杀戒的好日子，开工时间，眼观六路，给我叫起来！嘿嘿嘿嘿，好大块鲜肉，来亲热亲热，小鲜肉。1、2、1、2，计划我就陪我来我这儿，给你切个漂亮的豆花。火腿罐头，烧烤时间。大家叫我样子，你才是出东西起家的。
还剩10秒，请天辉方挑选夜，
干扰者，
请天辉方禁用英雄。请夜眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请天辉方禁用英雄。
Ladies, gentlemen, and our NB comrades, welcome, welcome, welcome back here to the lower division of the China DPC as we continue the journey to the upper division and potentially to TI as well. Right now, we've got another series on our hands, Team Magma taking on Sparking Arrow Gaming. Team Magma has been in the upper division before, so has Sparking Arrow Gaming. Both of them, of course, trying to make the climb back up to the place of glory to compete against the best teams in China in already the most competitive region in the world. So we're going to see which one of these two teams has what it takes to get this victory here in this upcoming best of 3. And of course, to bring you the action, it's going to be myself, Snare, joined again. Dragon Drop is returned. He's back. How are you doing? How was Purgatory? And how do you feel about this upcoming game?
You guys, casting was very fun indeed, but of course I'd also like to be able to cast myself. And during the break, fine, stays like that, and if not, well, now it's gonna have to cut in again. Excited to see these teams match up against the. I mean, how stacked this entire bracket is, but Magma and SAG are certainly some of the powerhouses here. Magma has won their matches against Neptune Gaming and CDC with pretty much the same draft openers as well. Ogre Magi and Pengulia once they had a Bloodseeker. Not this time though. This time we once again see the Monkey King together with the Mars on their side. Razor on the other hand with the Disruptor and the Snapfire making an appearance again. So it's either way, it's all heroes that are going to be very exciting to watch. That are going to be very active. None of these late game illusion carry nonsense that we sometimes see in other matchups in other regions.
It has become quite interesting over time to see how, everybody has these stereotypical perceptions of the Chinese region that it's just a farm fest, everybody just sits back and collects gold, but certainly has become one of the more active regions, especially in the early game. And Sparking Arrow Gaming picking heroes to assist them in that regard. Razor, Disruptor, Snapfire. Looks like today, though, the hero of the day is going to be this Monkey King. Has been present a lot, has made a lot of appearances. And generally speaking, there's a reason for that, and we see it now. He has a lot of team fights in his team already with the Mars being available. Ways for him to now show up to these engagements, having the IO behind him. But crucially, you have scaling into the late game, but also early game fighting potential, which seems to be the current flavor of the month here in the Chinese region, especially considering what works for them. And we see Ogre again, the staunch support, just there to buff up the core hero, break up smoke ganks, be the beefcake in front of the lane matchup. But now also, we don't know what they're playing in the off lane for Sparking Arrow. Whatever they play though, is gonna have a little bit of a difficult time contending with both Ogre and the Monkey King. There's a lot to deal with in that situation.
Yeah, it could still be the Razor, in which case you would be up against two melee heroes, which I would not think would be too bad, especially if you have the Snapfire in the 4 position. There could be some kill potential there, even on the Ogre. But even if you just run down the Monkey King, like if you can get some lane equilibrium control, if you pull the lane back a little bit, you can start running him down if they're too far ahead with the Cookie, with the Razor static link and whatnots. And Ogre is not necessarily the type of hero that can really stop them in its tracks early on. Stun doesn't last for a long time, the slow is might not be enough, so something worth considering here, in which case SAG would probably want to pick up another carry.
What's left in the pool here? So, Morphling's been banned, Lifestealer's gone, Jug's gone. We still have Dusa in the game, Drow's available, Ursa, very, very good. I think that given that it's not banned, that probably should be at the top of their idea pile here for Sparking Arrow Gaming. Could be decent in the lane against the Mars, very good against this Monkey King in a carry position. So having that hero available when you don't have to worry about it being banned away can be quite useful. At the same time, Magma could pull a fast one on us and grab that hero themselves, but it does feel like they are in need of something that fulfills the spirit role from the mid lane just to give their team a little bit more tempo. Right now, they are only really playing around these relocate ganks, and you want a hero that can make that happen before having to get the critical levels out on these heroes. So what's left for them? They have Queen of Pain, there's Puck. Don't think you go like DP or DK. Okay, Queen of Pain banned now. So Storm is possible, but Storm into Disruptor, a bit rough, and Storm of late just hasn't felt like the same killer hero. Instead they go TA, so the tempo is not going to come from magic, but it's just going to come from sheer damage output. And earlier today, in that matchup in the last matchup, in game number 1 it was, we already saw what the backup of IO can do with a strong enough TA. Aster.Aries used that to amazing effect, so Team Magma might have been watching the game and got some inspiration from that series.
The man between Snapfire and in particular, she cannot rely on that refraction. Normally TA gets very quick, but the ice completely gets that issue. So you can have her Mass as well. It can control the team fight up for you. You have the to help out, not just for the TA but also the Monkey Kings. Yeah, I think that's a very stable line.
Yeah, certainly. Ooh, this is interesting.
I like
Wraith
that one.
King at the very end of this draft. Normally we see this hero will come out against such offlaners like Doom, Tidehunter, heroes that want to use spells one and done and move on to something else. And of course, it certainly can be effective here. Sometimes the matchup against Monkey King gets a bit iffy. If the Monkey King gets too strong, can kill you twice through the reincarnation. However, against everybody else who want to be coming in, bursting a target and moving on to the next one, having a hero like this MS Wraith King to just hold that area, keep strong, and stay standing in that situation, I think can definitely work out for them in the long run. And it does feel like this might really be the pick that they needed, not just for the safe lane to go well in the laning phase, but to help them scale for later and later and not be afraid of the overwhelming teamfight that comes from relocate plays all across the map.
Absolutely. I absolutely agree with you. I mean, yeah, just having the ability to reset after the other team has already casted a bunch of the spells. You know, if they get to a point where they commit arena or something like that to bring down the Wraith, just comes back, and then it's your turn to turn things around. And as you also said, the scaling potential is very, very different. Wraith King can be extremely powerful in the later stage of the game. You can even get that Atom Scepter to make sure you and win the fight if you end up dropping.
Yeah.
And that's just not something that a TA has an easy time matching.
Yeah.
I do like SAG. I think Magma are on a bit of a timing. So if they want to win this game, they're going to have to do it in the mid to early late game at the latest. Or else SAG will just walk away with it, I would say. They also have solid enough lanes. I mean, Wraith King can always dip into the jungle relatively early. Just go too badly up against the Mars. But you also have the Razor then on the side lane. So I think they should be fine on SAG. I think they...
All right. We're going to have this situation right now where their lanes, we're going to see what this configuration is going to be like and whether or not they'll be able to hit that timing for the early and at the absolute latest, early to late, mid-late game. For the other situation, it's just going to be all these heroes trying to get themselves in a position to contest for these bounties. Sparking Arrow Gaming also have a really interesting thing where, normally speaking of late, when I've been seeing this Disruptor, it's paired with offlane heroes like Night Stalker, Mars sometimes, Tide gets involved every now and then. The fact that they have Razor does mean that there is a little bit less immediate like overall team fight that they get, but their chase down potential is absolutely absurd. Getting away from these heroes is going to be very difficult. This drain from the Razor going to be super useful, and despite the fact that the TA came out last pick, we often used to see Razor counter-picking into the Templar Assassin. So now you have two very viable drain targets between the TA and the Monkey King. And any given time that Flyby can close those heroes down, a lot of what they bring to this game will immediately just get sapped away. So they need to be careful for Magma. And as this game starts, let's see how these lanes are going to fare. This mid lane matchup we've seen before, but it seems to turn depending on the day. But how do you feel about it, the TA into the Void Spirit matchup?
It's good. Yeah. It's really because both action against. So mostly based on right clicks, but these stones of course has that whatever it's called, I forget. That extra shield. Dust is going to have the refraction to dodge damage, so it's a matter of who gets the better end of the right click trades.
Yeah. Really will depend. And right now, things are still looking okay, as we just have the tri camera for all the screens. D-Stones, this is a game where they do require this Void Spirit to make a lot happen for them. He needs to come in from a good laning phase here, transition with strong levels to help out the side lanes. Of course, the side lanes themselves won't be going too poorly at the beginning, but they certainly cannot allow for Monkey King and Mars and a TA to just have a good early time. And despite Monkey King playing into this lane against Flyby, he shouldn't really ever get affected by the strain. Kazi is going to always be stepping in front of him to soak up that damage on his behalf. So should be a pretty good lane for farming for this Monkey King. And might actually be the lane where they rotate to first. They have the double stun between Aether Remnant and the Fire Snap Cookie. So D-Stone certainly will be keeping his eye towards that bottom lane as this game scales a bit. But for now, has to concern himself primarily with this matchup against Dust. What do you think the build's going to be? Last game we saw... last game we had at TA, we saw D-Lance into Deso into Nullifier. Is we going to have a similar path here being followed by the TA, or is it going to be rather the Blink build for Dust?
not that much of a mid analyst. We speculate. I want to say that both have merits because you can kind of try and blow away perhaps from the Link if you got the action up. Overall, I would that the Dragonlance's probably the more stable build. It tanks you up a little bit more as well. It allows you to work better with the arena. You can just blink away from the outside without having to overcommit yourself, you know. And if you get caught, there's quite a few stuns. There's quite a few ways for SAG to just punish you if you overextend with the blink dagger. So to BKB was probably the stable, the more safer play.
Yeah, Magma. Now still, right now the conversation for them is, and throughout the entire team, everyone's just like, don't lose your lanes, guys. Let's all get to 6. We'll show up with a reload somewhere. You know, we don't have to worry about D-Stones because if we get our levels fast enough, then by the time he starts to make rotations, we'll easily be able to make these counter plays. And what's going to help as well is what we see Mercy doing from that top lane. Io stacking up these camps and has the dual purpose of making sure there's farm later for the Monkey King, but also on giving some time for the Mars alone in lane so he can soak up more experience by himself.
Yeah. Win lane, win game. That's how it goes sometimes. I'm certainly expecting this bottom lane also to become a little bit more deadly here sooner rather than later once these levels start to come in. Level 3 now on Razor, so you might see that second point in W if they can run somebody down, or maybe the Q to just finish somebody off. As these stones now starting to struggle a little bit more with the extra levels in refraction. It's not just defense, it's also offense, obviously. It also buffs up your right clicks, worth keeping in mind. But yeah, he still has that bounce through. Yeah.
D-Stones, the build this game for him, I'm hoping that he gets early Aghanim Scepter. I think, looking at this draft, what are you really afraid of? So you're really scared of this Mars. Ogre can prove to be a small problem, but you're only really worried about Mars if Spear connects. So maybe SHENZHEN and Kaya into Ags into BKB, or maybe just go Ags BKB. I don't know if he needs Dual Scepter here, so I'm kind of hoping he doesn't buy it.
Yeah. Dual Scepter always feels like it's too defensive as Mercy. Actually, Constant the Kinetic Field, nice little spear to keep MS away, and that'll keep the Ball of Light shining for now. So nicely done indeed. TZY gotta be a bit more careful now, but he's close enough to his tower that he shouldn't be too worried. He also has the Helm of the Iron Will, So that's one of the better laning items. So you can't really harass him out on the back of that.
Honestly, I want that item to get nerfed. I need Helm of Iron Wool to get out of this game right now. It is just too easy an option for practically every situation in the game. If you're playing in the off lane, there's just no reason. If you're playing a strength hero, like not even just the off lane, just if you have strength as a primary attribute, just buy Helm of Iron Wool. It's just so good. And it's kind of a problem I feel when items are that good. There was a brief period of time like a few months ago where Chrysalis was just in every game, no matter what item. Silver Edge right now also feels a little bit too good, but you know, the Great Frog has determined that this is how he wants the meta to be played.
At least for now, yeah. I would not be too surprised to see it nerfed a little bit in one of the upcoming patches. Because of exactly what you were talking about. I mean, it's something that we've seen for a number of other items as well.
Yeah. Problems can certainly abound on the map.
It's very good now, so.
It's too good. Just too good. Just too good. Speaking of things that are also too good, it's this Monkey King. He's having a little bit too good of a laning phase right now, so Flyby doesn't want to encourage this anymore. That's the one frustrating thing about this lane, is that if you have the Snapfire nearby, you probably just never die, but you kind of need her to stay nearby so that there's always the availability of Fire Snap Cookie. If she wanders too far afield, they might try to chase you down in that lane, but as soon as you hit level 5, I suppose grab a value point to Storm Surge, it becomes a bit less of a problem. Or just get boots and then hug the tower forever. Yeah. You should be a-okay. And look at Mercy, still super intent on doing nothing else but stacking these camps whenever he can.
Yeah, Mercy, it's also known as Mian Mian, or used to be known as Mian. Very famous for the Earth Spirit plays and whatnot, but Io is a bit of a different type of hero, but doesn't change the fact that he's pretty good at what he does, you know. That player is one of the, I would say he also has Division 1 potential.
Oh, without a doubt.
These 4 positions, even lower division, have that in China, so. And yeah, stacking up this much, this early on, I mean, it's 7 minutes in, TA's got like, what, 2 or quad stacks ready to go. So that's gonna supercharge it for sure.
And I mean, when you have TA in the game, you don't have to worry about Monkey King being forced to buy the super early battlefield to not to be useful. You have somebody that can clear out these camps. They're not gonna get stolen by anybody else. I think the really scary thing, though, that's gonna concern them right now for Magma is the fact that, yes, you're going to get all this farm out on the TA, you're going to be able to clear out these stacks without not too long from now, but they still haven't been able to really declare dominance on any side of the map, although bottom is starting to go a lot better. Since we saw Son Goku start to leave this lane a bit more, go around middle, caretake the TA, the inevitable starts to happen. Flyby is falling further and further behind, and I don't think they really want to have this Razor not have the requisite levels and farm to be able to fight, because he needs to tank a lot of damage by being in the midst of the fray, stealing the damage from either Dust or the safe lane Monkey King. As we see now, Dust, hero in question, will lay out a Psionic Trap, wants to utilize it for the first time in this game. They're looking for his XCJ as well. Gonna be a jump in though with D-Stones, picking up a double damage rune with the Fire Snap Cookie coming back onto Kazi. This Ogre will get taken out. D-Stones now just trying to escape before he dies as well. Unfortunately, he cannot. The glimpse comes a little bit too late, and they found the 1 kill. Son Goku with the Scatter Blast will prevent them from chasing for more, or will he? Psionic Trap out again. XCJ doesn't have many options, has already used glimpse. No more way to get himself out of there, and he gets brought down by Dust as well. Gonna be a kill for the TA, a double kill to open up the game for her. They didn't manage to get the first blood, but if you're gonna find a fight at 8 minutes where you don't get first blood, the definite prize you'll take is picking up 2 on your carry TA before she even has real items. Does she die here though? Oh my gosh, she tried to TP out, draw in front of their faces, but okay. Alright, never mind. My bad. I praised you a bit too much, though. That's on me, fam. That was a Costa's curse. That's my fault.
She was a bit greedy, right? She also took that extra stack. Double stack on the Dice and jungle, and Mercy was not with her. Busy stacking up even more inside the triangle. So definitely a necessary punishment, otherwise TA, yeah, too far ahead. But Flyby draining damage, and it's gonna be enough to actually stop him from dying here.
Yep. This is the power of off-lane Razor.
Exactly.
You know, you just stand there, sapping away from the Monkey King, ensuring that you do not have to worry about this hero hitting you back in the face. It is what it is. He secures himself at least the survival, but we're seeing more and more that he's really having trouble progressing far away from this tower. And, XCJ will scout out this massive stack. And, oh, low. And he just gets seen as he plops on that observer ward. He might die for this, actually. TZY making his way over. Has a Spear of Mars at the ready, but they can't find the angle necessary. TA, although she had a trap to pop in the area, she doesn't have a way to get there quickly. So, XCJ just got down a ward. Will get dewarded quickly, I imagine, but kind of hilarious that he just walked up. But now Dust knows we have to take this stack, like, right now. If we don't start clearing these out, eventually SAG will try to steal it. Even if they fail, at the very least, we don't want to be fighting them in this area when it's just supposed to be free farm for us.
Another ward on the secret shop, so that remains uncertain. Sometimes some of these moves, you just walk up, you place a ward in, and they think, oh yeah, we got the D ward, we're fine, we're safe here. But little do they know, there's another ward here. Not being bamboozled this time though, is Kazi able to find it regardless. Yep. No mind game win here for SAG. They were smoked up, thinking, okay, maybe we can make a play into this now, but they're a little bit too late. And as you said, Magma realizing, yeah, we better take this big stack now. Moving in a couple of heroes to secure the area. And again, supercharged. Those Dragonlance builds gonna have the Desolator sooner rather than later at this rate. And that's where things can get really awkward.
Yep. Some very strong timings coming in from Dust right now, and for Sparking Arrow Gaming, we don't necessarily have things going that well for them, except for this Wraith King who's really farmed right now. And they're showing up bottom from Team Magma to potentially defend this tower. Got a Monkey King in the trees. Ogre has come in, but not enough heroes just yet, given how many people are out. But they're bringing in the relocate. Boundless Strike already connected. Flyby. Look how much damage this Razor's taking. He's already gone inside of the arena. Drop down his MS as well as the XCJ Disruptor. Disruptor's already gone. MS does die. Morty's Kisses almost kill Mercy. And he's going to end up getting taken out by D-Stones. Will still cost the life of the Wraith King. But they definitely get something out of it. Unfortunately, that something isn't nearly enough. Big fight coming in from the side of Magma. And they clean up 3. They defend the tier 1 tower. And drag and drop. They also did all of this with the relocate being in play. So that means that TA gets to get involved. And now she's comfortably sitting at the top of the net worth chart right now.
Yeah. That was a huge fight. Magma realizing, alright, we can take this one, especially if you can get a huge arena like that, kill Wraith King twice there. And they're coming back now to try and take this tower after all, but Magma never left. They're here once again. D-Stones barely gets to jump away with a Dissimulate. Maybe SIG thought, alright, just lost a team fight there, but then Magma will just spread out and leave the stuff can go around, but not this time. So SAG, one of the problems that they're also having, and that's what is a problem that I see a lot of teams having that run this Void Spirit mid, it's just a damage issue, right? They had some initial bursts, some initial waves, and all that claimed though was the IO. And even that took a while, and after that there was nothing left to try and just proving to be hard, and it's gonna take a while for SAG to ameliorate this. I mean, Void Spirit is never going to scale in the damage department as much as they would need him to, so in this game at least they've got the Razor to offset that out of the offlane. And so he can be more of a damage dealer, whereas the mid lane is more of the utility. Yeah, plays more of the utility role, but it's gonna take a while before this Wraith King really gets to a point where he's super comfortable just standing in the middle of the fight and just doing consistent high damage. Just doesn't have the items for it now.
Itemization is still a bit off at the moment, as the rest of Sparking Arrow though, 3 heroes, Void Spirit and the supports, trying to make something happen with the smoke here so they can open space on the map. Make things a little bit easier for the Wraith King, buy time for Flyby. And the way they're going right now, they haven't come across a viable target yet. Okay, Kazi will get glimpsed back here towards this mid lane, but they're bringing in the relocate. Reinforcements are quickly en route. They will not allow for this early kill, and instead they're turning attention to Son Goku. Gonna end up getting taken out. Monkey King with the Boundless Strike eviscerates Son Goku. And wow, this is the potential of not just having the relocate, but also having a 5-position Ogre. It takes a while before that hero dies. So it allows them the opportunity to always reset with relocate and make the fight a numerical overload for themselves, even if initially you smoked up with more heroes at the start.
Yeah. It's perfectly illustrating the point I was trying to make. Like they just lack in damage output, barely got the Ogre down to half, and then they had to leave, but they still get punished. Because on the other side, Dust actually went for the Blink Dagger on top of the Dragonlance. Not something that we say, but just realizing that he has enough damage for the moment, so just having more options of getting that on top of people is all you really need. And yeah, Templar Assassin, polar opposite of the Void Spirit in the damage department. You can dish out quite a bit of punishment already.
Look at this build. Check this out from MS. I haven't seen this in a minute. The Radiance on the Wraith King. Not something that is generally the preferred build anymore. We see far more Desos these days into the Blink Dagger. This way, they have mischance on both the TA and the Monkey King, given that most of the damage output from Magma is physical in nature. That, you know, having evasion always going to be useful in that regard. It's a little bit of burn damage for the refraction charges. But I think the really big thing for him is that he realizes that, well, this TA is getting really far ahead in farm. I need to get a comparable farming item to allow me to keep pace. And TA, woo, 3-shotting the Snapfire. D-Stone's trying to escape. Will might still get caught out, slowed by the Psionic Trap, and there's no way out. There's a relocate to put in the pincer maneuver. And 2 heroes fall very quickly. They can start setting up to take this tier 1 tower. And Magma right now are running away with this game here, Dragon Drop. They just look dominant on every side of the map at the moment.
Absolutely. Numbers advantage, damage advantage. They're the ones making the plays. They're the ones just offering a problem for SAG. And they don't seem to have any solutions right now other than sit back, try and take it on the heroes that you can afford to lose. But the Void Spirit's certainly not one of them. At the very least, Wraith King, he's still ready to Skelly Bros, but they're gonna need him sooner rather than later, with more and more towers going down, with the Desolator surely soon to be coming up for a Templar Assassin. And if you thought the damage output was big already, yeah, I mean, it's gonna get even worse. When Son Goku got 3-shot, he's gonna get 1 or 2-shot.
Yeah.
As the game goes later.
Oh gosh. Right now, Sparking Arrow Gaming, they actually find a kill, or get killed on XEJ. But, oh well, here we go. Here's the damage. Here's TA. How many shots is this? 2, not enough. Not enough. As Flyby, oh no, also get caught by the stun. Fire Blast into Boundless Strike. The Razor's gone, and this is terrible. Astral Steps are down for D-Stones. Does have a Dissimulate to get to the low ground, but that came really close to finding D-Stones also losing his life. And with all of these hero kills all across the map, it's 11-3. Deso's just arrived for the TA, and they still have vision of D-Stones. They might still decide to go for this. The Boundless Strike, not at the ready just yet. Still buying time. Here comes the relocate. Allies are streaming in. They will be able to find the Boundless Strike at last. Dust in with the Blink Dagger. How many shots will this take? Even through the TP. The Desolate damage. Way too much coming in from the TA, and she cleaves through D-Stones, who try to just do nothing else but escape. But with him down and out, that also opens up this Roshan here, Dragon Drop. They might go for this, and there's very little counterplay available from the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming.
Yeah, Desolator online right now, and SAG just I don't know. Keep getting caught with the pants down. They're never ready for Magma. Just lead heroes one by one on different parts of the map. And they're just losing more and more momentum. I guess Magma's building more and more momentum, might be a better way to put it. Is to have all the heroes inside Roche, it just have God.
Oof. Yeah, you definitely know that this is sort of a mark of a game that's going very well for them, when you can take Roche without having to commit all your heroes. You can distract from the outside. And now they're going for a fight though. Jump in, TZY, Arena, out onto XCJ. But he also dodged the Static Storm like a boss. And now Flyby is going to be trying to escape all by his lonesome. He doesn't have a TP. He doesn't have a BKB. This is just going to be him leading them on as merry a chase as he can. At the very least, we'll get the Consolation Courier. But we'll end up dying. Long drain onto TZY, but that means that the Monkey King fully free to dish out the right clicks. Another kill onto Flyby. And this Razor pick just simply has not worked out for them. They don't have many ways to set up these fights. They're wholly reliant on the Void Spirit, but the first rotations did not work out. The early fights haven't worked out. And right now, Sparking Arrow Gaming, it feels like the only option they have for fights is hoping that Team Magma run at them and also make a mistake at the same time.
Without relocating. Free into not having that backup potential is Dust and Mercy. They were just on the other side of the map, just doing their own thing, farming up the TA even more. So, just exuding confidence right now.
Yep. Magma. Just feeling really strong. TZY. Oh, they found D-Stones. Look at this damage!
He's just gone! And I think it's stun and flyby. Couple more right clicks will...
Yeah. But it's not good enough.
No.
Not good enough.
Not by a long shot. They do get that extra kill, and Mars actually did finish up that Radiance after the helmet. So, Wraith King has the ability to fight, technically.
Yeah, on paper, but he only got this Radiance like 2 minutes ago, so the problem is he hasn't found enough time to utilize it to farm up for the next item. And he is sure up there in the gold and net worth department, but in terms of his actual fighting prowess, much further behind these core heroes on the side of Team Magma. And he's having difficulties at this point, just showing and maintaining his presence in these fights. MS needs SNY, needs Halberd, needs BKB, needs some defensive item, just some way to allow him to run into these engagements, because we've seen that he's literally watching his team die in front of him, but he's like, y'all, I can't do anything about this. I just have to let that happen. If I walk in there, I will die twice. And to make matters worse, BKB up on this Monkey King now. So it's very easy to fight twice into the lives of this Wraith King. You drop down this Wukong's the second life, and he's 100% gonna die. Doesn't have a Blink Dagger to get him out. Rads is not gonna be super effective against the Wukong's command. Just feeling like everything is falling apart right now for Sparking Arrow Gaming, and because of their relative lack of setup, feel like they also have limited options in playing on the map to get themselves back into the game.
Yep. Magma certainly hitting, even before their timing, really should have hit as hard as it did, so really getting the most out of the laying stage. They keep finding these kind of picks. Can't count how many times Disruptor has been killed off like that at this stage.
Many.
And many times indeed, yeah. And MS, I mean, it's not the worst timed Radiance here after face boots, and okay, if they get this kill, this would be big, but it's still Dust with an Aegis, even with a relocate back, bit of a drain. They'll have to give, either they fight here or they have to give up the IO, and yeah, they have no, they don't want to give up the IO, just relocating back in, Dust with a BKB, just trying to preempt that. Now inside the arena, starting to right-click down D-Stone, still alive, with a jump to the side, MS, next on the list, still has his second life, Son Goku keeps shifting from target to target, that's Son Goku down, MS is next. We'll use that ultimate of his inside the Wuku's command for the second life, and yeah, they have plenty of control with Mars almost giving up his life, actually does take out to, I believe, the urn, the spirit vessel he is flying by. The glimpse back will keep him safe. But XCJ, caught inside the side to splash almost kills him. It was also really weird. Monkey King was floating in mid-air because of the kinetic field, but after it ended, he still flew to the tree. That looked really weird to me. Not gonna lie. But yeah.
Another
so hard,
fight.
yeah. It's so hard for SAG to take these engagements.
I mean, we saw in that fight, you know things are really, really bad when the fight can start off, them setting up to try and kill Io. TA goes in and is surrounded by 4 heroes, and they can't even take the first life before her allies arrive. That's how far ahead she is right now. D-Stones, oh no, getting relocated on. Double Astral Step will save him. Nice Aether Remnant back, but now you are out of escape options, my friend. Will they be able to bring him down? Dissimilate coming back at the right second. Which way is he going? To the low ground, but they catch him. Spear of Mars is on, too much vision. D-Stone's dead again. Can this guy catch a break? He at least managed to escape the last fight, but every single time they see him on the map, it's like they have this target painted specifically on his back. It's almost like these right clicks of the TA have GPS directly located where D-Stone's head is. Feels bad, man.
I didn't know that a Void Spirit could ever be out of position, but D-Stone's certainly was right there, so I stand corrected. no teammates in sight to try and turn this into any sort of engagement, and too far out, even all of his mobility to get him out of that situation. And it's just a Void Spirit. I think it's a relatively weak hero in general, and if you keep dying like that, if you don't find the proper engagements, if you can't snowball yourself, then those weaknesses really come into the fore.
Yeah.
Magma
Definitely.
just punishing him so hard every single time they're even a step out of position.
Difficult game right now for Sparking Arrow Gaming. Not made easier by the fact that they're offlaner. Compared and contrasted to what Magma has, they certainly cannot start the fights in the same way. They just lack any presence in these larger engagements. But they're still going to try and force one out anyway. They're smoked up. MS is dangling as the bait here in this mid lane. He's going to reveal himself, throws out the Raid Fire Blast. He gets caught with the Boundless Strike though, and they get the Fire Snap quickly. They need to get him out. TZY though comes in, Spear of Mars, tosses this Raid King towards a tree, and Wukong's command has also been plopped down. TZY makes sure that there's an arena to keep MS inside. Will they have the damage to kill him? You bet they do. Static Storm dropped down, but already a BKB out on TZY, so he's just gonna blink right out of there, get in the Spear of Mars back onto XCJ, and Dust easily able to come in for the cleanup job. Beautiful Boundless Strike. There's no follow-up because they do manage to cut the tree. That will allow for the rest of the heroes on Sparking Arrow Gaming to escape. But yet again, Team Magma completely unafraid, and now with your big core hero dead, you're just very happy you managed to clear out this wave, because if there were still creeps coming into the base, you could easily see a tier 3 tower start to fall. What are they supposed to do for Sparking Arrow Gaming? What they're supposed to do is not this. Not this. No, flyby. Not like this.
Fly away! And he is pretty fast.
I don't think he's... What? Is he this fast?
He's actually fine, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Raze is
Alright, so that's...
incredibly fast, and it saved
So
his
that's the
life for the
play.
moment.
That's going to be the play, Dragon Drop, right? They're just going to run
Showing
with
lane
Razor
again.
past the team, you know?
Shogun lane again.
No,
TA's
no,
right there.
Razor.
TP it. Ah! BKB TP. Alright, that'll do it.
Alright, there we go. There's the play. It's fine. Hashtag calculated. You know exactly what he's doing.
Absolutely. It's these kind of plays that they need to do, because they cannot take team fights. Like, if you're in a position where the Wraith King can die first without any sort of huge committal, I mean, yeah, they dropped the Wukong's command for the final edges, but that's lasts long enough to still have it available for the second fight. So they could line up the arena on the respawn. And if you're in this position where you can be played like that, that's how you know that you're in a lot of trouble playing Wraith King. You know, you never want to be in that position. You want to be a threat in a fight that they cannot ignore, but that they cannot easily kill without expending a huge amount of their arsenal either. But he's not there at the moment.
Not only is he not there, he now has to contend with the full trip BKBs. We see D-Stone's very far away from having the Sange and Kaya. And they're actually just going to jump onto MS. Here comes the relocate. There's not that many options. Static Storm will drop down, but Dust has a BKB. They're very happy to fight this. D-Stones goes in, but even Mercy's not afraid of this Void Spirit anymore. There's going to be some Morty's Kisses. It will be enough to kill Mercy, but definitely not worth the trade of the life of MS. And now Son Goku getting chased down by this Monkey King. The right clicks will be on. And D-Stones finds himself unable to contribute further. Already utilized the Resonant Pulse. Once you've used those spells, that's it, you're done. And now with those two massive deaths, the path to Roshan yet again lies open. Team Magma coming in for Rosh 2, for the Aghanim Shard, and potentially here Dragon Drop to utilize this Aegis to go up the hill and close this game out with this 15k gold lead and a massive advantage in their favor.
Roshan 2, Electric Boogaloo, as in those in the know say, you know, that's his name. Aegis and Shard now available. I don't think SAG can stop this now. They've just not been able to get enough farm on their cores. They've just been stopped in their tracks since very early on into the game.
Ah, boy. Oh, boy.
It's gonna take a miracle here. It's gonna take Magma just screwing up quite a bit. I mean, Wraith King does have a second life available at the moment. Only had to kill him once, but how do you stop Dust? He has a BKB. He has Aegis. He can just slow siege if he wants to.
there is one surefire way to stop Dust in this game. And if you call GG, then, you know, the game ends. And then you don't have to worry about the damage output anymore.
He can't hurt you anymore until the game's over, that's true. Not sure if that really solves your fundamental problem offers you, but yeah, it is what it is. Gonna play it safe though, not overcommitting. They're making sure to keep the rest of the team back. Just having Dust as the frontline damage dealer here, taking up some spells. At the moment SAG overcommits though, you better believe that Mars is ready to pounce.
Absolutely. And Dust can just very happily siege from the low ground with this Hurricane Pike. The only thing that they do have in their favor is that SAG can very quickly and with very little danger clear out these creep waves from a distance that allows them to still maintain control of this high ground. But 3 minutes is a very long time. And there's no way that the way Magma is playing right now tells us that they're willing to leave until this lane of Rax falls. Boundless Strike now onto MS, and they get the spear back onto him, into the Wukongs. Wraith King loses his first life. D-Stones goes back in, looking for mercy. Won't be able to kill him just yet. At least not before MS is completely surrounded by this wall from the Mars Arena. They do get the glimpse back onto this Monkey King, but the turnaround with the Boundless Strike into the base kills XCJ. Immediate buyback required. And Dust zones back everybody else. Will not allow Flyby to get too far forward, but also not allowing Flyby to survive this fight. Goes back in with the right clicks. With the refraction, they don't even get the full life of the Aegis, and XCJ now dies back. Son Goku, is he allowed back into the base, into the fountain? One hit. Oof, he almost died. Is allowed to live, but will not be allowed to participate in any more defensive actions.
Just calling
They've taken the lane of Rax. They've taken the game. They recognize that it's over.
Yep,
and
they've taken your advice.
Gaming. Yep,
taken your advice. Just call GG. Make it stop.
Too much. Exactly. It hurts too much. The pain is too much. Please let it go away. Make it over. Whew.
Oh,
damn!
man.
What a game, Team Magma. And I love the fact that the way they ended the game is sort of how they started it. Right? They decisive. They're going in, and they're not gonna wait. As soon as they know that they're strong enough to make a move, they make it, and that's what they've been doing the entire game. And sadly, for the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming, there was never a point where they were ever actually strong enough to make any positive moves. From the first rotation of the Void Spirit, the rest of the game was just kind of a disaster, frankly, at the end.
Magma in complete control, and even the way that they played the last fight, that was amazing. The moment Grave King is even slightly out of position, he gets put even more out of position. The spear back to the low ground. They drop in the Wukong's command in the perfect area just to cover for that. I mean, the Static Storm was nice, but and Io got caught in it, so a little bit too far forward on Mercy, but the damage was already done. Like, it's an exchange that you take very gladly, because he's the only one that they can. Even everyone else just has free reign, what they want. Temple Assassin just able to just blink in, just chase people down. Yeah, it was just wonderfully played game from Magma to get to that point. You know, you just, as you said, stay in complete control, pump up the net worth, pump up the items, and then just pounce with that second Aegis timing. It's just a masterclass.
Yep.
How to win Dota. Yeah.
A clear masterclass, and I think they also demonstrated the fact that you can always tell when teams have had experience against the tier 1 sides that are in any given division. And Team Magma, both teams, of course, have had that experience before, but Magma, the lineup is a lot more consistent. They clearly showed that they understand how to win a game, how to play from a dominant position, how to never lose out. And we never, ever got to see Sparking Arrow feel like they could ever utilize the combo. On paper, you've got this Void Spirit, Snapfire, Disruptor. You should have some decent team fight that follows up into damage, but in practice, like you said, the only real target for that was this Io. And look at this Io. Speaking of, he dies here, and Dust just fighting with TZY, just able to stand ground, and they can't do anything as Sparking Arrow. They have to run away en masse as soon as additional heroes start streaming in. Despite having that initial numerical advantage, it ends up meaning nothing for them. Yeah. And this damage output from this Monkey King, it's too good. We spoke about this in the draft. If you're playing Wraith King, if you die once, you're so screwed. Wukongs will be on top of you. You will die a second time, and there's no counterplay option available. In
this fight in particular, I mean, Magma was also kind of spread out with their damage. Didn't really focus anybody down very quickly, but it didn't end up mattering because SAG did not have anything to throw and turn to just put somebody down for themselves. You know, they could not take advantage of the fact that they were staying alive a little bit longer. otherwise would. And these kind of situations with too many of those, not just on these stones, but also on Disruptor, like so many small kills here and there that always just slow you down, that make sure that you cannot move out on the map.
Yep.
So
Unfortunately, what's the thing I always see at Dragon Drop about this game just being a game of margins, first and foremost, and
those margins were pretty big this time around.
I mean, to be fair, this is like a game of pages more than just margins, you know? This was a pretty big delta between the two teams. Dust just got too far ahead. The team play, I mean, let's just consider the fact that this Monkey King didn't honestly have to do anything. He's 10-0-7 right now. I don't think he actually died the whole game, but we barely mentioned him because why would we? He didn't need this Monkey King. He was just there to lay down the Wukongs. Dust was happy to just keep cleaning things up on the backlines. And eventually, well, not even eventually, but honestly, from the beginning, it really did feel like Team Magma had full understanding of what to do. This siege, this was just so beautifully done. And here's the moment you were mentioning. MS seeming to just try and make a hold here. You know, they think, oh, everything's going to be fine, y'all. It's just a Wraith King. It's okay. We can hold this defense pretty much indefinitely. And they're starting to set up. It seems a bit more confident from them on the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. But Team Magma, just wait. They're biding their time. Look at this discipline. Nobody moving an inch. No one moving a muscle until it's the time to strike. And the moment it is the time to strike, look at this. The vision with the Psionic Trap. They get the jump and MS is gone. Boundless Strike. Drag back. Nothing he can do about this. His team tries their best. But like you mentioned, the only viable target here is this IO. 3 other heroes have BKB. The other support is an Ogre. There's no damage you can threaten them with at this point. So, whew, that was so great. That was incredible stuff, honestly. So Magma come away with this victory, and the way they're looking, if Sparking Arrow Gaming don't do something special, I think Magma is demonstrating that they are a little bit of a step ahead. Potentially might be looking down at 2-0 here, Dragon Drop.
Magma just can bring that.
Yeah.
That might very well be. SAG not from them, but right.
Yeah.
It's late in the afternoon. Woken up on the wrong side of the bed this morning or anything like that. Maybe
right. Well, we'll see what Magma's going to be able to do in Game 2 as they come in back again against Sparking Arrow Gaming. Game 1, strongly in their favor. Will they be able to repeat this? We'll see in game number 2. So don't go anywhere. This is Snare and Dragon Drop bringing you the lower division China DPC, and we'll be right back.
请叶眼方挑选请还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请叶眼方禁用英雄。
为我指路。
请天辉方禁用英雄。请叶眼方天辉方禁用英雄。请叶眼方禁用英雄。还剩10秒，还剩5秒。请天辉方禁用叶眼方挑选英雄。请天辉方挑选英雄。
祸乱之源。
还剩10秒，还剩5秒。
So we are finally online again, ladies, gentlemen, and our NB comrades. We apologize for the technical woes we've been experiencing this day. Unfortunately, though, internet is not always within our control directly. Can't always handle everything. In this situation, find out that the Gremlins are really winning today, but we're still back, still doing Dota 2. We're still gonna have the conclusion of this game, because this might be still a game 3 coming our way, given the way the game is trending right now. Sparking Arrow Gaming have been playing aggressively all across the map. Now it's Magma so close towards having BKB for this PAs, but they're gonna try sneak in Aegis here, Dragon Drop. I think they're gonna get away with this. I don't think Sparking Arrow Gaming have awareness that this play is taking place. They're not showing with everyone on the map. They will reveal 1 or 2 heroes walking under wards like Dust and TZY in the Radiant jungle, so they will be able to complete the takeaway of this Aegis. Heads up.
Time though, Mars being gone on. So that's a kill, but yeah, they're getting the Aegis. Again, Mars not really having the best time. So losing him network wise at least. Still kind of need to rely on the. He has a blink dagger now, so it's something. Yeah, not going for the straight up BKB, going to the Desolator means you can take out Roche, and now you can take out the Razor immediately. Sonic Wave not going to do much, and TZY can pick up the slack with the teamfight control. Finds the extra stun onto Son Goku. Nice little jump across there. TZY is still chasing with the jump on top from PA. No, it's no running away. There is running away for the courier, or flying away rather. So Doom's courier will get to live. But yeah,
Okay.
as we said, once PA got that Battle Fury, this farm came in straight into the Desolator, also has the Orb of Corrosion, so that's actually backing up. Tons of minus armor, tons of physical damage, and just exploding onto the Razor there in that mid.
Razor has BKBs only building now into a plate mail, but recognizing that the armor is starting to be a real problem, and it's allowing this PA to really become a massive threat on the map right now. She, at present, is also just sitting with the progression towards BKB coming in very fast as well. And the thing that makes this complicated is, yeah, sure, you do still have BKB piercing disable. You know, you have the Fiend's Grip. Oh, we actually have MS about to die on bottom. And he gets bursted away.
What the hell?
Whoa, that was a lot of damage in a short span of time, and he's not done just yet. Still jumping forward. Magma will get a double kill on this Phantom Assassin. Maybe make that triple. Ooh, last second relocate. But Son Goku still has to come back and meet his maker.
Yeah. There's no reason for them to right now with the Razor, especially in the main being dead. Kill Son Goku. Will die regardless.
Damn.
The tables can turn. I mean, Phantom Assassin is one of these heroes that can have a slow start and wasn't the quickest Battle Fury by any means. Yeah, just struggled a while to get that going. But once that hero's online, it just gets more and more dangerous as the game goes on. And it's one of the better late game carries. You can just delete people, you can delete supports, you can also delete carries, as we've seen for the Rays. Find some sort of solution to that. KB's not. Yeah, just buy more armor, I guess he's all queued up. As alright, Nightmare taking over. PA is in, extra control over the Doom tag team, but finishing off the Bane first really quickly. And Sonic Wave, that's the big one. Mercy still alive throughout that though. D-Stones blink forward to try and change that. That's a respawn. And instantly onto the top of D-Stones, also to escape the link. Doom finally comes out actually on TZY after this Rolling Thunder flyby. Kinda low, but no one really to take advantage of that until this Doom actually expires, but they will not allow that to happen. Do bring him down. SAG find a great fight despite the Aegis.
Despite having to fight through the Aegis, it all came down to D-Stones. That Sonic Wave that threw out from the Queen of Pain, absolutely perfect in that situation. Catches onto practically everybody's heads up, and it's very difficult for them to contend against it. And D-Stones is allowed in the situation to walk away, doing the brunt of the damage, helping to bring down these targets, and now they're just getting further and further ahead. Level 20 is coming soon for D-Stones, and the only hero on the side of Magma that seems like he stands any chance of doing anything is this PA. And as it stands, unfortunately, this PA hasn't necessarily had herself the easiest time either in these last couple of engagements. Sure, she survived, been able to get in and out, but not really killing these heroes as quickly as she was just a few minutes ago. And like you mentioned, despite the Aegis, they still lose the fight, so they need for this to go well. D-Stones will dodge them just in time. The Inkswell gank was coming, but it might still come now. There's gonna be a jump from Mercy. Ooh!
That was a creep, yeah.
Good blink from D-Stones.
Alright. Where does that leave us now? Okay, lead. Like he and D-Stones, they were the big damage dealers in that last game. And then, of course, just the Doom's presence, you know, it just with Shiva's Gardener online. We bursted down by the PA as easily, at least.
Shiva's on Doom with BKB, MS out here chilling with, about to get closer towards having the plate mail. As much armor as humanly possible is what they'll need to continue being able to play this game out, because in the current state of affairs, they definitely do not have what it takes for these fights to go their way. Fortunately though, there's still time. They still have opportunity, but smoke will come up again from Sparking Arrow. They're about to get the Doom back online, and every single time the spell has come back off cooldown, they've tried their utmost to make use of it. Will they find the grab now? Who will they come across? Nobody nearby except for TZY, and he's a good target. Nice roll up. Still won't get gripped though. So unfortunately, didn't commit the full Rolling Thunder, so will not have the maximum protection required. Will end up still giving up a portion of his life there. Not much he could do in that situation, sadly.
Tank the gank. Someone's got to do it. It's unfortunate that it's the offlaner there.
Yep.
So SAG establishing that it's over the while, but they can transition that perhaps into a tier 2 power push. But Magma also opening this top tier 2 at the same time. Already. Yeah, with the on Mars, they kind of don't want to fight without that Pangolier, but if they can slow down this push onto the tier 2, outpost has not been opened up just yet. So this is a big objective for SAG. Looks like they're gonna get this uncontested.
Yep. The attempt up top to make this counter push, you know, we've seen the PA sitting around here with these little bit of pokes and prods towards the tower, utilizing the blur for protection, but unfortunately there's a limited amount she can do in the long run. She is building into this Aghanim Scepter, so blur is that important for her in these fights. And of course, we're not going to be having MKBs anytime soon. And MS, though you do have access to this Eye of the Storm, even with the double Eye of the Storm, you can't guarantee that PA will tank all the hits from it. So without MKB, she still has a lot of ways to evade some of this damage that comes out. Of course, Queen of Pain is still going to be super useful, and if the PA ever gets doomed, that's just it for her. So she needs to avoid that situation like the plague at this point in time.
Yeah.
But so far, it's still looking okay. It's not a perfect situation, but the game is still progressing for them on the side of Team Magma right now in a decent stage, you know, as they quickly smoke up. And they're going to try to get something going on the map here, drag and drop, to make a big play happen for themselves.
Yeah, just finished that Aghanim. How strong that is on PA, don't often see her build. But the instant blur cast time and the reset on the spells, if you can quickly cleave through these squishy supports, then you can chain that into something big here. So it's a beautiful arena, beautiful jump in with that, with TZY, but the BKBs come out. MS with the second round as well, starting to do some damage with it all. The Doom over on PA. Goodbye, they say. Dust trying to TP out, it's not going to happen either. It's just way too much. Oh, they did not get the burst on MS. Got the double BK. Oh, not even the double. You just had to use it once for the double storm, just snapping them left, right, and center. He did 5k damage that fight in the blink of an eye.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The very end of it, it requires 3 buybacks to make that happen. But ultimately, well worth it because they're going to be able to claim the Roshan.
Yeah, PA staying alive there was class shows. That was a crazy. You don't often see them the team go this aggressive after just losing the tower. But yeah, TZY just going in alone. It's like, what the hell is he doing there? No follow-up. He's just rolling around there and then yeah, kind of baiting them in, making sure that SAG really leave. And then there's arena. There's so much back and forth. A bunch of buybacks have been used, but according to the fight tree, cap everything. They move, end up getting a bit more money out of it. This living.
Alright, I think I believe I have, but okay. Now we have a situation. Oh, I see.
For Magma right now, they have the Aegis. There's a clutch part after that as well. We barely had time to observe this, but they made a crazy play. They had to use a lot of buybacks to make it work, but I mean, it got them into a decent enough position right now. We'll see how this one develops. It's really coming down to this PA being a top of the net world shot. It's all about that. She needs to live, she needs to get kills quickly, she needs to not get doomed. And then the fights might end up being fine for Magma. Flip side, SAG, they have some pretty good heroes to try and stop a single core lineup like that between the Doom and the... Even just to raise a static link can maintain for a while.
Definitely will have the abilities and capabilities of making the contestation and ensuring that they will be able to keep this hero controlled up and ensuring that she is not the one that is out here dishing out all this big damage once this rapier arrives, but she's changing her mind instead to go for the MKB. Want some closer damage, and that doesn't entail the same risk as losing the full item. This will of course help out a lot versus this Razor, who is sitting with this Heaven's Halberd and has made ample use of it in a lot of these fights.
Yeah.
MS in a poor position to get gone on, but in a great position to deal with all of these heroes if they get the chase down first. 9k gold lead for them. They still have buybacks on their 2 big core heroes. And the only hero that's at the very tippy top of this network is the PA for the side of Magma. So it feels like the entire game resting in her shoulders. If she dies ever in any of these fights, it's just curtains. Yep. Cannot afford to make any mistakes really, as the MKB gonna fly in now. And hopefully by the time it arrives... Oh, they're actually not even gonna wait for it to arrive. They're gonna get it at the same time as they're going for a smoke gank here. And they're gonna try and force a fight elsewhere on the map.
Might get lucky here, just depends you want to move. If that's kind of ahead of the meta right now, but the smoke breaks in the low ground. Initiation comes through. Arena bursting down Slayer. Defensive Nightmare, not gonna be enough. Sonic Wave slows them down, but Link is pretty good, but it's not on the PA. Phantom Assassin still clicking away. There's the Doom, I believe, on the Pangolier instead. The disarm on PA. The Krolls are still going though, and that's the Aegis down. MS buys back, coming into this fight. D-Stones finishing up. Okay. There's no BKB actually for Phantom Assassin anymore. She gets control up. She gets burst down.
Triple kill yet again for D-Stones. This Queen of Pain is actually completely out of control at this point. And what we are staring down is the barrel of a very, very, very successful W here for the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. They're coming close. They're almost there. They're moving into this. And if they get this W, if they get this win, somehow here, Dragon Drop, they might be able to turn this entire series. And it was looking rough for them at first. Yeah. But here they are making it happen for themselves. And they are through in the base. And they're just going for the W. They're going for the jugular here. Will they be able to get it in time? Io here with Son Goku to tether up onto this Razor, but without the Aghanim Scepter, I don't think they can push fast enough to make this happen. If they had Ags on Razor, maybe, but without it, this is a bit risky. They're still doing it though, putting in these right clicks. TZY gets an Inkswell on him, he's rolling in through the fight. We'll be able to stun up too. There's going to be a Soul Bite onto them as well, and they need to get themselves into a good situation to take the buildings and get out, because their respawns are getting closer and closer for Magma. So all they get is a tier 4. Honestly, if I'm playing on the side of Magma, I'm ecstatic about this. We already lost their lane of Rax, so it doesn't matter that we lost at tier 4. We didn't lose a second lane, so the game can still continue.
I mean, tier 2s were still standing at the time, so they figured, yeah, let's try and give it a shot. But you're absolutely right. TGY still being live, especially with that roll. There's no easy way to kill him off quickly through doing that. So it was just enough to slow them down. Look what they've queued up though on that hero. That's a rapier once again.
Why not? Yeah, I saw. Back again. Like it was earlier they queued the rapier and then they changed their mind from rapier to go back for this MKB. And I think they were like, well, after these fights have not gone our way, might as well go for this rapier. Might as well put ourselves in a situation where we at least have the Hail Mary scenario. And do you remember that rapier game we saw on PA? And just how much damage can come out of oh, it was this Wraith King, I think, that put the rapier, sorry. In one of these games. I don't forget, or some crit hero. All I know is that those crits allowed you to like one-shot some of these targets.
Yeah. PA already one-shot at times, you know, as a certain hero that's known for doing that. Times a rapier will just make that even better. As a Panther Sword right now, as Flyby goes in with the Doom over on the Tusk. So Myanmar not going to be able to do too much here. So inside of the arena, Sonic Wave comes through. Dust almost dead, so is XCJ. But the Doom, the Phantom Assassin, trying to do her best to fight, but I don't think she can. She gets burst. The rest of the team follows. And I think this might well be it. If they what the hell?
Lol.
He got Son Goku with his vision up the high ground to Nightmare to bring back these stones to help secure this kill eventually. These are the death rungs from Magma. None of them have buyback, apart from Grimstroke, but somehow don't think that Grimstroke will be able to slow an entire team down by himself.
Definitely not by himself. He's gonna have to deal with this loss here, as it is coming for him, whether he likes it or not. Tier 3 tower getting taken down. Buyback will be there from the IO to come in yet again with the reload. And this time they're feeling more confident in this push. They know that nobody from Magma can come back. They know that nobody can come fight this one. And they're just gonna go for the W. That's it. It's over. GG, well played is called.
Got the 5-man stun though there, I believe, though, or at least 4-man. So adding those to the stats, but yeah, GG well played indeed. SAG, they woke up. They were handling that that PA late game, that solo PA late, really, because the rest of the team was to catch up with her. Handled that very nicely.
They ended that magnificently, very nicely at the end of the day. And they did it in very succinct fashion. They made sure that they weren't going to run into a situation where they give time for that PA to get to the items that would allow it to change the game entirely. So at the end of the day, they do the right thing on the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. Don't allow the loss to get to them either, which is a big thing. Sometimes you get a very bad loss against you, and it completely affects your confidence going forward into the next game. So now that they have gotten themselves this dub here, Drag and Drop, they just need the one game. That's it. Just the one.
Yep.
That's just the one. Just the one.
One more game. One more game. Just one game, but that's true. Both those teams certainly have shown that they've got the chops to make it work. It's come down to how the lanes go. They're very evenly matched. These two teams, I think, after SAG. Again, it feels like they kind of woken up a little bit more in game number 2 compared to game number 1. So now the question becomes whether Magma can turn things around for themselves and don't let this loss affect them too much.
Absolutely. We saw Sparking Arrow bounce back from a loss. Let's hope that Team Magma can do the same and ensure that they get themselves the victory in game 3, because it's going to be a rough one. It's going to be an exciting one. But for now, yet again, our apologies for some of the issues we've experienced with this lost series, but we are getting them solved. We're making sure that everything is going to be silky and buttery smooth for the third game, the all-important finale, Team Magma versus Sparking Arrow Gaming. It all comes down to this finish. We'll see you in a second.
天辉中塔正受到攻击。夜眼下塔正受到攻击。夜眼军团正在。 夜 点下塔正受到攻击。
DOTA 2 开启全新篇章 ，Dota Plus 加入游戏，英雄修行解锁徽章，陪伴你从入门到精通，从新手成长为英雄。英雄语音聊天轮盘，诙谐幽默，你心中的话语，借英雄
我可不吹牛皮，升级绝对是好
完成任务
东西。
即可获得英雄碎片，全新特效套装等你兑换，彰显不凡和尊贵。英雄圣物记录成就，带你回味每一个精彩瞬间。游戏中获得的数据将被忠实记录，数据也许冰冷，但其中跃动的记忆无比火热。勇士联赛再度开启，呼朋唤友，挑战极限。信任与配合是 Dota 2不变的主题，更有 Plus 助手带你快速上手游戏。也许是离开，但全世界的玩家都期待你的归来。Dota Plus，Dota 2的新时代。
我沿着地上的一个大洞跑到了地下，这东西是座铁链，铁链上还有很大的钩子。最后，死亡之神以为被偷走了，要我说是无为人族。打开杀戒的好日子。时间，开了个好眼观六路，给我叫起来！嘿嘿嘿嘿，好大个鲜肉，来亲热亲热，小鲜肉！1、2、1、2，今晚我就陪我来我这儿，给你切个漂亮的豆花。火腿罐头，烧烤时间，大家叫我样的，你才是偷东西起家的。
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and our NBA comrades, here to the finale. Sparking Arrow Gaming taking on Team Magma. One of these two sides really has potential to come their top 2 slot and get upgraded to the upper division. But here in the lower division, they still have to duke it out. They still have to fight for the right to really be proclaimed as the best. Game 1 went emphatically the way of Team Magma, but Game 2, we saw Sparking Arrow Gaming fight back in great fashion. And now it really has come down to the wire. One more game to round out this series to give us a conclusive winner. To bring you the action will be myself and Drag and Drop. I'm Snare. Hello, what's going on? And this time around, every second of the action will be caught and will be electric. And Drag and Drop, we have some drafts, we have some Dota happening already, and we have some familiar faces with a lot of these heroes, don't we?
Yeah, we've seen Io, we've seen Mars, we've seen Ogre, we've seen Pangoli, we've seen all of these heroes on one team or another. So yeah, and if the last 2 games are anything to judge by, then those heroes mean a lot of action, a lot of gangs, a lot of big team fights. SAG securing themselves these 2 particular heroes that I think are pretty good staples, pretty good heroes to build the rest of their draft around. I think they've got a better end of the stick right here. That being said, TZY has been doing a lot of work on this Pangoli in the last game with net worth. So I think if they can show up the mid lane, if they can find a better matchup there, and have some extra influence to rely on single carry to deal damage with at the end of the game, then they're going to be in a much better spot. So I think that's what they're thinking about soon.
Yep. And this time around, they're also going to be in a situation where there's no temptation to run this Mars in the mid lane. Now Dust will have to play something completely different since it's already been grabbed by SAG. This does get, we've already seen in the series the impact this hero can give you. And Terrorblade for Team Magma. Alrighty. You were talking one of the earlier games about how you don't want to see these sort of illusion-based carries to round up the draft. Well, Team Magma, they go back for a classic. They used to do this a lot in the previous seasons when Shylock was still on the team. I'm sure a lot of our viewers will remember him. If you're a regular Division 2 or just even Division 1 Dota viewer in China, you'll know about the Shylock TB, but Team Magma, even without him being in the team, they still feel like this hero is good enough to grab early, put all these eggs in one basket. He's the one that's going to allow you to carry this as late as humanly possible on the Illusion hero. Backed up by the Disruptor as well, so there's some pretty good teamfight options to ensure that Terrorblade always gets off the Sunder and always is able to pump out the damage you need from this hero.
Absolutely. My book, it's one of the scariest carry the game, just because he deals so much and eventually he's going to be so hard to bring down, because he's very tanky. He has a Sunder to basically up again. He's going to BKB everything else that he wants, really. So room to grow, and time he's not completely useless early on. Like Metamorphosis is very strong in lane, so that's something that you can rely on. Reflection being nearly a couple of levels. He can go into the jungle, and he can also join pushes once he has that Metamorphosis. A couple of illusions. You can burst down towers when you group up as 5.
Yep.
Hero also very strong.
Yeah, this is quite interesting that we see Morphling, the hero that we often see being the counter towards the Terrorblade, emerging almost instantly from the side of SAG. And if we look at the heroes on the other side, against the Morphling, sure, at times Disruptor can be scary, but this was a lot scarier back in the days when Morphling very rarely bought BKBs. But nowadays, you not only do that if you feel the threat is there, but if you do so, there's very little threat that you have to worry about as this Morphling in this game. He has backup from the IO as well. We've already seen in previous iterations of the meta how good IO with Morphling can be, and right now, the way Morphlings tend to play the game, it can be even better. Gives them a lot of presence around the map as well, right? We're not going to have a situation where we see Flyby going in with the Mars Arena, but not able to make something happen during that activation. You'll always have the help from the IO with the Morphling. Major burst as well to help to kill heroes like Pango, Disruptor, before they can get any assistance, any help. I really like this Morphling pick, where it's positioned in the draft. And because they already know what the offlane matchup is going to be, they know for a fact that only the first couple of levels do we have some couple of problems with the hero. But after that, you're very happy playing this into Pango. Void does make things a bit complicated, especially if he goes for the Aghanim Scepter, but Sparking Arrow Gaming, instant Ember Spirit pickup. They want that additional tempo for D-Stones. They want the damage to be able to go to the backlines. And they also want additional control to help them out with the teamfight potential of the Flyby Mars.
Yeah, I really like that. It is a very good solution to what Magma has offered up to them. You gotta be a bit careful about the Disruptor, of course, and about being stunned up, about maybe being chain stunned even with the Ogre and the new TZY Pango once again, or just Dust. Like even the Void Spirit has a lot of control, but a lot of execution that you need to rely on. I'm just not feeling the Void Spirit in this patch. I've seen it over and over again. Go back. All that offers a lot does not offer, but the same. Kind of need a.
I think the thing about Void Spirit primarily right now in the meta is you just have, it's sort of a hero of phases, right? It comes really online with these super strong early levels, peaks there for a little bit, and then you have another moderate peak with your first item, whether it be Yules or the Kaya, and then you have a later on peak when you pick up the Aghanim Scepter and the Aghanim Shard. But it's definitely not a hero that remains consistently threatening throughout the game. It peaks, and we have heroes like the Ember Spirit who remain consistently threatening throughout the game. But for Void Spirits to be able to keep up that degree of consistency, you need to have just like a blisteringly fast early game so that you accelerate the timings in between these small local maxima to make your hero as strong as humanly possible. And they're smoked out here, Dragon Drop. They're making sure that they are not gonna lose out on the vision advantage middle. They want to get the advantage here. They want to contest for this bounty rune. They want game number 3. The question is, do you think this draft is going to be good enough to have it? Even though they have this Void Spirit, I really like the rest of what they've put together to back up this Terrorblade that's going to be played in the safe lane. Or do you really you think there's too many counters? The Morphling already out, Ember Spirit already out. Hell, the IO also going to be very effective at a team with this little lockdown.
Yeah, exactly. So I kind of like SAG a little bit more here for this one, because I don't believe in the Void Spirit. I do believe in the Terrorblades and his ability to carry into the later parts of the game, but then again on Morphling, which is someone that's just as powerful when played correctly, right? So even turn into the Terrorblades. How does it work now with Metamorphosis? Didn't they change things around a little bit? We don't get the meta buff when you switch back or something, or you only get it when you switch back while transforming. I don't know.
You have to be like in the form itself to take full advantage of it. Yeah.
So it's,
which I'm fine with.
A concern, but still, yeah. You can switch back and forth, like waveform, then switch back to Terrorblade to get extra illusions to work with and what have you. So it's not the worst target, I think, with these changes.
No. Not at all. Not at all. And now we're going to see TZY and the gang see what they can make happen on this here map. Looking for opportunities to win the game as early and as quickly as humanly possible. The question that they will be remaining for them is exactly how that will happen. We now are off to the races. Mid lane. This is the matchup of note always. The Ember Spirit versus Void Spirit. Ember generally has a better game in most situations nowadays. And hopefully for him, he's going to be able to find a good lead over Dust. But yet again, we still have another game where Dust is going to have a lot of responsibility to rotate as soon as possible to assist these side lanes. Morphling just wants to farm forever. Mars can, generally speaking, with IO, they'll go in the opposite direction if they want a big play. But for now, they're just happy with how everything's panning out, with these lanes looking decent for Sparking Arrow Gaming. So they can just sit back, enjoy the farm race, and Magma are going to be the ones forced to try and do something in this earlier portion.
The laning phase, was gonna get a couple at least before I can see this sort of big play, this sort of big decisive kill. Show really where you can go for kills either way. I mean, of course, IO and Mars very tough to bully out because of this innate sustain from the IO. At the same time, it's also not a hero that can really combo up well with the Mars to go for kills, you know, nothing like a Snapfire or something like that. So I think both sides should be fine. How close to the edge both of these players want to play, but Bottle just picked up by Dust. They're coming in for the Ember right now, so they should be equalizing right here.
Everything's fine on that side of the map, and the one plot we haven't really taken a quick peek at is this top lane. Of course, TZY can't get zoned and muscled out of this lane. You know, you're always playing against an MS hero that's going to be low on the overall HP, so he's never going to want to come into your face. Just wants to farm, just hit these creeps, but that does mean that TZY should be off to the races as well on his Pangolier. And they do have kill threat onto XCJ, and we're going to see that revealed right now as they're going directly onto this Hoodwink. XCJ loses his life. Last game, He was the one playing the disruptor. This time around, Mercy takes it up and Assistant getting the kill. Nice opening to the game here for Magma in the top lane.
Yep. Very nice. That first blood. Extra money towards TZY. Yeah, Pangoli is the kind of hero that can do a lot with some early on farm. It's not necessarily keeping that going, but if you can get an early set of boots, and you've got the Spirit Vessel queued up right now and the Blink Dagger, if you get some of these core items, you can do a ton of work.
Yeah, without a doubt. Ton of work indeed. We're going to see if they can attain that work rate now, as this early game. Bottom lane is still going to be a place where Sparking Arrow definitely wants Flyby to have a good time, which he is. You know, you've got IO to back you up, so you're always going to be happy about what your lane looks like. I'm wondering who's going to be the first. What are they going to do first, right? Are they going to wait for reload and then use that as first initiation, or are they going to rely on D-Stones? In the previous game, D-Stones was a little bit happy to sit back a bit and farm before starting to get super aggressive on the map, but once he started, he never stopped. We might see a similar principle emerging here.
Yep. So the thing is with relocate is that you need a setup for it. To relocate out of nowhere, people will notice unless you just relocate into trees and do something cheeky with that. But generally what you want to do is start with an arena, start with the slide chains, and then relocate someone else into that. As there's a bit of a fight in mid here for the runes. Dust still got the water rune. Not level 6 just yet. Not even his level 5 at the moment. But had the display to get himself out of trouble. But yeah, I think the moment D-Stones wants to be more active, that's when we gonna see more kills from the side of SAG.
Without a doubt. And Dust throws out the Satan Remnant, just drags back D-Stones for a second. Just saying hello, you know, just a bit of a greeting here towards our young Ember Spirit. One of the things I really want to see, you were talking about, like, having to set up for those relocates. Another hero who they need to be aware of on the side of Magma is the position of this Hoodwink. XCJ on the Squirrel. Bushwhack into reload is a play that can happen. And multiple hero Bushwhack, very easy setup for a good arena as well. Certainly some worries for Team Magma to think about, but not going to be in play right now as this laning phase has been fairly static here, Drag and Drop. Neither team really pushing the envelope all that much. But the one place where things are starting to go very well is that the mid lane, Dust is out farming this Ember Spirit at present. A little bit more net worth for himself, less regen committed. We'll have to go home a little bit, but he's been doing a great job, I think, of utilizing these side camps in particular, whilst D-Stones, for the most part, has left these ghosts alone. But now that he has level 6, we'll start thinking about taking them out to get his own farm up at the same rate as this Void Spirit.
Yeah. Back. These neutral camps. Oh yeah, just it's a Spirit Brother matchup, you know, they're all gonna be fine. Yeah. Most part, unless one player is just straight up outskilling the other, is up top. Actually catch this tiny little Hoodwink.
Yep. Quick kill.
Oh, yep.
Nice way to pick this one up, I think, because when you are playing against this Hoodwink with this Morphling nearby, you always want to be punishing the one hero you can't go on, or you can go on, to make it easier to play against the hero that you can't. And MS still can't really do all that much versus TZY. I love that TZY went for this 3rd-point shield crash. You're just dealing against raw physical right clicks, because he knows that you'll never waveform in as the Morphling. Makes you feel a lot stronger in this matchup. And indeed, right now, we really are favoring what they're doing on this side of the map. Bottom is still going well for Magma. Mid is going okay. Wonder what they're going to start to do, though. And also, another question I wonder. We haven't necessarily seen them be that committed to getting as many stacks up as we saw in the previous games. This time around, Mercy is finally going to start this, but he knows that they don't have access to an ancient camps, so he's just stacking this hard camp for now. But on the other side, though, we still haven't really seen them start to stack up, and it feels like Morphling is one of these heroes that needs that additional farm. Yeah. Do you think they'll end up getting punished for this on the side of SAG?
Well, might. I mean, Ember Spirits is stacking it himself now with some extra illusions at the same time as he's being gone on in mid, or maybe he was the one going on Dust. Either way, they're just gonna walk away from each other with Mercy, kind of being enough of a nuisance that these stones can't really overcommit on. But he has a remnant down, so you can just TP back home. Come back with full health, not wasting a lot of time. So yeah, I mean, big stacks, a triple, I believe, triple or quad stack on these on this hard camp.
Yeah,
looks like a triple. It's a quad. It's two potatoes, two tomatoes. So
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
we'll see it a lot easier when he starts farming it as well, right? And
Yep.
become clearer. And speaking of clarity on the map, right now it's very clear what SAG are going to try set up to do. As Flyby, looking to get them pushing onto this tier 1 tower in earnest. Has the armlet having just flown in, so feeling a lot beefier, a lot more difficult to kill, and having damage. So we'll be very happy to challenge anybody that wants to come down to this bottom lane.
Yep.
And unfortunately, they're not really at the point just yet with the Pango where they can do the same. Morphling is still going to play in the area. Might decide to start dipping back into the jungle now, though. And it seems that might be part of the play. But either way, the main component of the game right now, the main priority is making sure that they can secure more and more map advantage. Allow them to have the space to relocate with a positive vision advantage as well. And of course, when you're playing with more of the map against the Disruptor lineup, Disruptor teams always want to be ahead, never playing the game in a catch-up position.
Yep.
So if you can sort of force situations where that starts to go favorably for you, it'll be pretty great. And they need to do that on the bottom lane in particular, I think.
It's a bit rough. This Mars with the armlet, with the IO behind him. Right now he's alone. I'm actually linking up with these stones and kind of. Where? No chain.
Okay. Might not need them though. If he comes in with the level 3 Flame God, has the capability of just diving back in onto whoever's hiding, but it is Kazi who's sitting on this Ogre Magi, and the problem with the Ogre Magi being here is that it's so difficult to kill this hero. We've seen this before in this draft. Mid lane, Mercy almost got brought down, but these stones, the glimpse, you'll be able to dodge it out, but cannot get through the kinetic field. And is somewhat loath to commit the second Remnant forward, realizes that he might be walking into a trap, doesn't know where Dust is, and his intuition pays off. Dust was right there. We do not know how quickly Aether Remnant would have come out, so could have tanked a lot of tier 1 tower shots. Very funny situation, but D-Stone's just right back to farming like nothing ever happened.
Very nicely played. Much Dust just sneaks away that right in front of his face. It's gotta be a bit annoying.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is what it is. Team still just happy to just be passive. Even fly, even a month. Have yet. Look at Magi here for this last couple. Disappeared into the jungle. Same thing up top.
Right.
Supports really get experience fed their way.
Top lane. I think one of the things that they need to be focusing on right now is how soon they can try and force off MS, and the rest of the team does recognize this. Dust is making his first big rotation, seeing what he can find on this side of the map. Will be scouted out by this observer ward though, so they know exactly where he's headed. Will he be able to make a play? Looking for it. Looking for the potential to make this jump. It's not going to happen though, so we'll rather decide to let it go. On the other side of the map, we see Flyby and the gang still pushing on the tower, whilst Mercy happy to zone back D-Stones. And they do get a jump in. Dust is in. Here we go. They're going to try and look for this kill. The drag back will be on. The kill, is it going to come? Yes, it will. Will emerge right now. They get the arena, though. Flyby gets glimpsed back instantly. Mercy still dies with a God's Rebuke. That's a very nice kill to pick up, but unfortunately for them, they already lost their Ember Spirit. Big movement coming in from Team Magma. Getting a very big target, and Kazi, will he die here? Not just yet. TZY showing up, Rolling Thunder going off as well. They want to try and ensure that they get kills around this area. Flyby trying to TP out, will be able to do so. XCJ not yet gonna be as lucky, will die to a shield crash. And suddenly, all across the map, Team Magma show up, defend the tier 1 tower, get a kill middle onto D-Stones, and this game is starting to look much more favorable for them than it did just a few seconds ago.
That's a very nice series. Next opportunity perhaps to replicate that. First arena of the game, not really being boon that they were hoping.
Nope. You sort of always hope that the first arena that you pop is just like an auto win button that you want to press, but sadly ends up not really being the case.
Maybe it would have been when he first got it, but waiting 2 more levels to actually pass it once also means that the other teams can get time to prepare. You know.
Yeah. Top lane, Dust and the gang are looking to secure the tier 1 tower. Also, Dust is going for my personal favorite build on this hero, the Yules into Ags. Really like this rush. After that, I think you go BKB here. And that's going to really enable him to both get in the fights, but be extremely disruptive presence within them. We have this Ember Spirit who is going for BKB of his own. But once the duration is over, of course, you're just susceptible to that silence. But now we see, might have a fight down bottom. TZY getting the roll in, gets the damage out. Dust able to clean up the fight with the Resonant Pulse, looking for more. Astral Step through Son Goku and MS. Son Goku still alive, but will eventually pop. And they drop the Static Storm down. It doesn't connect onto MS. And here comes D-Stones as well. He gets glimpsed back away from the fight by Mercy, but he's able to Remnant immediately back into it. Dust uses it to Dissimulate, but won't have the escape options forever. They stole away his form. MS able to make sure that they find the kill. That is going to be a dead Dust. The Bushwhack putting him in the death position. Mercy opened up a kinetic field to try and keep himself alive. It will not be good enough on the attempt. Kazi at the very least able to dodge out the sharpshooter hit. Ultimately though, a good fight for Sparking Arrow Gaming as they take out Dust. Initially started it in the favor of Team Magma, but slowly but surely started to turn. And Sparking Arrow Gaming make it their home to take the fight down bottom, take the tower down bottom, and take the tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Take Kazi unavailable again, so that'll be yet another cherry on top. Terrorblade is still Mast.
Yeah.
That's a nice little dual core to have on top. I mean, D-Stones has been focused on just playing around to enable those, these heroes, and to keep these team fights going the way that they want to, you know, just with the ability to chase, with the ability to just even tank the glimpse. Like, he's been glimpsed again in that last engagement down bottom, but he was able to just counterplay it with the Remnant very easily. So it's not really throwing off their plan. It's not really throwing off their momentum in these individual team fights like it sometimes could.
Yep. I mean, in principle, one of the reasons why we see Disruptor often picked against these Spirit-type heroes is that Static Storm is instant, and there's very little counterplay available if you're in that situation. But all you have is Glimpse, and you're never really being tracked inside the Static Storm. D-Stones will always have the counterplay available from that. Now there is a smoke from Team Magma. They're looking to link the two heroes who are capable of killing this Ember Spirit together, or rather, capable of giving him the chain disable necessary to bring him down. At the same time, though, they have to be a bit worried. They don't have vision of where this IO is, so they don't know what kind of help could emerge out of nowhere. And this IO is down bottom with the rest of the gang. They're positioned close to where TZY is. TZY hasn't revealed himself, but they know that he's here. They know he's in the trees. He needs to get out. Swashbuckle reveals him, so they know where he's at. Spear of Mars connects him to a tree. Easy kill there. And they're able to claim it with virtually no difficulty. Completely strong fight there. And TZY, it's not like he can afford to die all that often, right? They need the impact of this Pangolier in these fights. They need that chaos. Dust can't do it all by his lonesome. They need as much interruption as possible so that this Terrorblade can sit back and throw in the right clicks. But as it stands right now, TZY dead again and again. Gonna have a hard time giving that degree of influence to his team.
Only 5 minutes. Is gonna make Magma's team fights a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Definitely will.
This is always catch somebody. I'm sitting
Reload coming in out of nowhere. XCJ gets taken out by Dust, and where did the reload go? It is D-Stones and Son Goku trying to come in here. Flyby, sadly, unable to find the forward catch, so we will not have a situation where he can just jump in and burst the target out. Unfortunately, though, this does mean that they have no reload available, so It now is a situation where you have to worry potentially about not having it up. Like right now, it would be so useful as Flyby getting jumped on, but they don't commit much. And he's so tanky. Just enables Omelette and they can't do anything. Just, wow, that's crazy. Not even needing BKB. The BKB flies in right now, but he didn't even require it. We'll see if people need BKB in the mid lane though, as a big roll from TZY comes across XCJ. It's gonna be enough damage to bring down this Hoodwink. At the same time, Terrorblade rinsing the tier 1 tower away. But they might still set up for the follow-up fight. Oh, Dust the catch. Aether Remnant directly onto the Mars, but once more, he's too tanky. Son Goku gives the help. Mercy drops down a Static Storm to try and buy space and time away from this Ember Spirit. Glimpse back onto MS as well. They find Searing Chains onto this Ogre of Kazi. But it does seem like this Ogre should be able to either escape or waste a lot of their time. Well, looks like the time wasting is what's going to be what's on the cards.
I can only win. Joke's on you. There's no losing for me anymore.
Exactly.
As clean a disengage as you could hope for here with, I mean, there's still a lot of mobility on the side of SAG.
Certainly still a lot they can do, but oh, look, middle. Scrolls up. They want the catch onto Dust. There's no glimpse back, though, onto any of these targets on SAG. I think there was, but I think it was a slight movement to get away. But Dust is fine. Was able to extend the distance and gets far enough away from the fight, not to worry. So now, oh, look at this jump. D-stones, 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 okay. Kazik is the first one that gets caught out here. They managed to take away the life of the Ogre Magi. In the meantime, TZY wants to try find Flyby. BKB will be on to dodge away from the glimpse. And now that they know that roll is like half duration out, they've already committed the glimpse. They don't have Static Storm back online again. It looks like they don't really feel super confident about defending this tier 2 tower. Erstwhile's SAG, they really want to take it. They're putting in the damage. Jump in from Dust. There's an arena though. Yules into the air. Static Storm dropped down now. And this time, there's no BKBs just yet. D-Stones, not really in a bad position yet. Still has backup from Son Goku. And that'll give them the confidence to go back. They take the tower. And this will enable them to retreat for the outpost. Slowly but surely here, Dragon Drop, they are starting to put a vice-lock grip on this game. It's a very close and shallow net worth lead in large measure because of how heavily this Terrorblade has been farming. But it's starting to feel more and more like he's the only one that's going to be able to do anything. Because whenever the rest of his team tries to skirmish, they just get instantly rebuffed by Sparking Arrow.
Because to ensure you can burst down a very squishy squirrel right there. I mean, Hoodwink is not that much of an issue for them to bring down, but everyone else certainly is. And without Terror, we've seen it at the top. Disruptor tried to kill. Yeah, it's not. And it's not exactly a roaming kill combo like an Ember Spirit would be. Ember Spirit +1, for example. You know, that's a different story. So once again, we're in a situation where you're looking to carry hero to really win the game for you, and everyone else is basically just trying to enable that. Can I have the heroes to do that with? It requires a lot of execution in these team fights, and a well-timed relocate out or burst heal from Son Goku.
Speaking of burst heals from Son Goku, oh wow, the push away. Okay, that was a very nice survival from TZY. I really thought TZY was 100% dead in that situation, but has managed to stay alive. Still in a decent position somehow. You would think normally that under those conditions that you just find yourself, you know, just quickly dead, but any moment of delay is good. Terrorblade now has Scotty. He is still at the very top of the map, right? And one of the things about Terrorblade lineups, and this is probably why they're not stressing too much for Team Magma, is we've seen many times over the years, Dragon Drop, that TB can solo carry 1v9 if he has to. Morphling is a difficult matchup to do that into, however, but it's not impossible for this hero. And they're smoking out now. They want to reveal this Eye of Scotty. Who will they come across? Morphling reveals himself a little bit, but they first want Son Goku. Dust able to get on with the Resonant Pulse and the Static Storm. Flyby is inside this, drops down the arena, but he has to get out as soon as he has utilized the spell. BKB duration getting too low, and TZY, they're chasing down XCJ. They find another kill onto this Hoodwink. The core heroes of SAG do escape this particular vortex of death, but Magma still happy to claim these kills. Might want to move into the Roshan pit though. They can do this in a fast enough time period. I don't know if they have TZY. It doesn't have any negative armor, but Morphling definitely has enough physical damage to punch through the big man, provided SAG don't head over immediately as soon as these heroes respawn.
Yeah, they still held on to the Terrorblade Metamorphosis, so still has a full duration. Roshan initiates, forcing out that BKB with Mercy's life for it.
Nice.
So that might make them think twice here. Roshan, despite the meta, they know what's up. No, Reina. Gonna jump forward there from MS. What the hell? He shifted. Wait.
Oh no.
And that he just did not expect that sort of damage. Son Goku next. Another remnant forward from both of these spirit heroes, but these stones will be able to rely on this to get himself out, and that was what to do. I don't know if he didn't shift in time or whether he was surprised by the Scotty. Either way.
Yeah. That was not supposed to happen. That was 100% not supposed to happen. In a situation like that, where you get that far forward in the fight as the Morphling, you're never ever supposed to be the person that's to get hit first by the Eye of Scotty Terrorblade. And like you mentioned, he didn't have enough on the Strength Morph to keep him alive through that fight, and he ends up losing his life so quickly. Sparking Arrow Gaming, it's one thing when Morphling is the one that comes in at the end of the fight, able to try to go toe-to-toe with this Terrorblade. It's quite another when he dies first. That suddenly means all your physical damage potential is removed. You're only relying on some of this magical burst, but the magical burst is difficult to rely on given how tanky this hero has become on the TB. Oh my goodness, Sparking Arrow Gaming now have to play against an Aegis, and Dust is very happy about this because now we're past the point in the game where it's his responsibility to help them out in these fights. Terrorblade now fully capable of joining every single engagement and will by far be the most dangerous hero in every single fight that he comes across. Really getting too far ahead and too difficult to deal with at present.
Yep. Yeah, and if they can play around this Terrorblade now, can run down the lane as 5, if they can keep the right positioning for these team fights, then they can really leverage that strength, especially if you're fighting around objectives. That's what they're gonna do right here.
Right.
Tier 2 and the outpost afterwards, so that's something that they're gonna be looking toward. But they're not always gonna be able to rely on MS screwing up though, so that's something worth keeping in mind. We have yet to see the full strength of the Morphling come into play as well. He's not as far in, like he's top net worth on his own team, but of course he's gonna have a hard time keeping up in farm with the Terrorblade.
Right now though, the team, they want to start this fight. They get the Yules out onto the XCJ, but no real catch afterwards. Aether Remnant getting tanked up by Flyby, and he activates BKB as well. Trying to escape, but it's a low duration BKB, so he might be in danger. Drops down the arena just to ensure that he can escape, and there's the Static Storm onto Morphling. Oh no, it's Ag Static Storm as well, so there's no BKB activation. He finally gets it off though. Io keeping him alive long enough. Io will pay for this with his own life, but definitely happy to do so. Flyby, can he finally TP out? He does not manage to. He gets glimpsed back into position. He'll end up losing his life as well. 2 heroes down. And Mercy almost helped them kill MS as well. If MS had showed up without having started the Strength Morph before he gets in there, he's 100% dead. But fortunately for him, had the presence of mind to begin it before the Static Storm drops onto him. But still, they've lost 2 here. And it stands to reason that Team Magma are going to be insistent on claiming more. They're looking for the tier 2 tower. They get it quickly. Terrorblade has a BKB now. Dragon Drop, they're looking poised and ready to try and end this game and secure game 3 for themselves.
The thing that died there as well was the fact that the arena blocked Terrorblade's right clicks coming across it, but you don't have that available right now for a little while longer. And still running down your lane, running down mid. It's Rax, and what the hell, Son Goku? What are you doing there, my sir? My...
No. Oh no.
Like these stones trying to slow them down, but they've already gotten the melee racks. They could not really care less about the range. They don't around for those. I feel like, nah, there's nothing that they can do at this moment. Certainly not without the extra sustainability coming in from the IO. So yeah, just straight up move towards top.
Yep. Absolutely no reason not to do this. Get yourself a second lane of Rax. Son Goku does have buyback, but unfortunately for them, Terrorblade still has Aegis. The second life, though not even needed thus far. Push back with the Spear of Mars, but he doesn't care. It's a Sunder off an illusion, lol. It's kind of hilarious. And Dust, oh no, with the catch potentially onto D-Stones, gets tanked up by XCJ. They realize the danger of allowing him to drop down into a dangerous place, and Terrorblade is falling lower and lower. 50 seconds with the Aegis, might end up just popping this first life now, and indeed, the sharpshooter hit from XCJ will take it away from him. But can they set up a follow-up fight? Nice silence onto Flyby. Will activate the BKB arena though. Will the Terrorblade be able to right-click him down before he kills the Ogre? It just forces him out of the arena right now. And MS, he's way too far forward. They're doing the damage back onto him. He needs to waveform to safety. He did manage to bring down Kazi though, as a Spear of Mars pins TB to the racks. But a Static Storm is onto MS. He's being dragged back by the Aether Remnants. He's being killed. Does have buyback as the IO already committed his to try and return into the fray. Finally, Morphling utilizes his own one. Terrorblade falling low. Terrorblade getting right-clicked by MS. But the Sunder out onto this Morphling, allowing Terrorblade to stand his ground, killing D-Stones. Suddenly MS is in danger. There will be a very nice bushwhack dragging the Terrorblade into a position, and that's going to allow them to kill TB at long last. But it's cost them so much. Yeah, 3 heroes have fallen. It's been diebacks all over the show. And now they're about to get the final one out of this Mars. At the very least, he does manage to kill Disruptor before going down, but TZY and Dust will not allow him to walk away. And okay, XCJ, they want you to join your team, buddy. Go say hi to the homies. Hang out in the fountain. It's a full group hug in the water as it's a team wipe. Sparking Arrow Gaming have lost everybody and about to lose a second lane of Rax.
That was quite a fight. It took like, what, 2 minutes or so? They finally were able to bring down this Terrorblade, and looked for a while like he was having a tough time killing people, because he actually was. I mean, without Metamorphosis, he's actually just half as scary as you might expect. But the moment that came off cooldown, the moment that became available again, people were just falling left, right, and center. The clutch Sunder as well to extend his life. Just wonderful engagement for Magma. They're not winning the game with that, at least not right away. But they're putting themselves in a wonderful position. SAG cannot afford to lose any team. Except, like, nothing happens. No money has been gained to make it easier for them going forward, especially not if they're going to lose D-Stones here without him even having a chance at popping his BKB. 63 seconds of his buyback is available, though.
Yeah.
There's a chance for him to come back if needed. They're still going to need to take a while anyway to cut down these towers and bot.
Yep. It's gonna... Well, it's a while in quotation marks, but with Terrorblade being nearby, that while is gonna be like, what, a minute?
Yeah, right about the time where he respawns naturally, so he can hold on to the buyback, which is all that matters here. So.
Yeah.
They have Glyph available to slow this down for another 5 seconds here, and then it refreshes. If they want to... Okay. Alright, fine.
Oh, no! From Dust onto MS! He doesn't have the strength morph, he got silenced! Resonant Pulse silence, baby! It comes through from Dust. He shows up, he bursts down MS, the Morphling is no more. Oh my goodness. That is so terrifying, and no buyback on this Morphling. That was a dieback from the previous fight here, Drag and Drop. Oh no.
How do you sit there without 1,000 health points?
Oh no. He gets taken advantage of. They take out XCJ in the river, in the lane rather. TZY able to eliminate Son Goku. And after that, Sparking Arrow Gaming just call up the GG. They're inside with the big arena from Flyby, but he's just gonna get right-clicked down. Won't even die before the game is over, and Team Magma will secure themselves the 2-1 victory here. It came really close at the end, but 2 key mistakes from the Morphling, getting caught with very low strength in very bad places. He dies again at the end, and after that death, with no buyback, no way to bring in their big damage dealer, the game just wilts over and it just ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper. It's a very sad ending and conclusion there for Sparking Arrow Gaming.
I mean, that was a gift. Just game-losing mistake. I mean, they would have had a hard time even if he lived there, even if he got out, even if he didn't die randomly with 1,000 health. But still, as you said, this wasn't even the first mistake. He waveformed straight into the middle of a Terrorblade who just wrecked him completely and utterly destroyed in the face of that Scarly Metamorphosis. And yeah, it just didn't quite come together here in game number 3 for them. No. And damn, it is a bit sad though that they couldn't even mount one last big team fight.
Yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, honestly, that they couldn't do that at the end of the day. Unfortunately, though, Sparking Arrow Gaming didn't work out in their favor, and they will drop this game. And the thing that is amazing about this, though, as we take a look at some of these replays, firstly, Team Magma did such a good job of responding in numbers and with force every single time Sparking Arrow tried to do something. And even in the parts of the map when Sparking Arrow was more farmed, they still had so many struggles making things happen of their own accord. And we just get to see stuff like this just happening over and over and over again. Sure, Flyby gets off a BKB, nice arena onto several targets, but the follow-up just not really there from the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. Only a few times in this game where it really felt like they got the fights that they were looking for. Most of the time, it was just Magma rolling and rolling and rolling. And I think this is the critical mistake. Oh no, it's not this fight, it's not this fight. It's the next one where... Is it this one? I think it is. Just watch MS. Look at the Morphling's positioning. Yeah. And he goes in, he's got the illusion out, waveform so far forward into the Resonant Pulse Silence. He gets off a BKB soon afterwards, but the right click damage with the Skadi is too fast. And I don't know why the waveform in though was so aggressive and so unnecessary at that point in time.
He wasn't shifting fast enough. He died there with like, what, 1,400 health points, give or take. So, that's not ideal. Not his game, and yeah, that was the beginning of the end. Play just becoming more and more. Yeah, it was a little bit weird, I think. Yeah, but yeah, look at this arena. Look at it.
Yeah.
But Terrorblade couldn't right click until the end. There's it.
Yep. He really did his best to try and be effective earlier on in that fight, but we saw that the Morphling tried to get in with the shift. If not for the IO, he would have actually died a lot sooner. I actually just died straight up in that fight underneath the Axe Static Storm of the Disruptor revealed in that fight. But MS really just at the end of the day not strong enough and didn't get enough farm that he needed. His team couldn't open up enough space on the map, and Terrorblade was allowed to hard carry this at the end of the day. This one fight did seem somewhat proper for them. You know, they lose this Morphling, he buys back, and this allows them to actually kill this Terrorblade, like, properly. And, you know, you were thinking to yourself, maybe this is a sign of hope. He gets bushwhacked, the right clicks from MS, but that Sunder, woo! Turns things around in a hurry, and it means that even though MS will be able to find this kill with the help of Flyby, unfortunately it guarantees that he himself will lose his life as well. Sacrificial play, immediately dies back. Oh, everything just going to hell in a hurry for the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming. Not the game that we're looking for at the end of the day.
It was all the control they could muster here to bring him down after that Sunder, but it took too much time, it's too much effort. End up dropping themselves. Second to last fight, I think the very last one. There it is. 1,100 HP. How about... I mean, you don't have to do a lot of damage, as it turns out, as on a Void Spirit. You don't have a lot of help that you need to cut through. The one situation where Void Spirit has plenty.
Woo. Void Spirit, despite not having all the damage he wanted out of Dust, was nonetheless able to lead his team to victory here. The Terrorblade is the one that did most of the damage, but Dust, maybe I'm not sure if I would 100% give him the MVP, but he certainly did everything his team needed him to do. Didn't die at all. Not the easiest game to actually play into and not die. Like, just one death is not a lot on this hero, especially when he's playing into Morphlings, Ember Spirits, the kind of heroes who do have the capability of finding you and killing you. But Dust managed to take it home, managed to make sure that they got this W. And Team Magma not only have won this series 2-1, but now they are undisputedly at the top of the table. This is their third win right now, currently undefeated here in the lower division of the DPC in the Chinese region. Sparking Arrow Gaming, you know, they will still maintain a very respectable record of 1 game to 2 losses. Still a lot of time left in the DPC, so you're still trying to change that up. get yourself into those top 2 positions. Remember, only the top 2 get into the upper division. Everybody else stays where they are. Well, bottom 2 get relegated, but nobody's really planning to be there anyway. They have their goals on the top. So,
absolutely.
Sparking Arrow, back to the drawing board, we guess, Drag and Drop. What would you, if you were the coach right now, what's the one thing you would tell them to change up as we wrap this up for the game?
I don't know. It's just a matter of them perhaps not being in the proper mindset. So I think if they play this one better, if they can do more about the morphling, or with the morphling, then this game would have looked different. Certainly need to try and disrupt the timings of the other team a little bit more. I mean, there was never a lot of pressure on Terrorblade. There was never a lot of a ramp up around the Mars either.
Yeah.
A little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active, and be the ones to dictate the pace of the game. Played and.
Well, with that, with the sagely advice from Drag and Drop, we're now going to be closing out the stream.
Bad at Dota. That's a disclaimer that I have to add there.
Lol. Just a small disclaimer from Drag and Drop, but we now have come to the end of the road here for the day. Yet again, Team Magma with a successful victory, going up 2-1 against the side of Sparking Arrow Gaming and 3-0 in the group. And yet again, from us, we sincerely apologize for any of the technical woes that we've experienced today. These things regrettably do happen, interacting with the online space as we are, but rest assured that this will not plague us in future. So once off, any now and then you have to hit a hurdle to know exactly how to clear it, and it will be cleared next time. In the meantime, do make sure that you are still following the channel, and make sure that you head on over to Twitter, follow Perfect World Esports over there, PWRD Esports and World, I think. And there you'll also get all the information of the games just before they go live, understand everything to do with the Chinese DPC. And of course, make sure to go follow Drag and Drop at Drag and Drop Dota on Twitter. And of course, like, you have to listen to me very carefully. The real hard carry of this series was not this Terrorblade, but in the background, Nef Sensei, who made sure that all of this could work as smoothly as it did. So make sure that you go follow him on Twitter as well. Otherwise, a lot of this wouldn't have been possible in the way that it was today. Thank you for that. Thank you for everything. And we will see you next time here for the lower division. It is the Chinese DPC. I'm Snare, this has been Drag and Drop, Nef Sensei, the god on production, and we'll return in future with some more DPC Dota.
我们是知道的，我们这个情况因为我们是单核，加上对面有那个杜姆加电棍嘛，也没办法，有人在 BP 的时候整蛊呀，那也没办法的呀。
对吧？
随便骂两句就算了啊。
差不多了啊，差不多。我这个没听好的，我他妈的正常承认。
反正有人整蛊嘛，就知道就行了。
怎么换了？
比赛就是平时打 A 级，我们也会看一看，还有就是欧洲区的那些什么 S 级吧，就是反正大家没事做了就会一起看一看啥的，就是大概这个样子。就有比赛，我们反正空了就会瞅两眼。七斗英雄想玩的很多，但是对吧？选不出来，不给选，那也没办法。没办法。
也很恶心的了。这么好吃，你抛弃到现在。
好了，谢谢，感谢。
Waterborn, I'm rain, thunder, ocean born. You can't drown me. You can't drown me. I got close to the moon and the Neptune. Glorified. There's a sun. Lay me by your side, sway me with your touch.